Hey,
we
Scuffle, when we
go.
start, before we jump into the draft, will you give me a second to shill budget vintage?
Yeah, so I'm gonna say hello, everybody. We're just starting. So today we are doing a peasant cube. So this is a way for me to give back to my subscribers, and I have Rusty here who helped me get this cube together and did most of the design work, and we based it on one of his original designs. So in just a minute here, we're gonna get started. We'll give people like 2 minutes to arrive, and then I'm going to start the draft. So sorry, it's running a little. Took me a little longer than I thought, but we're going to start the actual draft in 2 minutes. And Rusty here has been doing something. In addition to making nice cubes that are budget friendly, he's been doing some other budget friendly formats. Yeah. So $30
Can you hear
vintage.
me right now, Scuffle, by the way?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay. I think there's a little bit of visual delay on the stream that I'm watching, but I think that's okay.
Mm.
Um, I've got it muted now, so I think that's how we're going to want to go, and I think it'll just be fine.
Oh, I actually am not. I just realized I'm not streaming my uh my Chrome over Discord. So let me do that so that you can also
Oh, yeah, because
see.
I can watch your... Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
so you can
watch you
watch the
there.
Discords without anything. But tell us about $30 vintage. I want to know.
Yeah. So $30 vintage is something that a store near us has been running for a little while. I kind of jumped into it 6 or 8 months ago. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's 60 card, 1 versus 1 magic. It's vintage, banned, and restricted list. But you only have $30 for your deck and your sideboard. We priced off TCG player low. And it's some of the most fun I've had brewing in a long time.
I got really excited when you showed me that Salvage Titan deck. And
I
then
need your help on that because I've
it's
not made that good
hard.
yet.
And
And
then
I know you're the Salvage Titan expert.
and El Bergerman has been working hard on, like, he always plays the wizard cycling bounce 2 creatures card.
Yeah, step through. He loves it. He's
Yeah.
brewed so many good decks with that.
But it's a cool format because, like, sometimes people like Soul Ring is a legal card, but that's $3, and that's a pretty hefty commitment when $30 for 60 cards is all you have to work with.
Yeah, so I really like that. It kind of adds a new direction, right? It's like a sub game where you're balancing that resource. How much of your budget do you want to devote to swords to plowshares? You know what I mean? Um, and it feels like a brewer's paradise. It feels like it's wide open.
Hmm.
Lately, I've been working on Jeskai Super Friends, Esper Miracles with the Warhammer Miracles cards, and Troll Warship. So it's got a lot of diversity. There's combo decks. And so what I've started doing recently is I've actually been uploading videos to YouTube. So I've got a YouTube channel and
Yeah,
some Instagram
I
posts.
posted those at the bottom of the Twitch page. If you are interested in $30 vintage, go ahead and check them out. There's some good links down there. I did just start the draft, so while everybody ready up. I thought everybody would get like a few seconds to ready up. I didn't realize it would start so rapidly. But we are going to be checking out a few players and looking at what they're picking. We're going to be watching all of it in plastic today. Sorry, Rusty. I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought they would have some time. So this is all of his first pack. It looks like he grabbed Trelisara. Oh, that's exciting. So there's a life gain sub-theme that's really supported. But what a powerful pack. I don't know. What would you take out of here, Rusty? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, so just to clarify, are you looking at... I'm seeing Trelisara selected on the stream, but I also see a booster with Cloudkin Seer in the Discord. Which should I be covering?
So you should be looking at the Trelisara one. So that's Plastics page. So like right now, I have the same. I'm looking at Plastics page in this tab and Alva's page in this tab.
Okay, yeah, I think we're good. So I see a Trelisara.
Yeah. So this is the page that I have up right now. And this is a hell of a pack because we've got Hero of the Dunes, Saheeli, Trelisara, and Morbid Opportunist, which are all worth first pick.
Yeah, Hero of the Dunes has really impressed me.
Oh, you're right, Hex. Yeah. Hero of the Dunes is so powerful. I mean, it's 2 bodies, and it pumps your team. But Trelisara, like, the life gain deck is the easiest, I think, to just find cards for. So I don't think that's a bad pick at all. So over here in pod 2, we've got Plastic Explosive. It looks like he's grabbing a Guildsworn Prowler. That means that he Oh my god, I did not realize it gave us the pick in the top right corner of other players. That's so cool.
Oh wow, I really like that.
Oh, I love that. So you can
That
tell that
tournament programming.
you can tell that um Plastic has done a lot of shoot, what's the format? That alchemy the alchemy only format on Arena.
Oh yeah, Baldur's Gate, right?
Yeah, but like cuz that card was a house in Baldur's Gate. So it looks like J1 is going to be competing cuz J1 has picked up a Heartless Act and a Village Rite so far. And then back over to Alva. Alva picked up a stockpile for some artifact shenanigans. And he even told me when
Oh
I
yeah.
scryed it down. Oh, but here we've got Experimental Overload and Seize the Storm in the same pack. That's going to make blue-red spells really hard to pick up.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
I really like the hidden stockpile pickup. I'm curious how the mana might work out for potentially playing Abzan,
Hmm.
because there's pretty good fixing in this cube, but it's
There
all pretty
is.
slow, right?
Yeah, but
Uh,
Abzan specifically, we've got the Triome and we've got enough lands. Like, I think the format is slow enough that the tapped lands aren't going to be a huge issue.
I think so too.
It's funny because so we saw Alva pass up Annex, but Plastic picked up a first pick Annex and then a Tybalt, and there are multiple ways to shut off life gain. So Burn is a strong contender here.
Yeah, and I like what we're seeing here. I really like black red as a deck. It's just something
Hmm.
that speaks to me. I think it's fun, and I think it's pretty powerful. So
Ooh, so here's one of the only rares, but it looks like Bushwhack is the pick of choice for Alva. And
that's a card I'm excited for. I think out of Brothers War, that's the card I'm most excited to get into my physical list.
mm, there's some good stuff. I love your physical list. I'm going to come and draft it.
Yeah, we'll have to hang out soon and
Yeah.
do that. I'm trying to get it updated to 540 or so. Um, but honestly, this has kind of taken my bandwidth for Cube
Hmm.
recently.
This is a good way. This is a good use of it, though. I love that. So this is a really interesting pick to me: Sprouting Goblin versus Goblin Crater Maker. Because Goblin Crater Maker is very efficient. It's got targets. There's artifacts to kill. But Sprouting Goblin is going to be a 2-for-1 if you're red green, and it turns your extra lands in the late game into cards. So I love that this was the pick here, and we can see what kind of player Plastic is by just like Sprouting Goblin versus Crater Maker.
Yeah, it's a big decision, and you're
Mm-hmm.
right. It does kind of speak volumes to what you're looking to do in the format.
Yeah, like Plastic likes to kill people, but he is efficient in doing so. And it looks like he snapped up that Haunted Dead, but let's see if he
Yeah,
changes it over. So I think he's going to be tanking for a minute on here. Herrick's grabbed a Chupacabra. That's a good pick. Ooh, so back over here on the life gain path, Basby's Acolyte versus Angel Vitality versus Woodland Champion, because those are the three different directions that White really wants to go in. So like Angel of Vitality is solidly life gain, and Woodland Champion is more of the token element of green white, but the Acolyte does a little bit of everything. When it looks like Alva excitedly grabbed Oketra's Monument over Twin Blade Paladin to lean into the tokens.
yeah. Monument is one of my favorite cards.
Card
I've
is
actually got a
nuts.
Squadron Hawk Force of Virtue deck built around it in Budget Vintage.
I saw
Um,
that. I saw your video on that.
it's so fun. It just
Like,
feels really good all
well,
the
because
time.
turn 3 Oketra's Monument lets you turn 4 Force Squadron Hawk with 8 power. Like, you get to put 8 bodies down, 4 of which flies. Luna
Yeah,
grabbed a
it's
Bogard
a
and
lot. And
Dragonheart.
yeah,
I think Luna likes sack decks, and she doesn't always she doesn't always like people to know how much she likes sack decks. So I think Alva is looking to splash here. Borath picked up the Dragonfly pilot just now, and it had picked up Sigil of Merkle. So Sigil is like a premier. Dude, who Rumor Gather? It looks like Alva has found his open lane. Like, look at
this
this
Rumor
pack,
Gatherer looks really strong here.
so good. Rumor Gather plus Oketra's Monument. Herd Baloth was. I might have grabbed Herd Baloth. Intangible Virtue here, I think, is a slam dunk. Maybe the land. You can make an argument for the land.
I think you do want to pick up the land here potentially.
Yeah, I mean, this is again the pick of does Alva want to be tokens? Does Alva want to be counters? Or does Alva want to be mid
Oh
range?
wow, wow! Following up the Virtue pick with Scoured Barrens is nice.
Yeah. So this is something so Alva is a pretty freaking viewer, and we talk a lot about getting the splashes right. So like so one of the things I think a lot of people make mistakes in regular formats is they'll take a green white duel over a black white duel when black is a splash color. I'm surprised Circuitous Route is still in this pack.
Yeah, I think especially with the monocolored tap gates that let you seek a land in the late game, I think Circuitous
Hmm.
Route is really powerful.
It's really nice because it does grab gates, and Anax is still in this pack. We saw Anax as a first pick in the other pack, but that's the nice thing about Cube is like you build to what you want to play.
Right, right. There's really not a wrong answer, and I think that the power delta, like the level between the best card and the worst card in the pack, is generally pretty narrow.
Hmm.
So I don't think you can go too far off.
Last pick Dreadfuge, all was in the right colors. Let's take a quick check over at Plastic. All right. Okay, they came back. Someone DC, but they came back. Looks like we're so I think Plastic has veered off of black red aggro and he's now more of a black red spells. Hopefully he can grab a Sahili or a young Pyromancer to fill that out.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Wonder how do you feel about Frost Trickster in this format?
I think that it serves a role. Wow, that's a late Hamza. I would have liked to see Hamza go earlier.
No one's in the
I think
counters
Frost
deck.
Trickster's pretty good. It's very similar to kind of like a Man War variant. The ETB is worse, but it's a flyer. So I think it's going to do well in like the blue white kind of tempo shells. It
Hmm.
wears a curiosity pretty well. And I think you can also play it in like an ephemerate blue white kind of strategy.
That's very true because like Frost Trickster enables all of your curiosity effects, lets you punch through. But if you're ephemerating it, like you're locking down a board.
Yeah. And Scuffle, I have been informed that my image, I think, is frozen on stream, but audio is good.
Oh shoot. Discord do be like that
Oh,
sometimes. It's back.
oh,
It's because sometimes when I first looks like he's happy to see that Celestial Vault. Sometimes when I minimize the wrong window, it'll do that. Um
I see. I think that's going to help out with some of. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out exactly where I am in time and space, so I think that's going to help.
that
But
was
touching back to that
I
Celestial
wanted to go
Vault,
back. I wanted to just see that pick. That pick was so good.
Celestial Vault is one card that I thought about not including for power level reasons.
It's
Actually,
really strong.
I think it might be a mistake to have it in this cube,
See,
but I don't think it's a mistake to take it.
well, so it's interesting because it is a good card, but you have to decide when to cash it in. Like there is skill at play in using it. It's not like Xander's Wake where you automatically trigger it every time. With Celestial Vault, you have to make the power level of a card can be curved by how often you are likely to get a decision wrong. So on Celestial Vault, like you have to pick the right card a few times and then you have to crack it at just the right time. Because if you only get 2 cards out of your Celestial Vault, that's not going to be enough. But if you take 4 cards out of the Celestial Vault, that's 5 turns to refill your hand. And like it's still incredibly powerful, but it's not going to be easy to play and it doesn't catch every decision here. Sky
Yeah, and I think
Turtle
it's
is
really nice
interesting.
that it's such a low mana investment each turn.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, that is true. Like you just get to put it down and have it be strong. You can miss on the spell book though.
yeah, I'm not too familiar with it. I know it does have
Here we go. It
some bombs
has
that seem like they
yeah.
just win the game.
I mean, if you pick up one of these 3 cards, Angel of Destiny, Angel of Invention, or Angel of Sanctions, you're probably gonna win that game.
Yeah,
But
any of those should win. Isn't there a Cathar's Crusade in there as well?
I'm not so Cathar's Crusade is in the 2 mana creature.
Oh,
And
I
that is
see.
the best hit off that 2 mana creature. Because it's a 2 mana 2/2 that adds a Cathar's Crusade to your hand, you're winning that game.
Yeah, I like the Conclave Tribunal here potentially. By the way,
Yeah. So
that
that's it looks like Alva's trying to decide if he wants pressure or removal here. And I would go with removal, but I think Alva is going with the creature. I mean, he is a little light on 2 drops, but he can get 2 drops. I love this Balagad recovery pick though. It's tough between the recovery and the Searle's packmate. Personally, I'd go with the Rot Widow pack, but that's bias. Um,
yeah, Rot Widow Pack is one of those cards where it always looks so great, but I don't find myself getting to that stage of the game that often. And it feels like it underperforms sometimes, but when it does perform, it does a great job.
that's true. And Alva, it looks like he's picking up cards here to try and get the looks like he's trying to keep pressure on because like he has a bushwhack, a tail swipe, and a savage swipe. And I looked at the bushwhack and I thought, oh, that's fine because he'll be able to grab lands with it. But it looks like what he's trying to do is put down a 2-drop and then keep the pressure on with the 2s so that he can get that late game push through. Which does make the Sky Turtle pick a little awkward, but I also have to know that Colossal Sky Turtle is just a favorite card of Alva.
That makes sense.
Looks like
Do you
Luna's
think
going
that
into red-white tokens.
do you think we're looking for blue mana to enable that Sky Turtle, or are we just going to use that as a second regrowth effect?
So Alva, I think Alva is looking to pick up like a land. I think Alva is going to be fine not playing the Sky Turtle if he doesn't have to. Like if he doesn't see the blue source, but he will be looking for it. Owlbear versus Renata is a tough pick here. How would you do that one?
I think Owlbear here is fine. Because it doesn't care as much about the order that your cards are coming down in.
That's true. Because if you draw an Owlbear off the top, you're very happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're getting paid off for the 1/1 counters a ton.
That's true.
Other than, having that additional size on our creatures. So I like that pickup.
Oh, there's a lot of good cards in this one.
Wow, we have Fixing versus Elvish Mystic here, right?
Yeah, but even like the Meteor Golem for reanimation strategy, because like he has No One Left Behind. He has some self-mill.
Yeah, Urg could just throw that right in the graveyard for us, right?
Right. And Master Splicer means that like Ephemerate, like if Alva had an Ephemerate or a Momentary Blink already, like he could splash blue for the flashback and the Momentary Blink, run the Sky Turtle, and he'd happily take this Master Splicer. But he hasn't seen any of those cards yet. Jameshio just picked up an Anok Bond King and Quebec. So we just had 3 cards in all of his color get grabbed up. Oh, there's the Blink.
Oh yeah, there's the Blink.
I love Momentary Blink. It's one of my favorite
this
cards.
Rampant Growth is starting to look pretty good. Guildgate is fine.
Is Rampant Growth in Arena? I guess it is. I thought it wasn't in Arena at all.
Yeah. I have no idea where it came from, but it's definitely there somewhere.
Yeah. They did just add a few. It's cool. I love comparing these drafts because like Bonecaller so we're back on plastic, but there's a Celestial Vault still in this pack.
That's going around. And Imperious Perfect. I would have thought either of those would go pretty quickly.
And look how happily Plastic is taking this Garna. Garna was the 3rd last pick in the last pack, in pack 1. Like, we have some very different sets of players at these tables. That's really cool.
Yeah. How's our Fixing here? I see some pretty intense colored symbols in this Marty deck.
Yeah, white, white, black, red, 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 black, black. So Poison the Cup is totally doable.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's really Gavany Dawnguard that I'm looking at. I think white might need to get trimmed down a little bit.
Yeah. Plastic is
honestly,
like, he might end up running these 1-drops, but he'll have a pretty functional mid-range deck if white's just a splash.
I think right now I would be okay giving up on white, truthfully.
Yeah, but he could also take the Savai Crystal and lean into the colors over this Garna. How you doing, Typing Nonsense? We're having our subscriber tournament today, so we're in the draft portion. Let me know if you have any questions. Hey, Megrim, how you doing? We're in the middle of our subscriber queue. We're watching Plastic Explosive and Alva, who are both streamers, and I'll give them shout outs soon. A last pick Tybalt over here. We saw Plastic take Tybalt pick 3.
Yeah, I think it's a powerful card, truthfully.
I mean, it's very good, but you want to be aggressive because you need uses for the tokens, and you need to be relevant that they don't have life gain.
Yeah, and that's one of the things with black-white kind of caring so much about life gain. I wondered if perhaps those cards that shut off life gain shouldn't be included, but I think it's important for the life gain deck to be forced to have some interaction, right?
Right. So, and I think that the enchantments are not fair, but Tybalt and the 3-mana 4/3, those are both fragile creatures. Or like, well, Tybalt, you can attack it directly. So I think that kind of static effect on a Planeswalker is really reasonable. Like, it's work, but it's a puzzle you get to solve, not a crushing, oppressive force.
Yeah, and that's a good way of putting it. Okay, this is a fresh pack. What are we looking at here?
All right, so Alva looks pretty happy with this Cleric class because he does have reanimation elements and he has life gain elements. And Cleric class does both of those very well.
I think Cleric class is really strong.
Cleric class is so good here because like the boosted life gain is relevant. Growing your creatures on level 2 is relevant, but like Alva's going to get to play a turn 5 Rest Goliath. Turn 6, have the Rest Goliath die. Turn 7, gain 10 life, put a 10/10 into play. I love this Cleric class pick. And I think
Yeah,
Alva's a little sad about passing Hamza. All right, checking in on
I think
Plastic.
so, but you're right. I think the cleric class is just too good for too many reasons.
Yeah. I'm surprised by this fingers pick over Heartfire Immolator because it seems like Plastic is having some trouble deciding whether he wants to be aggro or mid range, but like he's
Yeah,
got a good mid range deck.
and I think their sticky fingers would have actually been my fourth pick, below heroic reinforcements as well as the emulator. And I think there was one more card, but we moved on
Yeah,
pretty.
I can see it though. Like putting a sticky fingers on a flipped farmhand or an annex is really tough to deal with, and it looks like
And
he just is gonna get the fixing.
I was gonna say, I think that's the biggest thing about sticky fingers. We have really tough mana costs, and treasure tokens go a
Yes.
long way.
Yes. Yeah, that trade is
Uh,
really relevant because he's got the one drops. Like it looks like he's going towards a more tempo oriented game plan. Because a turn 1 bodyguard, turn 2 sticky fingers, lets you play a 2-drop on turn 2 and then a 4-drop on turn 3.
yeah,
Okay,
and
I'm
not to change the subject, but my video is frozen again. I don't know if your
why
Discord needs.
I don't know why it's doing that. Hang on,
Yeah, I'm
I'll
not
I'll
sure.
get it a fix. I'll get it
I
fixed
see it
though.
moving now.
Let's try. Well, so I'm gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it on Plastic for a bit because I find this mid range deck fascinating, and all of his deck is pretty much done.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna swap the window type a little.
Now, one thing that I think is really interesting here, looking at exactly Guildsworn Prowler and Mire Triton, those are both 2 drops
Mhm.
with Death Touch.
Oh, hey,
Um,
Eileen.
and I'm noticing an Okiba Gang Shinobi at the top of the curve here. Um, and if you're the opponent in game one, if there's a Mire Triton coming at you, you're probably not blocking it because it's going to be a bad trade. So I think the Shinobi is going to get to do some work in this list.
That's really true. You can get a lot of value out of this Shinobi. All right, I think I figured out how to make you not freeze anymore. Ah, spider spawning. Hair's got a spider spawning. I love being able to see these picks. All right, Hair's got a spider spawning. I love being able to see these picks. It's very neat.
Treasure Keeper is I like it, but I find it not quite making the cut pretty often. It really feels like a classic 25th card.
Yeah, I mean, it replaces itself. So it's best when you can sack it to something. Oh, I forgot to put my music on. Okay, I figured it out. I just had to disable streamer mode. All right.
Okay.
If so, I think that fixed it. If I am wrong, I have another fix that I will try.
I'm seeing some movement right now. Maybe someone in chat can let us know how that's looking.
Yeah, looks like we got some new faces. Hi everyone, I'm Scuffle. Normally I play competitive card games. Today I'm running a competitive card game event.
Yeah, and I'm
Ooh,
Scuffle's friend,
this is
Rusty or
Rusty.
Russell. We
I
go
do,
way back.
do you have a preference? I've been calling you
No,
Rusty this whole time.
Rusty is just fine by me. I like that pretty well.
I'm of the philosophy that when people get to choose their names in something like a Discord server, then it'll end up going.
Yeah, just
Oh,
go with what
thanks,
they go
Eileen.
with.
It's really nice to meet you. We're doing some
Now, can we
good
jump
talk.
back to? Oh yeah, we are jump back here. So what does that ask
Yes.
for?
Who? I'm so glad this Necropanther is getting a pick here. The Mentor's pretty good, and so is I. Personally, I'd probably take this Bodyguard just because I have Trellisara and Purifier to protect. But like
Yeah, and
Necropanther feels strong.
Markov Purifier seems like a house.
Yeah, I love the little changes. Incriminate went from garbage to a really cool black card. Ooh, Gator Sprout. He
Yeah,
maybe. I think he wants the. I think Alva wants this Guild Gate. Oh no, I see the unicorn.
wow,
He's going the
unicorn
life
looking
gate.
good.
Yeah.
I think if the draft had gone a little differently, we would be picking up Armorcraft Judge here.
Yeah.
Like, do
Which
you
is
remember the
good
Renata versus
design.
Owlbear pick that we debated a
Yes.
little bit?
And like we took Renata versus Owlbear and we took Celestial. Well, Alva took Celestial Vault over the Hamza, the big
Yeah,
guy.
and to be fair, I think I would take Celestial Vault over most other cards in the cube.
Hamza tabled. This
No
is the
respect.
pick. Yeah, this is where Alva took the Celestial Vault. But like we have here a Tatiova and a Mayhem Devil. So those are just two open archetypes. Those are two archetypes that didn't work out. I'd take
Oh wow,
this
unburial
is
rights.
Unburial Rights, Visionary Augmenter, and Vine Soul Spider are all playable here. I'd go with the Unburial Rights personally, just because I would have there's a Colossal Sky Turtle and a Rust Goliath here. But Alva doesn't really
Yeah,
have self mill. He just has those big guys.
yeah, and there's also the gosh, there's a Balagad Recovery and a Phyrexian Missionary, all to get things back from the graveyard.
Yeah, I would have taken the Visionary Augmenter just to lean more into tokens, but like all of those picks are justifiable and based on your playstyle, which when you can
Yeah,
draft according to your playstyle, even within colors, that's a good job, Rusty. You did a really nice job on this cube.
I appreciate that. I like the idea that people kind of get to do whatever they want. And
Yeah.
when I set out to work on my cube originally, my largest design goal was to make it so that you could 3-0 a draft with any color pair, right?
Yes.
Because
And it
sometimes I
feels
play
that
people's
way.
cubes and it feels like some archetypes just really can't get there.
That's why Lucas made the rug cube because he was sick of black and white just not working out.
Yes, exactly. If no one wants to draft black and white, just cut them from the cube and let everyone have a nice rug pile. I love that.
Yeah, I was a good system. All right. Let me Why can't I get your face? So I'm slightly worried that you're like that every I can only see your face when I'm looking at the screen and that it's not moving when I look away. Song Mad Treachery over a Ravenous Squirrel? That's probably correct.
It is nice to just have the extra value from the land base because it is hard to not have enough playables in this cube.
Very true. Just letting people know.
I think there's going to be a lot of thought that goes into the final cuts for both of these players.
Oh yeah.
Um, because really you're just kind of sliding things around and figuring out, do you want to lean more aggressive? Which synergies do you want to play into more? And I think
Hmm.
there's going to be a couple different builds possible of most of these decks.
Yeah, like plastic here can go more tempo oriented, get down the mob, and just or build more of a control plan with Okiba Gang Shinobi. And we can kind of see that pick. So like Big Spender here would be a more tempo oriented game plan. Terramorphic Expanse enables all of the
Swagger.
colors.
Big spender, very powerful card.
Yeah, and then Missionary is more of a late game stall out kind of card. So
Yeah, I
you
would definitely be interested in a big spender here. I think that card's good.
it's very strong, but you need it doesn't do anything unless you're applying enough pressure that your opponents are forced to block. So like
Scuffle, do I hear you right now?
you don't. I'm sorry. Yeah. So Big Spender, in order for Big Spender to be strong, you need to apply enough pressure that your opponent is blocking or have consistent ways to make treasures. We don't see a lot of ways to make treasures in this list, but we do see a deck that like. So if Plastic runs more cards like Bolt Hound and Guildsworn Prowler, their opponent is going to be really pressured to block. But like Mire Triton, Guildsworn Prowler, they're not cards your opponent wants to block most of the time. Ooh,
Yeah, that's a
Mage's
good point.
Attendant over Faithful Disciple is interesting to me, and I think that was purely a curve decision. No one's in
Oh
white
wow.
blue. You can tell because Raph is in this pack.
Yeah, I think Wrath is crazy. Yeah, Thraben Inspector, Fading Hope, all pretty good cards. Not a lot for us here. If we do lean more aggressive, I could see High Speed Hoverbike being fine.
So that card is especially strong with ninjas, but it looks like the only
Yes.
ninja is Okiba Gang Shinobi. But
Yeah, not too
Bugler
many.
and Thraben Inspector are both solid picks. I wonder if anyone ended up um with the ninjas deck. That would be pretty fun. Forgot
I
to
would
put
love to
on
see that.
music.
I'm excited to get into it and just see what everyone's put together. I like being able to watch two drafts, but getting into the games and just seeing what everyone's bringing to the table is going to be really fun.
Yeah, I'm psyched. I'm so excited to see some of these matches. We'll have a few going so that we can jump around a little.
Okay.
Um, but we'll be checking in with Plastic and all of it. And we have a few other people streaming today. Let me give them some shout outs. So, Alva, It's gonna look weird because I've been using caps lock as my toggle mute. But so Alva is one of the people we'll be watching today, and so is Plastic. Although Plastic might be doing it over Twitch as well. So the way that this is set up is once everybody makes their pick, it passes all the packs at once, and that'll happen either after 60 seconds or when everybody picks. So right now people are torn, I think, just a touch. Ooh.
Yeah, because I really do think we're at the point where people are looking at their decks mostly put together, and you really have to figure out things like, are we
What?
playing Satellite Crystal and Hedron Archive, or are we going to be a
Right.
little bit more low to the ground with things like Bolt Hound and Adanto Vanguard?
All right. So as soon as this pick happens, I'm gonna go ahead and talk to everybody and then pair the rounds. So let me go just type this in. All right. A few people are having some import issues, and I'll give them a hand.
So I'm reading the chat right now in the internal discussion, and I'm seeing some people say, "I regret my actions and decisions. Many mistakes have been made. I
No,
can't wait to play this deck. Holy crap!"
all of this is accurate.
Kind of all over the place. I see a couple potential troubles with importing into Arena. I think that we're working through those right now. Hopefully, that should be done pretty quick. But honestly, once they get those import issues figured out, we should be jumping into some matches pretty quickly here. And I don't recall the exact number, but I think that we're doing at least 3 rounds, and we're doing best of 3. None of that one-on-one or none of that best of 1 nonsense that Arena
So
likes to encourage.
we're gonna have
So I'm
4
excited
best
to
of
get
3.
into it. Personally, when I'm playing Cube or Draft, really any limited, the sideboarded games are some of my favorites because I find sideboarding is a little bit less polarizing than it is in like Modern or Legacy.
Oh, thanks for pulling up this cube. I think we're gonna do so. It's gonna be 4 rounds today within contained to each pod, and then based on time, we will have a finals match for the last 2.
Oh, okay, fun.
So I didn't want to keep people for too long. So what we're going to do is we're going to have 4 rounds, and then the top 2, the winner of each pod, will get the same prizing. But I will, if both players are up for a finals match, then we will have a finals match, and I'll give a bonus prize to one of them.
Okay. And someone has mentioned that they drafted a rare card somehow. And the reason for that is that all the cards in this cube are printed at uncommon or common somewhere. But on Arena, for example, I think like Swords to Plowshares and Counterspell, for example, are only available in the Mystical Archives. Palaka Worm is only a rare, so they may have to use a rare wild card, but that's okay.
It seems like it's not letting me import my list because Llanowar Elves is only a special card that you cannot craft. You have to add it.
Hang on one sec. Let me take a look. It may be an addition issue. So what you should do is see if you can add Llanowar Elves without. Can you add it? Could you add Llanowar Elves manually?
Let me make a text document first and see how it goes.
Yes. We did check all the cards, so there might be addition issues, but there shouldn't be any cards that it doesn't let you play at all. the weird ones are going to be the remastered sets because some stuff like Bomad Bizarre Barge was an issue we got, and that one is on Arena, but it's got a weird file name within Arena because it is a Kaladesh remastered card and not a Kaladesh card, even though the set symbol is the same and the collector's number is the same.
I didn't know Settle the Wilds either.
That one is so that's going to be an alchemy card. We can solve this case by case.
That's fine. I'm just seeing where it is. First card again. Back base. Copy.
Hang on, I gotta go to Twitter. So if you are short a few wild cards, I have a pile of free codes that you can use, and then some pre-release codes, which should be worth a few, 5 to 10. So I'm gonna get these websites out, and that's why we have so much time for deck building, because I sort of guessed that some people would need more and some people would need fewer. So this is a good site for everybody, by the way, if that's something that interests you.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of handling the crafting.
Yeah,
I think most people probably have the common and uncommon wild cards for this, but especially with there being a couple rares on Arena, I think it's really nice that you can help out with that.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm available to help. Ask questions if you have them.
Where is... Scuffle, I'm going to take this opportunity to go on a quick bathroom break, but I'll return shortly, okay?
All right, everybody. I'm going to set this. I'm actually going to set this.
Some of the,
I'm setting the screen to BRB for people's. Sorry, I'm going to set the screen to BRB, everybody. We'll be back in just a few minutes when the next round is ready to start. Because I also need to change the scene over. So we'll be right back. I'll leave the music on. All right, I am in this Discord. If you have questions, ask them. I got your back. I want to make sure everything gets set. I can even do little pieces of advice, not major ones. So that's going to be because Arena guild gates are only in guilds. So you'll have to manually add the guild gates. Give me 1 sec, and let me get the actual card name with the set. That's just something that Cube Koga autocorrects to the cheapest instance of a card, including, but the feature for that on Arena is a little odd. So oh. Oh, that makes so much sense, dog. I should have put that in the rules. If you just type Guildgate, then it'll pop up. So there are 3 printings of Guildgates on Arena, and I don't want to give you one that you don't have. So if you just type Guildgate into the search bar, you will see all the Guildgates that you have. But it's because there's multiple arts per set for Guildgates. Once. Yeah, this might have been an error, so I'm going to give you a replacement. All right, so Rampant Growth was an oversight because it is technically in the code for Arena, but it is not an available card, so you are going to use Into the North instead. And you're going to use Snowlands, and I apologize for that. It failed to trigger the sensors when we went through it. Are you okay? Sorry, I was muted. So there was an oversight on Rampant Growth. It is not, even though it is available on Arena, it is not a card people can add, so you're going to use Into the North instead. Yeah, so, well, so, I mean, so Into the North is functionally the same as Rampant Growth, but it is available on Arena. That's true. All right, so Rusty, if you want to give him a hand, I will be right back. I need some more coffee. And then I will pair this round, and we will get started. Okay, I'm back. I just am pairing the rounds now. How are things going? Everybody get their decks in okay? What's the card? Is it Palaka Worm? Ah. So if you are not able to craft that, give me 1 sec. Let me get you an arena code. Did you go to the Neon Dynasty pre-release? Luna. You can have packs later. We're getting these decks crafted right now. I was gonna give you packs anyway. Yeah, you are. Cube is a little different from Limited. You are drafting a constructed deck. But if just so I thought this would be fun because I think everybody, for like most people here, this is their first time cubing, which is 40 card deck. No. But like it's Luna, use that code. Yes. That's okay. How are you doing, ears? Wait, sorry, who just needed a code for a rare? Thank you. Do you have enough ears? Did you get enough out of that page? Okay. I want to make sure everybody has a good. I prepared a bunch of stuff for this. All right, I've got. In that case, Luna, you'll need to check this list. I have others too, but go ahead and check this list while I get this one to plastic. Plastic and Alva, so much fun because you two, Alva and Plastic, had a lot of options for the same exact cards and chose totally different things, which is just cool. Like, you can draft according to your style. Yeah, I will. That'll be fun. All right, Plastic needed a code. Yes, we made sure everything was support. We made sure everything was supported. Plastic, I sent you a code. Great. Do you have enough wild cards? You good? Great. Yes, every archetype is available. Like watching Alva's draft is cool because oh, I guess I shouldn't say that because someone's gonna play against Alva. Yeah, I so you and Alva saw a lot of the same cards, but ended up with completely different decks, and that's just cool. All right, I gotta make this tournament right. Yes. Shoot, how do I bracket? All right, I'm glad you liked this. I need to figure out how to divide out these brackets. So I'm going to be doing that really quick. Yeah. 30. Don't do that. That's my advice. Ida or Swords and Statutes, are you available at the moment? I'm trying to divide this out by bracket, and I'm having some trouble. And I'm worried I got to do it in 2 events, and I don't want to do it in 2 events. I do have to do it in 2 events. I'm just gonna do it manually if that's the case. I would just do it on paper. At least for now. This is gonna be best of 3. You're gonna have to add each other. Yeah, so you will be messaging people. Yeah, this is best of 3. Apologies. You can still import. Yes. Do you still need wild cards, Luna? Something like that. I think it's going to be 20 packs plus gems. I'm putting at least I'm putting so I haven't decided entirely how much, but it's minimum it's minimum gems plus it's minimum 2,000 gems plus 20-ish packs. I feel it. That's kind of why sideboarding is so nice, because yes. Dude, sorry. Does anybody have any questions that I have not done yet? None. You have to actually win. All right, so oh, thank you for the follow. Someone just gave me a follow. All right, so I think I might just do cross bracket pairings, which is not what I wanted to do, but I think it's just going to be easier to run it all through Match Arena, keep it moving smoothly. And it's going to be 4 rounds, and I'm going to pay out by rank. But if the finalists are available for a finals match, I would like to run it. I just know some people have some time constraints. So that is how we're doing it today. And I'm going to go ahead and pair the rounds. Does anybody need more time? And it's okay if you do. I'm just curious. That's totally fine. We can... Yeah, so I'm going to pair the rounds so that people can start getting ready. And then don't start yet if you can help it. I mean, don't start yet. I was going to start it in 7 minutes. I'm going to be watching the people who are either streaming here or on Twitch. But I'd prefer to do Twitch because it's easier for me to keep your face on screen. You don't have to import your deck list to Matcherino because I watched all of you draft and I know all of your deck lists. So don't cheat. It's just easier than... It was easier to just let you do it than explain or justify that I have all of your deck lists memorized. That's also why I'm not in this event. All right, we're gonna go ahead and create the bracket. Cube, it's a little more reasonable to do cross bracket pairings than regular draft. And we will have one bye. So I have made the brackets. I think that, I mean, there's a few bi people. There's lots of pan and omnisexuals, which does encompass bi. All right. All right. So the link in here is your brackets. We're going to start in about 5 minutes, and I will be assisting people starting now, getting their deck lists together the rest of the way. So how you doing, Luna? Can I give you a hand? Let me take a look at your pool. Oh, I can move you around in here. That's pretty neat. I want to see if I can download the game log. Here we go. I can. We can download the whole game log. That's so cool. You do not need to add your deck list to Matcherino. Here, let me put a note in there. All right, Russ, I'm going to put the screen back on to talk the audience through this as well. It never happened. Thanks for the follow. So we are going to go through... I'm going to be helping a few people with their deck lists, and we'll go through the draft logs a little bit, right up until people are ready to start. We're going to start in just a few minutes. Luna, did you have any trouble getting your wild cards? Gagonic, thank you! This is pretty fun. I'm very excited for this event. I'm going to fix this window so that Rust's face doesn't freeze when I look away for too long. I keep thinking it's fixed because I go back, because every time I look at it, it's working. But just inherently. All right. So we're going to take a little bit of clerical time. How you doing today, Dragonic? Dragonic, Dragonic was a little busy today, but we'll get you in for the next one. But Dragonic does some really fun variety streaming. We're going to be jumping around to some other Twitch streams today, and I'll make sure to get all of those into the chat as we jump, so that you can hear their perspective. But we're going to also just be talking over them because lots of them didn't construct a cube, and we did, so we know that a little bit better. But this is going to be fun. I'm really excited.
This is gonna be so much fun.
I've set a goal for myself. I just need to get one win, one elusive win to save some face.
You can do it. You're gonna be just fine. I can't treat Discord as a game.
I have a feeling I know who you're gonna win against. It's a hunch.
Hmm. That's not gonna work either. All right. Looks like I gotta change the settings in Discord. All right, I think that worked. I don't think you'll be freezing anymore.
Alrighty, I like the sound of that.
Yeah. But chat, tell me if Rust freezes, because I have other things I can try, and I'm going to keep trying them. I'm gonna open up all of the Twitch windows that I can. I don't think it will slow me down. The Ida is streaming today. We'll be sure to give him a shout out. I'm so glad he could make it because he was incredibly helpful for getting this set up. Dog is all right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we have 6 people in this tournament who are streaming through Twitch, and we will be jumping around. Can you see my screen okay, Rusty?
I can, yes.
Great.
Through Twitch, not through Discord.
Oh, let me stream through Discord so that you don't have any lag. Oh, it's because I left and came back. I see. Share my screen.
Do Plastic and Quebec know that they're streaming their decks right now?
Yes,
Yeah, it
and
doesn't
we are
matter.
trusting you not to watch them.
You
just
can
letting you
look
guys know.
ahead and be aware that.
Yeah,
you will.
mine's literally sitting on my Twitch channel right now. If you want to have a look, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just making sure.
Oh, thanks.
Oh,
Man.
Plastic, I don't
everyone's
have
aware.
your tab open.
Yeah, I'm not streaming on Twitch.
Just going through. We'll jump around a little bit. Pretty excited.
Yep, Scuffle.
This
I
is
see your
J1.
screen now. Will you do me a favor? Will you click between a few and just say the names of them so that I can make sure there's no delay?
So here's the Ida. Here's Demonic Dad. Here's Absolute Dog. Here's all the small things. Here's
All right,
ears.
I think we're good. So I will be watching that window then.
Fantastic. All right, here's the cube. So we can talk about individual cards in the cube and how they interact.
Oh, I'm excited.
We'll make sure to give everybody shout outs. And we can go ahead. All right, so how you doing? Does anybody need more deck building time?
I think the only one was Luna, and she's ready now.
Oh shoot, I need to put together. Can somebody tell me the settings that they're using for the Can somebody tell me the settings that they're using for the channel or for the challenge, cuz it should be best of 3 traditional draft, right? But it might be different for arena. One sec.
Nothing under brackets. Trino.
Yeah, bracket's not open. I don't think.
What do you mean the bracket's not
Probably
open?
limited tournament would
Oh,
probably be
publish and
best,
start
I
bracket.
think.
My bad. Sorry.
Oh,
Matt Trino is the one thing that this is my first time
Oh
using.
god.
Luna, you
Oh,
got
no.
the buy. I'm
Fix my
sorry.
Streamer. Oh no.
Luna, you got the buy. Luna, you got the buy. So if you wanted to come and talk with us, you're welcome to do that.
I might. I just need to go grab my medicine, so I'll be right back.
No problem. All right, so I'm sorry about that. I did forget to publish the bracket. We got... Oh, I'm lagging now. I have too many Twitch tabs open. All right, but you're not. That's good news.
Yeah, maybe we just start with something like
AI
3 of them. Because we're not all multi-queue limited
That's awesome,
masters like
Dragonic.
you are, Scuffle.
I do. So that's kind of why I'm really glad to have you here, because I have a habit of going. You can always say Scuffle stop or Scuffle slow down, because I have a very bad habit of just like going and going and going and going.
Yeah, I think my puny little human brain will snap if we try to follow more than 2 games, maybe 3 at once. So let's pick one.
So we're gonna
drafted.
I would like to do all of those games to start.
And let's pick one that we didn't watch get drafted, because I want to see some more deck diversity. And,
I want to see. We're gonna watch Alva and the Ida for this round.
Yeah, and I think it would be cool to watch potentially, maybe all of those games and kind of follow that narrative, and then maybe jump around a little bit to see some deck diversity. But we'll play it by ear as we go through the rounds.
Ooh, I hear
Who is
sound.
natural
Players
chance?
commander deck.
Oh, we're gonna lose Rusty for 1 second while I.
Joshua, is that you? Bird cultist.
Stop watching plastics for the sound effects. Oh my god, I'm so excited, Rusty. This is gonna be great. So, Alva's getting his game going. He's got his Peasant Cube deck. I'm excited for this. I'd like to see plastics too, so we'll duck in for that sometimes. I was muted. I'm so excited, Rusty. All right, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna try not to be muted so often. Let's position this window a little bit better. Got some music going, but you won't be able to hear that. Sorry, Rusty.
Oh, that's okay. We'll just enjoy the sound of our voices.
Oh, it is very nice.
And the,
one of the things,
beautiful melody that is Cube on Arena.
Indeed. So for the prizes for this event, I set things up kind of oddly. But basically, in addition to the, there we go. That's better. So in addition to the packs, so in addition to the gems that you have available, the packs that you can win include are actually tickets. So you can use those tickets to buy things that aren't packs. So if you win 10 packs at this event, then that's actually going to be 100 tickets. And that's only really relevant for people who are international. But a lot of people requested very specific things from me, which I will be offering them. There are some people who want some signed specific cards related to my identity. There are people who want specific streams. So there are some people that I'm allowing to spend 100 tickets for ASMR, which is not something I would have done on my own, but that's what they get. Somebody requested karaoke. So there's a lot of prizes up for grabs here. Oh, I do have a prize list though. 1 sec.
So we can just go ahead and start, right?
Yep. Yeah, everyone go ahead and get started. Here we go. So I've got this prize wall here. So here's what I'm just gonna keep adding things, but like I have Steam games to give away for prizes. I have a Jace the Mind Sculptor World Wake pre-release prize life counter. I was muted. So I have Jace the Mind Sculptor pre-release prize life counter. A lot of very fun things that people can win. Like you can get the Spyro Reignited trilogy instead of 10 packs. So people are good to go.
So to confirm, 40 card, best of 3, coin flip.
Correct.
Cool.
All right. So here we have the Ida playing up against Herix while Alva gets ready. So we're going to watch this first. Looks like the Ida took the play. Wow. Looks like the Ida ended up with a solid mono black list here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be good.
Yeah? Oh. Why isn't this showing up? There we go. Now we can see it. Ooh, that's a scary hand. I'd be really scared to be Herix here. I bet Herix can hear me.
Yeah, hopefully.
He
no
can't. He's
one
Devin.
All right. I am currently seeing a black screen on the edit stream.
Hmm. All right. I don't know why it's behaving so strangely today, but this is how it's gonna work. I'm just gonna leave it up.
Oh, black
Alright.
screen again.
I don't think
you
I.
may only be able to have. You might have to choose between me frozen or the gameplay. I'm not sure.
Hmm. Why though? All right, I'm gonna turn your face off for a minute and fix this because I have a workaround. Give me
Yeah,
just a
that's fine.
minute. Sorry, Rusty. We'll get
And if
this
you want me to just
fixed.
turn off the camera, I can do that too.
I don't want to do that.
Okay. Well, you just tell me what I can do, and we'll do it.
I will. You can see both on Twitch, Hylian.
Oh, okay.
Hmm. All right, so I can't. All right, I'm gonna. Don't worry, I will get this sorted. I might just have to put you into Fujitech. Yeah, so I'll do Fujitech if I can't get this to work. I like the IDA streams. So just so you know, we are spectating the IDA right now. And he does Curiosity Tournaments and Draft Club and was very helpful bringing this set up. So make sure you check him out.
See a nice Ravenous Chupacabra coming down.
What a scary card. We saw Herrick's pick that up. So here, the IDA's got a really tough choice. Does he eat his Butler with the Vanguard?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to leave it around.
I mean, he's a good blocker here. Like, the IDA needs to set up an engine here. He wants to be grinding. And it looks like Herrick's, like a turn 3 Chupacabra is a great start when you are a recursive deck. It looks like he's going to be recurring it a lot.
I think right now he's choosing between a 3-drop or a 2-drop and killing that Paradise Druid, but it looks like we're just developing a 3-drop instead. I don't mind that. It gives us some fodder for the Skullport Merchant down the line. I don't really think we're going to be taking much damage here. I don't think there are good attacks for the Chup.
Yeah. It really depends on if Herrick's wants his Chupacabra dead or not. That's a big if.
Yeah. And that's one of the scary things about having some reanimation spells in it. Sometimes you're actually safer having the Chupacabra sitting on the board because then it's not going to get unburial rights or something, right?
Right. Like, if it's not a threat, you don't need to worry about it.
Yeah.
Like, the IDA might be trying to get his O1 to die here so he can pick it up with a Butler.
Yeah, honestly, trading off creatures looks good for us here with Butler, Taskmaster. But the thing is, we don't even really have to trade off our creatures because Skullport Merchant is going to start letting us sacrifice them for value. So
if Herrick's had attacked with that Chupacabra there's a good chance the IDA would have just taken the damage because this turn he wants to put down the Skullport Merchant, block with the O1, use the treasure to eat it, and draw a card anyway. So he's thinking hard about what kind of engine he wants to set up. Is he trying to start attacking with the Taskmaster, or is he trying to just use this Merchant? Because every time he recurs that O1 Fabricate creature, that's 3 new cards with a Skullport Merchant. And that's a lot of cards.
Yeah.
So Paradise Druid does have Hexproof while it's untapped. Is it worth paying 4 mana in to deal with a 2/2 that could come back? And the IDA has decided that it's not.
I don't think we really care about the 2 damage right now. I think that, like you said, we can just set up our engine. There's a chance Herrick's isn't going to spend his mana this turn. Yeah, look at that. Just a nice, 4 or 5 mana Time Walk. So
I need to change.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of flickering on the screens. I can see it currently.
It's because I minimized, and I can't get for some reason I can only get one window to show up at a time on OBS under this new beta. So this is something I need to fix.
Oh yeah, I've got very limited OBS knowledge. I've started using it a little bit for my YouTube videos, but yeah, I haven't gotten very far, so I don't think I can do much help.
All right, I know what to do here. Everybody, you're going to lose it for 1 second. I'll be right back because I know how to fix this. Now, it's a lot easier now because I don't have to go back and forth. So I don't I can leave Discord at one size. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, everybody, I'm switching it back. You're gonna lose it for 1 second. Love this song. Yeah, like this. If Herix has, we don't know what Herix is trying to do here. We don't know what kind of engine he's trying to assemble. Right. Ooh, there are some very scary top-end creatures in this cube. Got a nice background. Ooh, Lupin. This is the mirror. Like, mono black has so much recursion. Black green has so much recursion. Ooh. Woohoo! Yeah, the casualty is really good on that. Oh. Hang on. Hang on 1 sec, Russ. I gotta fix your audio. I fixed your video, though. We can see everything now. All right. All right, now we should be able to hear you. Can you say something?
I'm talking right now. Can you hear me?
One more time.
I'm talking
Yes,
right now, and I see
great.
Palaka worm.
Oh, you were right. You were absolutely right. It's definitely a Palaka worm. All right.
Oh.
Sorry, everybody. We got this fixed. Hylian, so Rusty runs a $30 vintage YouTube channel. It's pretty awesome, and all the links are in the Twitch details if you want to check it out.
Yeah, and Scuffle, I think I might be a little low volume-wise. Maybe Hylian or Ergnon can weigh in and say if I should be a little bit louder. But it does sound like we're getting mouth moving and sound coming out. And,
yeah, it looks like I fixed it. So my audio levels put us at the same. So we are, okay. I think we are good. I just fixed it.
All right, Scuffle, you're going to have to drive on this because Viconia, Nightbringer's Disciple, has a lot of text. So, what's happening here?
So, Viconia is a scary card. What it does is it says, when Viconia comes in, you get to exile something. And then you can pay mana to exile something. And then one time, Viconia specializes. So, what Specialize does is it's a special mechanic from that set. And it seems like a lot of text, but when you specialize, it's really just slight variations. So when you specialize a Viconia, you can discard a swamp or a black card to make it black, a green or a forest card to make it green. But the Ida obviously only has black cards. So he pitched a black card to make it specialized. And when it specializes, you get to cast one of the cards that you exiled with it one time. So it is very good here because it is just really good graveyard hate. Oh, good kill though, because Herix does not want Viconia playing that Chupacabra.
Now, can we still play the Chupacabra with Viconia removed?
So I gotta check. So because
it looks like it's in our hand. So I know you said a lot of words there, and Viconia has a lot of text. But what I'm hearing is Ravenous Chupacabra on Palaka Worm, and if that's true, I gotta say this game's swinging back in the favor of the Ida if this Choop
Yeah,
goes through, which it
you
looks
can
like it
still.
does.
So it looks like that's what black does. So with black, you can still Choop, but remember, Herrick's gets to keep. He does draw a card off Palakworm, and it doesn't exile. And it looks like Herrick's
Yeah,
hit an Edict too. So like Herrick's is in this. This is a good game.
The Edict doesn't look so strong, and remind me. Okay, so we can't activate our Taskmaster here.
Yeah.
We're just getting in for 2, right? Because it's 3 to activate.
Yeah, it really
But-
depends on what Herrick's has to stop this Taskmaster.
Yeah, because we're putting the trigger on the stack, but we still have to pay for it, right? Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
Gotcha. And I gotta say, with that Infernal Grasp in hand, Herrick's is gonna have to do something tricky or have a removal spell to stop us from getting on the Eternal Taskmaster value train, right?
Mhm.
Because if there's not a 3-power blocker to stop it from attacking every turn, the Ed is going to turn the corner really quickly, just
Yes.
generating more resources than Herrick's can.
Like all Herrick's has to do is stop this Taskmaster. Like stopping Taskmaster is hard, and it's a big ask.
Well, look at that. No, Foulmire Knight, we're drawing a
That's
card,
true.
and we're going to make a 1/1 Death Touch, but it gets Infernal Grasp. So again, ball's back in Herrick's court. 1 blocker is not enough.
Yeah, Herrick's really just needed a second way to stop this Taskmaster. We don't know what Herrick just drew because like the Edit does have to spend this grasp, and it's a 2-for-1. Like Foulmire Knight is an inherent 2-for-1. And it seems like Herrick's is full up on those. Like Herrick's has played Chupacabra, Foulmire Knight, Chain's Edict, Palakworm. Every card Herrick's has played is worth 2 cards. So even though the Ida has been setting up engines this whole time, Herrick's is still in this, which is pretty nice.
And I gotta say, I think Herrick's did a pretty good job trying to take down the value engines that were setting up on the Ida side of the screen. I mean, the Skullport Merchant went down. The Explorer creature, blanking on the name right now, went down.
Legion's Vanguard.
But as you can see, this mono black deck, and we're wiping the board here. This mono black deck, it just needs to have 1 piece stick on the board and a Village Rites as well. Yeah, let's see this attack, and we're gonna rebuy something. What's your money on? Mine is on Weapon Craft or Choop. Viconia, perhaps.
The thing about Viconia, what the Ida is checking right now is can the Viconia take another card? But the way Specialize works is it's permanent. You cannot specialize a second time.
So it tracks that stat.
It
even
does.
If his own
It completely changes the card.
Knows that?
He does. He just read the card. But the thing is, what Viconia still does is exile cards from graveyard, which is really bad. Oh, that's a Gray Merchant. That's a land into a Gray Merchant. Thanks for the follow, Hylian. How you doing? I'm having some fun.
I think that Gray Merchant might explain why we're mono black, right?
Yeah, like if they had opened a Gray Merchant pack 1 big one, then that's a really easy and powerful card to build around. Gary,
And, that's the thing, right? As a cube designer, sometimes people will say, "Hey, Rusty, is Devotion in your cube? Is mono black Devotion a deck?" I'll be honest, it's not. But Gray Merchant,
makes it.
It's a 1-card archetype.
Gray Merchant
really is, and it's. Sorry, go ahead.
I really thought that Herrick's had this, but the Gray Merchant, you can't even kill the Gray Merchant. It just keeps coming back.
Yeah, and this Viconia apparently still does some stuff.
So it still exiles Graveyard. It's still a Withered Wretch. So you can ignore all the text on Viconia right now. Because what the text says is when it specializes, you get to choose 1 card that's been exiled with Viconia, and you can cast it.
And so what this means is that Herrick's won't be out of the woods with say Back for More, right? The green Reanimate that's also a fight spell. If his graveyard didn't get gobbled up, a Back for More, rebuying Palaka and fighting would be enough to swing the game back in his favor. But I think that Viconia pick was to just slam the door on this and kind of say, look, there's no way out here.
Yeah.
Even the perfect Reanimate spell, you're still going to be too far behind.
And we know Herrick's got some of the reanimation spells. So, this is just a bad matchup for him all around. Oh, no! That's the saddest spider spawning I've ever seen. I feel so bad. Viconia's too strong. Viconia just hoses this archetype. We got to see one thing. So that Shadow Finale for -0/-3 means that it can't rebuy those cards. So let's hop on over to Alva and see how he's doing.
Because you're saying that the -0/-3 persists, so even as the card changes,
even though it's dead.
zones. Oh man!
Wow.
All right, we gotta look at this board state.
All right, we got a lot to unpack here. So
all right, so yeah, go ahead, lead us through this. What are you seeing right away?
So this is a hell of a board right now, and right now Kamikaze has a very superior board presence, but 1 card in hand, and it's precarious. But that Siege Gang Lieutenant means that Alva is only at 4
Oh.
life because he can sack 2 goblins, and that's even tougher
Well-
because both those sacks grow the squirrel.
Well, actually, the goblin can sack itself, so 3 life. We're on
3
even
life.
smaller margin. I like the Phyrexian Missionary having lifelink seems like a big deal. Angel
Yeah.
doubling. No, oh, I think we had to get the Missionary down here, didn't we?
So it depends on how willing. It's a different path here. So Alva has chosen a totally different path here. And what Alva is trying to do is just block with that Sarah Angel and then pick it up with the Cleric class. And that does it. Like, that'll keep him alive.
No. Oh, no. So there's 9 attackers on the opposing field, and we only have 6 blockers. If he attacked out, we would take 3, and then...
And then he gets... Well, the thing is, you can block just the Siege Gang Lieutenant, and he'll have to sack the goblins beforehand. So, like...
so leave the goblins unblocked, but block... You're right. That's a good point.
This is a complex board state. But Alva's not dead here. Alva's in trouble. But Alva can... Like, look at Alva's hand. Alva's got that Resplendent Marshal and that Hamza.
Now, is that Resplendent Marshal? That is a card that was generated from something, right?
So Sarah Angel and Resplendent Marshal both came from that vault, the draft of card from the vault. But like that's exactly what I mean. Like you are not going to get busted cards out of that vault every time.
Yeah.
And like this board state is like look at Alva's hand. Alva's got a full grip of relevant cards that recur other cards. So like
yeah, Phyrexian Missionary to buy something back.
Right. So this is
we can just trade off here, no problem.
But this is a fascinating board state because like Alva can't take this damage. There's a Siege Gang Lieutenant, and Alva has to let some creatures die. But Alva can fight his way back into this game with his hand. So like let's see how maybe Alva took a turn too long on that vault before cracking it.
It would have been really interesting to catch this earlier. It looks to me like Alva's stabilizing. We'll have to see how it shakes out after this combat. But it's gonna take something special from Kamikaze, I think.
So
I don't know.
Kamikaze is ahead, but the thing is, anything Kamikaze has is relevant. Like any creature turns into a fresh card with that squirrel.
But okay, so think about trying to push damage through against the Phyrexian Missionary. It's gonna block, and it's also gonna gain life. And we're gaining. Oh my gosh, we're gaining life off of Scoured Barons as well.
Ooh, this is a tough
we're actually
play.
Getting 2 life off of that because of Cleric class.
Yes. And
it would have been 3 if the Angel didn't go away.
So is Alva going to level up the Cleric class to try and get some bigger creatures?
All right, someone tell me what Resplendent Marshal does.
All right, so Resplendent Marshal, on ETB or death, you can exile something to grow the team. It's by type. So this grows all the angels, but it's only other angels. So they're only getting 1 count. Alva's only getting 1 counter out of this.
But it's still a 3-mana 3/3 flyer.
It's very efficient. Resplendent Marshal is a really well-designed card. It's not broken and it's not busted. Scrying on every play.
Though, it did take double white, so we're not getting the Missionary down this turn, which I think we would have wanted to. But it looks like we can get a decent-sized Hydra down.
So what Alva wants to do here, like Alva just wants to live, barely. So if they could have played the Missionary without Kicker, but as long as Alva can stabilize here, Alva's going to get this game because I
think that's exactly what's happening.
I think.
Maybe,
but we are upkeep scry. So something like an Ephemerate to blink that Siege Gang Lieutenant, that'll get him there. But I think you're right. I think Alva just stabilized.
Yeah, upkeep scry reeks of desperation to me. Sorry, Kamikaze, but
Kamikaze had the speedier start here, but.
Wow, I love that we were able to tune in exactly for the moment that
Alva stabilized.
Stabilized. And that's the thing, right? Like we talked about the life gain dynamics. Maybe Kamikaze, we didn't catch their draft, but maybe if they looked back, that Tibalt that prevents life gain.
Yeah.
And look, there's
a Black Knight too. Yeah, Hamza's really cool in this set.
And then Hamza also discounts all your other creatures. So look, at this point, it's all of his game to win, and he just has to choose how to do it, or they just have to choose how to do it.
He's got, that squirrel can derive some value here. So, rather than scry on the upkeep, I would have tried to dig with a squirrel, but we don't.
You're right, yeah.
But if they don't have any green sources, so they can't actually dig with the squirrel. They can just grow.
That was gonna be my next question, yeah, because it looks like it's a hybrid card, but really you do need that correct color of mana.
Yeah, the late game for the Hydra deck, very hard to deal with.
Now, actually, one option that Kamikaze does have here, and it's not an option that every newer Magic player would see, but Kamikaze can actually put counters on the opposing Feral Hydra, right? That activation is for anyone.
Hmm.
Now, I don't think he's going to do that. I'm just saying that's a legal
There
thing he
are,
can
I
do.
mean, like Destroy Evil is in here. Like there are
Oh,
cards that
interesting.
make it matter.
So
I
there's a
have,
corner case where that could matter. Yeah.
yeah. With the match where I hit #1 in Dominaria last season, the final match, somebody said you can't win this, and then they Destroy Evil my Tolarian Terror, and I had to tribute to Urborg my own Terror to shrink it, and then I had Destroy Evil, so I had to grow his 3/3 lifelinker to kill it with Destroy Evil. I love power dependent pick tricks that incriminate. You played Incriminate. I love Incriminate. I love Incriminate in this set. That card got so much better.
Ooh. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, that line you were talking about with shrinking your own terror, I think that kind of plays why you were ranked #1 in Dominaria draft, and the
Just
rest
like
of us are just
Dominaria.
over here scrambling. Now, can we
so-
go check out the Edda's game really quick? I'm gonna see.
Yeah. While they sideboard.
We
That
see
Okiba gang.
Oh wow, did that Okiba gang connect?
I think so. It looks like there's a few cards in
Free
Herrick's
damage.
graveyard.
Yeah, Herrick's is at 17 instead of 20, so we
Herrick's
must have
has to
picked
have
up...
something.
Oh wow,
Ooh, that changeling's a good blocker.
3/5. I mean, have you ever played a limited format and a 3/5 spider? Oh no. Oh no.
That was a very
Wait.
Oof.
He can do it however he wants. Angrath gives menace as well, right? You don't even have to Heartless Act. We're going. Yeah, the Heartless Act looks great, so go for it. But oh no.
What a top deck.
Yeah, and just getting in. So taking that last card from the hand, right? You're getting him to Tarok. Yeah.
I like that Draconic.
Okay.
I think a lot of people don't realize how iconic and interesting the commons and uncommons are that are available. Like,
I think people think they're lower power, right? People think that rarity equals power, and sure, on Ragavan sometimes, but in general, you get a lot of power at common and uncommon.
Yeah, and I like that you tend to have to work for that power a little more. Like,
I agree. It feels like there are less individual cards, and you're really kind of grinding one out the whole game. You're getting small advantages, and you're trying to kind of build on that.
Right. Right. I'm going to send Luna this code because she cut Swords to Plowshares, and she should not have had to cut Swords to Plowshares.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you hadn't answered that, because that is one of the tricky bits.
Yeah. It's so iconic. Like, Swords to Plowshares, Lightning Bolt. Like, Palaka Worm, we could replace, but it feels wrong to have an uncommon queue without Swords to Plowshares and Lightning Bolt.
Right, because they're just so good and so iconic, and that's kind of
Counterspell.
Just like
too.
we were
That's
talking
the other
about,
one.
it's fun to have powerful commons and uncommons. Now, I'm not as much of a gambler as you are, but if I was a betting man, I think I would be on the Edda on this game as well.
I think you're right. Like, Herrick's is so close on every front. Like, if Herrick's had gained the 5 life off that Web Weaver, and Ida hadn't drawn the Heartless Act, and Herrick's hadn't had to discard the Palaka Worm, this would be a very different game. Like, I'm willing to bet if you're on Herrick's table right now, this feels very one-sided, but it should not be. Hey, Pipe Dream!
Right, there were
Thanks
a
for
lot
the
of
lurk.
points. Now, I think we might use a removal spell before combat, or before blocking at least, because all of our creatures have menace. So
yeah.
Now I'm wondering if that was a mistake just based on the client. I think you could still all attack and hold control, and you could cast a removal spell before he has a chance to block.
You can. You don't even have to hold control. You'll have an opportunity. It is worth holding control sometimes because it'll go straight there if you have no tricks. So I will frequently hold control here to pretend to have a spell.
I think we want to see an Infernal Grasp go out right now, so there are no possible blocks.
I think so. That's true.
But here we do get to eat the troop. So.
Herrick's is tanking because, like, I don't know if Herrick's has a choice because if his Eternal Taskmaster goes unanswered, Herrick's is going to lose.
That's a really good point. So it seems like the Edda actually kind of caught on to the fact that his opponent did have to deal with the Taskmaster. Also, Scuffle, I don't know pronouns. I don't know the people here. So if I'm wrong on pronouns, will you correct me, please?
I will. What I tend to go by avatars in game. So I found that is the most accurate.
All right, well, now I need help on Fibblethip's pronouns.
I think Fibblethip is a he, and that's by the flavor text of Totally Lost. But that, you can tell me. Oh, so it had decided to cash in this 2/2 rather than make a 4/4, which is interesting.
I actually like that. Yeah, digging deeper is
deep gender lore. You're right, Eric.
Now, one thing I will say about this format, there's not a lot of sweepers. There's a couple 2 damage ones or -2.
We got like choking. I think there's a choking miasma.
Yeah.
No, there's there's Rakdos. There's -2/-2. But yeah, that does make
2 damage out of red, but there's not a lot of good ways to take care of a wide board. So yeah, I think Herrick sees the writing on the wall on this one. Do you want to jump over and check out all those games and see if that's developing how we thought it was?
Yeah.
Ooh, this looks different.
Why
are there 3 angels?
Because Alva played the Celestial Vault and drafted Angel of Invention 3 times. All 3 hits. There's 15 possible hits on the vault, by the way.
So you see 3 at random, right?
You see 3 at random out of 15. The odds of this are astronomical. Like, mostly I would have... What the hell, Alva? All right, we may need to... You might be right about the Celestial Vault.
We had talked about this, and I thought maybe it's not good to be able to get busted rares and mythics
out of your... It's just so random.
Right, and my thought was that on average, these cards are fun. You generate a little value. But man, I gotta say...
this does feel bad.
I don't know Kamikaze, but I think they're going to have it out for me after this. After having to play against 3 Angel of Inventions.
Yeah. Like
I wouldn't wish that on. Oh,
so this, just so everybody knows, this was the deciding card. So like Xander's Wake is very efficient, but not quite as powerful. Like you can get cantrip creatures out of it, and Faithful Disciple you can get good cards, but you can only get 1 good card. And Big Spender, it's very aggressive. You get aggressive cards out of it. The vault is something we thought about for a long time, and it's very strong.
I think, yeah, we may have thought wrong.
Like there is enough. I think it's just strong enough that it's a must answer card. So like if your opponent plays the vault, you need to disenchant it. Like
right, which there are a good amount of like main deckable disenchants, like Cathar Commando, Outland Liberator, etc.
This is a really interesting play from Alva.
Yeah, do you think that was just to get the stockpile trigger?
I think it was. So it was twofold because they wanted the stockpile trigger, they wanted the cleric class and the stockpile trigger, but they want to recur an Angel of Invention this turn with cleric class.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So Alva just wants to pay 5 and.
See, kind of controversial, but I feel like I would be more interested in casting the one out of my hand first. And now, yeah, see, you can't block that Gourmand, but if we had 2 angels in play, well, I guess you would trade both. So I don't know. Gosh. And there's a Bane of Balagad as well.
Like
honestly,
it's not like his opponent is doing nothing.
Wow. I think we might have identified a possible cut for the next tournament.
No, that's so unlikely. That's like flip, like that's the highest roll. That is like Resplendent Marshal, Angel, the other 3-mana 2/2 angels. They're pretty reasonable. Like we looked at the last game, and Alva was fighting with the Sarah Angel, and like,
right.
That's the normal play there. All right, so it looks like that's the match for Alva. We are looking. So most matches should be finishing up right around now. Let's switch back to the IDA. Looks like the IDA is done. I'm going to hop into Discord, everybody. We're going to be right back just while I set up the next round. Give us just a minute.
And for those of you in chat that are following along, quick poll. If you think that the card that put 3 Angel of Inventions into someone's hand should be cut from the cube, go ahead and let us know in the chat. You can just press 1 or send an emote or something. If you think maybe 3 Angel of Inventions in an uncommon and commons cube is not acceptable. Whoa, that's a hot take, Plastic. We can circle back to that.
So the thing, most of them are fine. Yeah. Yeah, Yeah, all three hits were Angel of Invention, and that's so unlikely.
Let's see. How do I do this? Where is da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Come on. Da, da, da. Now, I did see it looks like Ergnon missed some of that because there was an ad break. So let's see what we can do about that for Ergnon. I wouldn't want you to miss any hot Angel of Invention content. There we go. That should take care of the ad
Aw,
breaks.
that's so sweet.
There we go. Look at that.
Love that. It is very chaotic. Herrings, I'm so sorry. Your hand was busted every time, and it just worked out. Oh my god, that Viconia hurts so much. You played well, Herrings. We were watching.
Literally the one
Yeah.
card that ruins me.
Oh my
I
god.
appreciate that the spider spawning was put on the stack before the concession.
All right, we've got a few matches still going.
We can tune into Dog, right?
Yeah, Dog is streaming, so is Ears.
Yeah, let's check it out. I would
And
like
so
to
is
see some more
Demon
decks
Dad.
for sure.
Yeah. All right. 1 sec.
Oh wow. I don't know that it's round 1 and 3 angels has happened.
So like the first time felt reasonable. Like a 3 and a 3/3 and a Sarah Angel out of 1 card is certainly good, but it takes 3 turns.
And I gotta say, looking at those board states, I think Kamikaze was beating exactly 1 Angel of Invention.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Looks like
wow, look at
Dog has
this.
finished their match.
I see some can we I want to see the mono green deck.
Good thing.
We can see it later too. I'm sure we'll circle back. If you find a live match, that's fine. I'm excited to see that.
That is a nice ramp deck
Husker.
from Absolute Dog. That pup is
Arborback's
so good in that deck. And like the limited 2-drops are nice because they have the Mystic and the Llanowar Elves.
And I like that with 2 1-mana elves, our 2-mana spot on the curve is really not filled out, and that's smart because you want to go elf into 3-drop.
Yeah, and Dog can go turn 2 Settle the Wilds, turn 3 Owlbear.
Yeah, or Arborback Stomper.
Yeah, very strong. So Ears is just starting up his match.
Oh, good.
Oh, so on this match, you see. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna move your face just a little so that we can.
Yeah, wherever.
I just want to see Ears.
Now, man, Pull of the Moon Mist is pretty strong.
It's
Would you
really
keep this
good.
hand shuffle?
So the thing is, maybe, but Ears knows what he's playing against right now, and I don't.
Oh yeah, we are in game 2. Look at that. And I think that we got a good hand out of it too.
Mm-hmm. So like, if Ears' opponent is an aggro deck, then no. But if it's like a mid-range deck reliant on assembling an engine, then yes.
Yeah. See a Clay Revenant coming out, so some kind of black sacrifice thing, which it looks like we're seeing a lot of good black sacrifice representation so far.
I'm kind of glad. Like, I'm always a little biased.
Oh,
okay. So that's another card we considered cutting. It's very strong, but not insurmountable.
Can you flip through the spell book, or I guess
here?
Maybe
you know what?
Well. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, you can see some of those cards.
Yeah. So all of the cards, like the cards that Xander's Wake generate value. So it's the 5-mana 3/2 Phyrexian Rager draws a card, you lose a life.
Yeah.
So it is a value machine, but it's not a like the Celestial Vault is a one-time cash it in for 3 angels. Xander's Wake generates more and more card advantage over time, but it's not so automatic. Like
now, if I'm Ears right now, I'm slamming that Pull of the Moon Mist. Interesting.
So that is interesting. Like Pull the Moon Mist.
I would have been exiling Xander's Wake like that. I'm scared of that card.
I'm scared too, but like Ears might know that they don't have enough stack outlets, or that they are reliant on a longer game. So maybe Ears has decided that it's more important to get the power down first and then deal with the Wake.
Oh, yeah, and this is working out fine. Looks like the opponent's stuck on 2 lands, but scrying to the top, so probably finding another one.
Oh shoot, we got to get him to swap the dueling coach out.
Oh, is that the old version?
That is the old version. I'm gonna
Oh,
message
hey,
him.
look, we get a nice little buff. So, Dueling Coach is one of the cards that is. Oh, see, look at this. Now stuff's happening. We could have just pulled the Moon Misted. I'm just saying.
Yeah, like this is a compelling reason to hit that, and it's not too late. He can hit it now. I think he
Wait,
really wants to. He's trying to kick it.
We don't get to see. I don't know if he has blue in his deck, but we don't get to see what the opponent drafts off that.
No, we don't.
Huh.
We can check the spell book, but not the specific pick.
That's so difficult because now you have to play around potentially 15 cards. Good
Right.
luck.
But they all do kind of the same thing for Xander's Wake.
See, now I don't know if I like this either because it's another Wake.
Yeah.
Trigger, right? Oh, I don't know. It's 2-mana divination at this point, and we still have to remove it later.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I see all the decisions that led us to this point. Yeah, Plastic, that's a fair point. I will admit, I think the cards are fun, and I was excited to see them. I still am.
So
but,
the reasoning Classic behind the alchemy cards is they're the rares of this set. Xander's Wake, Celestial Vault, that's what you open and think, oh my god, I need to open that. And there are cards that I think are as powerful. Like Gary is a great example. Like Grey Merchant feels like a rare. You look at this card and you think, I'm going to draft around Grey Merchant. I'm going to have a mono black devotion deck.
And that's the thing too, right? Because this comes back to what I was talking about with power delta, which is the difference between how good a card is and how bad a card is. I was saying earlier that I like that all the cards are relatively flat in their power level delta. Card A is generally similarly powerful to card B, but at the same time, you do need some cards that stand out because they make you go, wow, this is still in the pack. That's a signal, you know? When you get past the Xander's Wake, you know you want to be in black.
And you know you want to have dudes you can sacrifice.
Right, so they drive the direction of your draft. So I do think it is important.
I do feel a little bad here because I think that the alchemy version of Dueling Coach would be taking over the game right now.
Oh, yeah. So what's the
difference is that
the alchemy version is 4 to play and single
1
white
to activate instead of 5 to activate.
Oh, that's pretty different.
Yeah. So like it's a free activation every turn. It also puts 2 counters on when it comes down, not just 1.
Oh. Yeah, sorry to ears.
That's okay. It happens. We knew that there would be a few growing pains. But this is still very much anyone's game because Ears has numbers. Although I do kind of wish he could have dealt with that Xander's Wake.
Yeah, and it looks like that Blood Priest came out of the Wake, if I recall. And what's something that's drained? That's fine, but it is another body. And oh no. Oh no. And
that
so here's
also
the thing
came out
about
of the
Xander's Wake, right? Even if the individual card it gives you is like not that impressive, it's a 2/2, whatever.
Yeah.
It feeds itself. It keeps itself going. And I mean, this is limited, right? Like just kind of dorky, like 4-mana 2/2s. If you have enough
Classic.
Yeah, Sir Conrad also a house.
Is that he's not naturally in the cube, is he?
Is it in my physical cube?
No. Or is it?
It is.
Yes. Okay. I was curious.
Yeah. And he's not rebalanced. This is exactly the card. Now it looks like we can Necropanther to reanimate something. And actually, if we
putting it onto the Overseer is pretty good.
And if we reanimate the 3-mana 1 white Rumor Gatherer, we can then flashback the Luminarch Veteran
and get that card. Or it doesn't work like that because it has to resolve twice. It's not the second creature.
Yeah, it's not checking. Okay, so well, actually, it would have worked because of Catcher's Monument, right? We would have gotten a.
You're right.
But I actually like this too because
I like this a lot.
Flyer, right?
A second 3/3 flyer, like this is a 3-turn clock. Like,
yeah, and
look at us, we totally misguessed what Ears was trying to do this game.
Yeah, and Ears had a better read to it. I think you're right that. So if that was the rebalanced version of Dueling Coach, there would be a Dueling Coach activation right here,
which is
so it'd be 5 in the air.
Yep, which is a whole extra turn off the clock because now next turn Ears can swing for 9 in the air, but it would have been 10 in the air plus 5 last turn, so it would have made a difference. But Ears is still way ahead. I'm fairly pleased that Ears played this so differently than how we thought he was going to play it.
Yeah, 'cause
and
it's
it's
looking
working.
really good.
Yeah.
And
Like,
keep in mind the flying Necropanther mutate stack still has the text of the Luminarch.
that's right.
So whenever another creature you control leaves the battlefield, you gain 1 life. So that's actually offsetting. Oh no, a blocker.
Ooh.
But
I
we
mean, it's
are
fine.
offsetting some of the life loss from Sir Conrad.
Right.
So like chump blocking doesn't hurt quite so bad.
Oh, but Ears really does not want to let this Haunted Dead die.
Yeah, and if you do block the 2/1, then you're giving a Xander's Wake trigger. So like see, I think I guess you don't want to risk the flying 3/3.
Yeah.
But I think the 2/1 is getting sent in just for a Xander's Wake trigger.
Hmm.
Which, yeah, we're getting that trigger.
Yeah.
Oh,
this is gonna be
geez.
tough, but Ears can do this. This is gonna be a good game. We were thinking of all the ways that Ears could answer what his opponent was doing this game, and Ears was just thinking about killing him.
Yeah, Ears like, I'm gonna just win the game. Another Blood Priest.
That's huge though, because
Oh wow. Oh, and no top deck. Because if Ears drew any creature here, you cast the creature, you make a 1/1 through a Catcher's Monument.
I was scared.
And then the creature resolves, and you get a Rumor Gatherer draw card trigger. But we ripped nothing. So I think we might lose.
I don't know, because he can activate the Dueling Coach to get a 5/4 attacker in here.
I think there's just too much pressure from the other side of the table now. I think if we drew literally any creature.
Yeah,
Like,
2 bodies to trigger the Rumor Gatherer.
5-mana 1/1, I think we could win the game. But we didn't, so I think we. Unfortunately, I think. Yeah.
I mean, it's not over. Ears still has good blocks. The Xander's Wake trigger hurts a lot. But, like, he's willing to give up his Xander's Wake trigger to block this Aerialist right now.
Right, and it would be profitable because we do have a Dueling Coach, but man. You can't just take that damage, right?
No. But if you're going to kill one, you might as well kill both.
I agree.
So Xander's Wake is definitely good here, but it feels much less oppressive. Like, the card just feels good, not broken.
I will say the amount of value that it's generated over the course of the game, I think I would happily have paid like 4 mana for that effect.
Yeah, but if that had come down on turn 4,
right, you missed some triggers. I'm just saying it feels really pushed at 2 mana. And Rot Widow pack. Another land.
Bad luck, Ears.
You know, my grandma always used to say, better lucky than good.
No.
Unfortunately, we are not lucky today. Damn.
Love this song.
Yeah, it looks like Ears is searching. It feels so close, but. Now, is it just me, or has the color black been represented pretty heavily in the matches we've watched?
It's not just you. I think it is coincidence because, like, we peeked in on like Dog, who drafted mono green.
Right. There is a mono green deck, so.
But we haven't seen any blue players yet, so let's see if we can find one for the next match.
Oh,
I'm curious about how blue plays because I know people drafted blue because we watched blue cards get picked.
Yeah, I remember seeing Counterspell go and all of that.
I would like to see some of Classic's Mardu deck work too, because that one feels really interesting, and I like the gear shift. All right, who is left? So that was the Ears match. Let's see who's still playing. Oh, that was only game. Gears took game 1. I feel bad. I taught too many of my viewers to play 41 cards.
Oh no!
I try not to draw attention too much to it because 41 cards is often correct with a hand smoother, but it's never correct without the hand smoother.
Oh.
All right, so we're waiting on Nostalgia and Cool Wrath. So Nostalgia and Cool Wrath have the last match going.
And that's not streamed, right?
That is not streamed, but it looks like Ears is going through his deck a little. Let me message them. All right, we're waiting on Nostalgia and Cool Wrath. One of them is probably going to be willing to stream in the channel at least.
And if any viewers were, or if any competitors were interested in sending screenshots of their deck to you, maybe we could talk about that whenever we
Ooh,
have
I'd like
some
that.
time in the air.
All right, but I do want to open up this cube for just a moment. Let's take a quick look. All right, so this is the cube that everybody just drafted. We spent some time figuring out the archetypes using. Let's go through the multicolor cards. We'll talk about the archetypes.
Yeah, because the multicolor cards tend to act as kind of a signpost.
Which I think that's one of the reasons. Like recently, that's how Wizards design has worked. Is each set has had multicolored signpost cards.
And it really didn't used to be like that. They used to just make cards and let you figure it out. But now they're kind of like,
it makes for better build arounds and uncommon. It's so nice. And like, so we've got like these high powered cards like Soul Herder, and then more reasonable cards like Cloud Blazer. That just
Cloud Blazer reasonable.
Cloud Blazer is very reasonable. It's very good, but like this is a Kaladesh card. This is a Modern Horizons card.
All right, fair point.
So white blue has a lot of flyers.
And so Scuffle, I know that your viewers tend to be limited focused, but not so much cube. So if you don't mind, I'll talk a little bit about cube design.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Time. So the way I like to do things is kind of going back to the signposts, right? Empyrean Eagle. When you look at Empyrean Eagle, you know that you want to have flyers in your deck. And when you look at Soul Herder, you know that you want creatures that do something when they enter the battlefield or leave the battlefield. So when you put a card like Empyrean Eagle into your cube, it's your responsibility, or your kind of, you get to as a designer, make sure that if someone looks at that card and tries to use it to direct their draft, you don't trick them. You want to make sure there's really enough blue and white flyers that Empyrean Eagle could be good and suggest, hey, there's a blue-white flyers deck. Why don't you try it out? You know?
And we did so this is based on Rusty's original paper cube, and then we retooled it to make it work in Arena. And so it's to not tax everybody's wild cards too much for playing. So when we did the multicolored cards, we used as many of the original ones as we could. Like Obsessive Stitcher says blue-black wants to be milling, and blue-black wants to be reanimating and working with their graveyard. But like Ingenious Infiltrator, that's a card that like we wanted to make sure that ninjas was supported, even though that this card does enough on its own. So like there's not a ton of ninjas, but the ninjas we have are very strong, because we've got Ninja of the Deep Hours, and we have a few good changelings. So like we have these 2-color signpost uncommons, because this is largely going to be a 2-colored set. But then these 3-colored artifacts that we put in, I guess they're in the fixing.
No, they're actually under the guilds, so under Selesnya, Gruul, etc. They put them down in a shards category. So go all the way down. It's longer than you expect.
All right. So these crystals are nice because they'll work in the 2-color sets, but they'll also work in the 3-color sets. And like green has a few changelings, so you could do blue-black ninjas with a little bit of green for those changelings. So we just didn't want to trap anybody. So Russell did a very good job of getting this running on its own, and then we had to retool things to take out traps, because like I really wanted Snow to be in here.
Nostalgia and Cool Wraith, or are they just not reporting their scores on Match Arena?
Let me message them.
Yeah, and Nostalgia never readied up, so they both have to ready up for either of them to report.
Nostalgia just asked how to submit their result. So let me give him a quick hand. We're going to be right back, everybody, with the next round. I'm just going to get this paired really quick. We love Gary. Oh, in that case, I'm going to put the screen back.
Yeah, because honestly, if you give me a microphone and any amount of viewership, I'm going to talk cube.
Yeah, I love it.
And you brought your own microphone.
I did. So for those of you just who might be kind of learning about cubes, we'll actually start from the start. Cube is a collection of cards, usually your favorite or cards that you like, that are designed to be drafted together again and again and again. Because, you know, we don't always want to give Wizards of the Coast our money. Sometimes, I mean, I guess they did sponsor, so we do. But it's nice to not always have to buy new sealed product to play limited.
Right.
Scuffle, your screen is showing. I just want to make sure you're okay with that.
Yeah, I am. I'm just opening up another Discord tab because I don't want your face to go away.
Oh, gotcha. But so anyway, the point of a cube is to basically build your own limited environment. and you break it into packs and you draft with your friends or whoever, or your viewers. Your viewers are your friends, and you do that over and over again. And when you take on the kind of challenge of building a cube, you get to kind of step into the Magic design role, and you get to be an orchestrator of the environment that you want to see and the environment that you want to play. Um, and there's a lot of different ways to do that. I think that I'm a big believer in the restriction breeds creativity school of thought. So
Yeah.
and I think maybe Mark Rosewater talks about that. I'm not sure,
Mhm.
but probably. I like being just commons and uncommons because I get to see what we can do with that. Like, how strong can commons and uncommons be? I think pretty darn strong. And
Well, Mark Rosewater always says that a mechanic doesn't work unless you can put it in a common and uncommon. So you really also get to show mechanics. Well,
that's a good point too. Yeah, because we see even little synergies. Like, treasure isn't it's not an archetype. You're not ever going to build a treasure deck in this cube. But when you're going through and evaluating your picks and building your deck, we have cards like Sticky Fingers that it's a nice evasive enchantment. It gives something menace, and when they deal combat damage to a player, you make a treasure. So it's kind of like a red aggressive card, kind of like a hammer hands type effect. But it also plays well with things that care about treasure, like Big Spender. You can sacrifice 2
Yeah.
treasures to draft a card, or I think Skullport Merchant lets you sacrifice treasures.
There's a few good ways to sacrifice artifacts in this cube.
Yeah, and that actually moves on to my next kind of
but
broad level cube topic.
We can do that, but I'm going to start the next round really quick.
All right. Well, tell you what. Next time we have dead air, I'll talk about cross pollination. Okay.
I would always love to hear about that, and you can still talk about it. But I just want to make the announcement to people.
Yeah, no, and definitely, if I get going too much, cut me off. The tournament comes first. I can wax poetic some other time.
No, this is good. Because I think this is a lot of people's first experience with cube, as well.
Yeah, and I think cube's a really I think it's a really beautiful way to play Magic, honestly. Because I know one of the things that people like to talk about is kind of self-expression through Magic, right? Like, a lot of people like EDH because you feel like you can play whatever you want and express yourself, and Cube is just another way to do that.
Yes, and Cube you can express yourself with a whole set, and I love that.
Yeah, and you really get to, wow, that deck looks fun.
Yeah, this is what Omniscience sent me.
Keep in mind,
this
you
looks very
may
good.
not want to show that between rounds, just in case whoever they may play later happens to be watching. I don't think that matters much, but just keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm a player first, but I'm enjoying doing the coverage. All right, everybody, if you can hear me, the round is paired. All right, so they are getting their matches together. We can watch all of it a bit, but you said that deck looks really fun, so we'll be sure to watch Plastic too.
Yeah, just a little bit of proof that
looks like Ears is playing for fun right now. All right, we'll be back for you, Ears.
Are these games? Are these games happening right now?
I think these are just for fun.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because I was like, we're just starting round 2, but it looks like we've progressed.
Well, this is how you know that you did a good job in the cube. Is everybody is very excited to be playing the decks that they drafted.
That makes me very happy. I think we did a good job. We spent a pretty good amount of time together.
Yeah,
workshop.
We put a lot of time in, and it pays off. It's all about prepping. We have even so like lots of people here are streamers today, but like your demonic dad doesn't usually. I don't think I've ever seen him stream Magic before, but he's streaming Magic today.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah.
Me and Herrick have started.
Okay, great.
I'm still waiting on Kamikaze.
Yeah, you have a few minutes to get things started. And then, all right. So here's Dog and Herrick's playing. We'll watch that for a bit because this is mono green. But I do want to see Plastic stack a little because he's running good spells. This is interesting.
I like putting back the Snakeskin Veil, even though it would cantrip with Armorcraft Judge eventually. Now, so I know one thing we talked about was avoiding traps, and Elves is one I'm really curious about.
I think Elves has enough power. Like,
I think so too, because really there's only 2 cards that care about Elves, right? There's Imperious Perfect, which...
thanks for the follow, Abathur. Why are you jungling as Abathur?
Hey! I know that guy. What's up, buddy? Abathur is one of our very dedicated and very good $30 vintage players.
Ooh.
He has been working on Martyr proc for a long time.
Oh, heck yeah. I'm so glad Martin's cheap enough to play.
Yes, and the deck gets to play Abiding Grace, which is the Modern
This is a
Horizons.
fascinating attack.
That was really bold with a handful of 5-drops.
Yeah, but Herrick's does not know about this handful
He
of
wasn't gonna
1-drops.
block.
He wasn't gonna block. No, he wants the mushroom.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the gamble. What a
Oh,
draw.
wow.
What a draw.
Renata into Armorcraft Judge.
Yeah, I mean, if Armorcraft Judge gets 1 card, you're happy.
Now, I will say this is really... Actually, it doesn't matter if Eternal Taskmaster attacks right now. Who cares?
Right. I mean, there's always the risk that Death Bonnet Sprout hits a creature, but we've seen Herrick's luck today.
Yeah, and if I'm Absolute Dog, there's no way I'm playing around a creature getting milled and then it mattering to Taskmaster it. Because it would also...
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there are cards that he could hit, but the thing is, picking up a creature with Taskmaster is kind of counter to what Herrick's wants to do. Herrick's did draft my favorite deck of the cube, by the way.
Oh, yes.
I love Green-Black Dredge.
Now, Herrick's had the spider spawning that got fizzled
Right.
last game. Oh.
Tragic. Okay, so Grave Choices is a card that we haven't gotten to see played just yet.
So sack a creature. If it was 2 or less, then they get to cast it later.
Right.
So Herrick's just generated himself an elf. And if you look at Absolute's mana situation right now, we actually need a land off the top to cast our Armorcraft Judge.
And we really want to cast that Armorcraft Judge. Like, Dog is in a pinch. Not bad.
I gotta say, that's a lot of pressure with Renata. Because our Devotion's going to go up by 1.
And
it's
it'll keep going up.
And it's Trample. So you know what?
Forget Herrick's once, like, Herrick's has a double block to deal with this, and I don't know that Herrick's does.
Man, it would take a lot for me to double block that as Herrick's.
I do like the way, so Great Choice plays Alchemy, so that's Elvish Mystic is Herrick's forever, including when it dies. When it dies, it goes to Herrick's graveyard.
Oh, so that can even fuel his spider spawning. Because that's
right, or get picked up with a Taskmaster.
Because Alchemy makes real cards. It's not like it's a token of an elf. It's a real... Oh.
Ooh, okay. So what Herrick's is doing with this Incriminate is putting Dog all in on this Renata.
Also, hey, Scuffle, was that Incriminate not arena buffed? Was that supposed to
be? It was not. I'm gonna message Herrick's now.
We gotta put out a general thing to make sure your alchemy cards are buffed. All right, we find a land.
It was functionally the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, Incriminate is not good at 2 mana, and it's so cool at 1 mana.
If we're attacking, I think we play the Rex Sage pre-combat. Because it pumps our devote. Yep.
Right.
And so now the Rex Sage is gonna get a counter. It is a May, by the way, so we're gonna just decline. Yep.
Yeah, you do have to select a target. You don't have to kill it, but that can be really scary. Taxu, how you doing today?
Yeah. What's going on?
Welcome,
Taxu?
welcome. We're doing our Peasant Cube tournament.
And I will say, if Absolute Dog finds another land off the top, the Armorcraft Judge is going to come down.
And
it's going to get a +1/+1 counter from the Renata, and then it's going to draw 2 more cards. So it's 4 mana, draw 2 cards, make a 4/4, pump your Renata.
That's pretty good. Like, if you get 1 card off of it, if Armorcraft Judge is a 3/3 that draws a card, you're ecstatic. If Armorcraft Judge draws 6 cards, you're going to win.
Yeah, so really, I think if Dog rips a land off the top here, an untapped land, then my money's on him winning. If he draws a land here and he doesn't win the game, I'll donate a sub to your channel.
Oh, that's sweet. I feel like Herrick's can do this, though. Like, Herrick's is so close across so many different avenues.
When we don't draw the land, but...
So Imperius Perfect. You know? Imperius Perfect is really good with this Renata. Like, Imperius Perfect is pretty cool in general because it does, it makes 2/2s. Like, it's just a strong card on its own, but it is also an elf payoff.
Now,
this block is huge.
I like that attack. I actually like leaving Renata at home. Oh.
Well, I mean, I like attacking with it because Herrick's is at 7. Yeah, Herrick's has to pile, like, but this could go either way. I don't know that it's correct to attack or not because Dog wants the card from Renata dying. But,
I think that attacking is probably correct. I will say, Scuffle, I've
Yeah.
got a lot of shortcomings as a Magic player, but my greatest one is I get blinded by value.
That's just not a bad way to be thinking, though.
That's what I'm saying. I like to
yeah,
draw cards.
like, but Herrick's hand is terrifying right now. Like, Herrick's left 3 mana up, has 3 cards in hand.
But so we're gonna get to draw off of the abundance as well, right? Or the
Audacity.
Yeah, audacity, the rancor effect. I think this attack was pretty good.
Like this, like there are so many factors at play here. Like attacking here to draw this card is huge, and Dog is getting 1 fewer card off the Armorcraft Judge, but like they are drawing the card for the audacity, so that might be enough.
And
but, like,
we drew a non-land, so we wouldn't even be hitting the 4th land for the Armorcraft Judge if we hadn't cantrip there. Yeah,
but I don't think that's worth like that. I don't think that is worth the consideration. That extra power was big because it meant that Herrick's blocks got bad.
Oh, is he gonna sacrifice? You have to, right?
I think you have to kill the perfect here. Like the perfect just starts generating a 2/2 every turn. But
yeah,
like,
Herrick
I mean,
agree.
Yeah, but I mean, you can go both ways here because also now the Hulk grows every turn. So I think the fact that Herrick's didn't sack here means that Herrick's is expecting to hit or already has another removal spell. Herrick still has mana up.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. If there's a removal spell if you had a removal spell, you wouldn't let him untap with the perfect.
I mean, it's only like how many 1/1s are acceptable because they do shrink to 1/1s with perfect dies. So like,
that's a good point. Yeah, and we're gonna have 4 power and 4 toughness on that bonnet soon. And do we have more elves in the deck? We do. Oh, it's even a mana elf. Look at that. Play it.
Yeah, but I don't know though. Do you want to play the mana elf? Or do you want to make the 1/1?
You want to play the mana elf so that you can get for sure
That's true.
Armorcraft Judge down or maybe Arborback Stomper because Stomper's
this is a fascinating attack.
So,
I have no idea if he makes his attack with either creature because like this is his last chance to attack with the perfect.
I don't know if you do because I guess you force a trade.
Like, how important is the card from the Armorcraft Judge? How important is the body this perfect makes?
I will say the last line of text on that black-green spider, when it dies, you can exile it and gain life for every creature in your
6
graveyard.
life.
I think that's sneaky relevant here. And by sneaky relevant, I mean it's a big deal. Yeah,
like if Herrick's just that were a vanilla 3/3, there's no way Dog holds back. But like giving your opponent 6 life here is huge.
Yeah,
but
and I gotta
from now on, Herrick's has blockers. As of right now, Herrick's has blockers. That's what pumping the Hulk did.
And now I think, oh no,
oh no,
ouch!
This one's for
fire spotting is huge. Oh wow, Dog was so far ahead. Spider spawning is the card though.
I think at this point now we sit on the Judge. I think we need a lot of cards out of Armorcraft Judge.
I don't know.
Maybe not because if you play Armorcraft Judge, you can also make a dude through Imperious Perfect. So
and you have to keep cards flowing, and that's tough.
And also, Arborback Stomper's a 5/4 trample, but think about the combat math when you swing into spiders. You trade with 2 spiders. Yeah, I like the Judge here.
The spiders are so cool and weird.
If you ever tried to attack into a spider spawning board, it's not possible.
Spider spawning is it's a 12 mana payoff, but it's a big payoff.
Yeah. There's a little tension with the oh my.
Oh boy. All right. Looks like Herrick's is fully stable.
Yeah. And I gotta say, I love the number of stabilizations we're seeing.
It's pretty cool.
It's good limited if you can I think seeing that is good limited, you know?
It is because you don't want your aggro decks to dominate, but you don't want them to be neutered either.
Yeah. And I gotta say, I think this mono green deck may still have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, like he's got numbers. We saw that Ridge Scale Tusker. Like the Tusker would be huge because Tusker, but like it's not gonna be easy.
Yeah,
this is a tough game. This is a tough game for Dog now, but he's not out of it.
I will say Herrick's doesn't have pressure until Herrick's finds the other 4 mana spider.
Yeah. Or
The
just a
one
way
that
to break
drains?
through. Sage of Fables is a good draw.
It's not
Oh,
gonna
it
be.
has to deal damage. Damn.
Yeah, I'm not sure that one's gonna be drawing very many cards this game.
This is gonna be a grind. I think we should duck out and come back in a few turns.
Yeah, and it's gonna look the same.
All right, let's check in on Oliver really quick and see what his
I
game
wanna
looks
see what's
like.
going on over here.
Because I'm fascinated to see how that game ends in a few turns.
Oh wow,
All right.
blue red flyers.
Yeah. Looks like we got some artifacts and some thopters generating some value. Whirler Rogue is a huge play here. So this is exactly what I was talking about with the Celestial Vault, where like Celestial Vault is definitely a great card, but Alba doesn't have time to pull the value out of this card. There is too much pressure coming in.
You're right. Is that a curiosity I see on one of them? What's the enchantment on the middle thopter?
One is a Bone Splitter and one is Goggles of Night. So Goggles of Night is curiosity on equipment, and you get to scry one and draw a card.
Wait, I thought it's not looting. It's just straight up curiosity.
It's just curiosity plus scry one, but it's a lot more. It's a 3-mana curiosity.
Okay, that's like fair. Oh my
It
gosh.
is.
What
That is
is
3
the
mythic rares.
leftmost angel?
If you would die, instead don't.
That seems like it could be relevant.
It's pretty good. However, it does only set your life total to 3.
Okay, and
So-
there's a lot of evasion on the other side, so 3 might not be good for that long.
Right. So the fact that Enduring Angel is almost always the pick, but the fact that his opponent has a Whirler Rogue changes that. Because that means that
Rogue can make it so things can't block.
yeah, Whirler Rogue makes things unblockable. So this would normally be a win, but Alba doesn't have time for the extra life. Alba needs to gain some life.
Yeah, I don't think that Ball Again recovery. Oh, we do want that. What's in our graveyard?
Celestial Vault. Alba needs to stabilize, and that's going to be incredibly difficult here.
Oh no.
Ooh.
You can
Alba's
tap
deck
Bone
wins the
Splitter.
late game, but he's not always going to get to the late game.
No. And look at that, 3 colors. The Urg Spawn of Turg is black, green. It's not even castable this game.
No. But if Alba could have had one more mana or could have untapped with that Resplendent Angel and then flipping that farmhand gets him there. I don't know why those cards are purple. I think that usually it's purple when it's been modified.
Oh.
There's a Ninja of the Deep Hours.
What? You can ninjutsu after first strike damage and get
You
main
can-
phase damage as well?
Yes. And that is a so like because the creature is unblocked and it's the only thing that prevents a creature, like there are cards that take away first strike. So like there's an old puzzle. If you hit something, there's a card that says your opponent's creatures lose first strike. What happens if you put that in after first strike damage, or if you silence it?
There's a rule that stops you from kind of getting a second.
Single creatures can't deal damage twice. However, Ninja of the Deep Hours is a new creature.
I gotta say, that play was really smart.
It's really cool. Let's check in on Dog while they sideboard.
Oh, look, it's the same, but spiders are tapped.
I mean, this is cool. This is a close game. Like, that's 5-7. Like, oh, but there's a Death Bloom Hulk on the other side.
7-7. Wow, remember when we didn't force a trade?
I mean, that was like Dog tried to force that trade, and Herrick's was right not to block. Like Herrick's gave up so much to flip that Death Bloom, that Death Bonnet spider, Death Bonnet.
Yeah, and look at that. The investment
so
on
cool.
that Death Bonnet was a single green mana.
Like Herrick's fell to 4 life to get that thing flipped, and I mean, we questioned it at the time, but he was right. Like that is a stable board over there because you can't stabilize on spiders alone. They do almost all the work, but you do need something huge or you're going to have to chump block with them.
Yeah, and I will say, I don't know if Herrick's has the other black-green signpost spider.
We saw the black-green signpost spider in his last match, so we know he has it. Yep.
So that
Rot
card-
Widow Pack is the combo.
So 5 mana, exile a creature card from your graveyard. You make a spider, and then each opponent loses 1 life for each spider you control.
And that is 2 activations. Like you can play it and activate it in the same turn. 2 activations to lethal. But Dog has, after the Chainer's Edict, 18 power down, and that's just not enough here. That's not enough to attack through these spiders. This is also, incidentally, exactly what the game would have looked like against in Herrick's last match. If his opponent hadn't had Viconia to exile his whole graveyard, because Herrick's had 7 creatures in his graveyard, and Viconia exiled 5 of them to get the spiders spawning down to 0.
Yeah, Abundant Harvest. At least it's a redraw.
I mean, it's a good cantrip here. Seek the Wilds is not bad because it
doesn't rebuy, right?
Yeah. No, so Seek the Wilds is unfortunate because you have to right. And Dog had an 8-drop, or had a 6-drop, but has drawn it already, which is bad luck.
Yeah, I wonder if that that big mushroom gets in at any point. Swing with a 10/10. Maybe you let it get to 11 power so that it can trade for Warden of the Woods plus Arborback Stomper.
Yeah, because right now you just block with 2 creatures, and 11 power is the magic number here, because you want to deal with multiple creatures.
So I bet one more turn, assuming there's another creature in the graveyard, I bet Herrick's gets in with that next.
And we can tell what Herrick's drew this turn, because if Herrick's drew an Infernal Grasp, then Herrick's attacks with his Deathbloom Hulk. And if Herrick's didn't draw anything, Dog drew all the right cards in all the wrong order today.
Yeah, because
if Dog had his forest on turn 5, all right.
Oh no, was that the right target?
I think so. I think if you're Herrick's here, you just don't care about anything Dog draws. You just don't want Dog to have a 7 toughness blocker. And Herrick's is just checking his math to make sure he can't die immediately, which is always a good idea.
Damage is getting through here.
Like, the question is, how many creatures can Dog not block with here? How many creatures can Dog leave back?
And I will say, if Dog lives through this attack, Samut gives all of his creatures haste and gives +2 power. So I think there might be a
top deck. Yeah.
So, but smartly, Herrick's leaves back 5 spiders. I think that's going to be too many spiders. And another forest.
And Dog is not having a lucky day. Samut is okay, so you're really correct on how well Samut plays in this.
Samut looks strong. Oh, look, another land.
Yeah. Well, because I was thinking of Samut as a weak haste granter for red, but Samut is a strong haste granter for green. Mono green Samut is awesome.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, I actually may reconsider Samut in my physical cube.
Yeah, it is best. It is cool because this is hybrid. You can run it in either deck. You don't have to be a red-green deck.
Yeah, I really like the decision you made to add one of each guild card to the draft. I really like
the guild cards. They're good signposts, but you can run them they enable more monocolored decks, and I really like that.
I think that is smart, especially with the way mana is. And I think this is just what do you Eternal players say? A plus space? Is that how you attack all?
A space is attack all.
I've played some Eternal. I know what that's about.
There is an Eternal Open going today. It's the last one of the month.
Oh, and you're doing this instead. I respect that.
I actually thought about trying to do both, but I scheduled this a month out, and I thought the Eternal Open was last week. But also, Throne is not my format. I just don't own enough of the cards.
Oh, sure.
Actually, Theo is probably going to stop by today. He is the Eternal World Champion currently.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, we play Overwatch.
Really unfortunate draws for Dog, but that's what games.
So I really thought Dog had that at the beginning. I'm impressed that Herrick's came back from that.
Yeah, I think there was a little too much stumbling.
Yeah, Dog just had a few weird turns, but Herrick's killed the elves. Sometimes you just kill the elves and it does nothing, and sometimes you kill the elves and it costs them the game.
Yeah, I mean it's really a gamble, and no, I like how Herrick's played that game. That looked really good. And
checking back in on Alva. Oh, this is rough.
His clutches took a 3/5 with reach. Do you see that on the right side? Wow.
Yeah. Oof, that Rust Goliath. If Alva can get a blink.
Yeah.
And this isn't Alva's deck failing to fire. This is Alva's deck being flown over.
Can we? Can we repossession something and cast it? Maybe.
Let's see what Alva's got in his graveyard. It looks like he's considering that too.
And it looks like we're gaining some life here, mostly just to trigger Trelisara because we need to draw something.
Well, we need Trelisara to be a 4/4.
Oh, I guess that does matter as well.
Yeah, well, because the repossession gains 2 life here. So it looks like Alva's got loose. Alva can grind.
Yeah, and get the. You're right. I think we have to.
I mean, so now Alva has to decide whether he wants to repossess just unkicked and cast the missionary because he
And
needs
we're
to
drawing a
draw.
card here
Yep.
because we're
He has to
triggering.
scry and then draw.
Yeah. I think that's smart. I think this is a good read. I gotta say,
Like
Scuffle, your viewers know limited.
My viewers watch me play limited, and they're very good at this game. It's cool too. I like that they have so many different draft styles. Like I was so excited to cube with these. Well, with everybody. Like Luna is a streamer too. She's she usually does constructed, but she likes drafting.
Yeah.
So I kind of thought that she'd be happy getting to draft a constructed deck.
Look at all this damage that just can't be blocked.
I know.
You can pump.
Warlord Rogue is terrifying.
I will say, so my physical peasant cube, I've been trying to get as many misprints or miscuts as possible, as well as like cards signed and things like that. I'm currently bidding on an old bordered twisted miscut Whirler Rogue, and I'm really hoping to pick it up.
That's really cool.
Oh, and look, there's the Celestial Vault again.
So this is like Celestial Vault in the control deck. If you're if you live with Celestial Vault, it wins you the game. But you don't guarantee to live with Celestial Vault.
Wow. Yeah, good games.
This is a good match. All right, we're gonna swap back to Dog because Alva is dead here. Sorry, Alva.
And we see that Spinneret again.
So Spinneret, I do think that is a fairly situational card.
Ooh, you like that green 2-drop.
Jaheir is very good.
Just seeked for, right?
Yes. So Jaheir is a 2-cost 2/3 with protection from artifacts and enchantments, which is relevant. There's like Faith's Fetters. There's good arrest variants in this cube. But when you specialize a Jaheira, she does something extra. And so Dog can only specialize Jaheira green or red, which is another cool use of that Samut. But if you specialize it green, you get to Wreck Sage and gain 4. And that's just very efficient.
Now, remind me, and I'm sure all the viewers know this, but to specialize, you're paying mana and you're also discarding a card, right?
Right. So you specialize, like the idea is that you are spending that, the mana here represents time. And these are all RPG characters from Dungeons and Dragons. So Jaheir is a character you can meet, and then based in the story, she'll go down lots of different paths. Viconia too. But like specializing Jaheir here. Ooh. So this is a very grave choice.
I think you sacrifice the 1/1 and hope that Herix doesn't have any elves.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if Herix has any elves.
I don't know. And also, if you're looking at what's happening here, we're going to see a Samut into Owlbear into Arborback Stomper.
Okay, that's terrifying.
And I think can we down tick and attack here? Or just attack? Yeah, we're going to scry as well. We don't need that Sentinel. Get it out of here. No, you don't want a 1/1. That's right.
No one could have seen.
But look, 4 damage coming through.
Yeah, I mean, that's not nothing. Like, Dog knows what Herix's deck does in the late game. It's just a matter of getting there.
Yeah, I think Herix needs to find some removal.
Herix might just have enough bodies here. Oh, there's a Paradise Druid.
Yeah,
this is gonna be tough, but Dog's got pressure. And pressure is what he needs.
Yeah. I like to think of Arborback Stomper as the budget Thragtusk.
It is a budget Thragtusk. I mean, like, it is still so good. And sometimes that trample is just better than making a 3/3. Not often, but sometimes.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, it looks like I can get behind that. Scrying pre-Owlbear makes sense if you are wanting to block here.
Yeah, and now...
Like, the math on this works out.
Nah, we're not blocking. Wow, it's got...
That means he needs a creature in his graveyard for something.
And the Paradise Druid can attack down the Samut now, right?
It can. Is that worth it?
It's a good question. It looks like Absolute just said, I don't need Samut in play.
I mean, he doesn't really. Like, this is a superior board presence.
Right. There's the pressure, and it's really hard to not use the. Oh wow,
Oof. But this is this edict.
it's a good edict. Interesting. I'm not sure.
I mean, Jahira's a big girl. I guess
Wow,
she's a
the
scary
Foul Miner
card.
is good as well.
Oof, Herix has all the answers for dog this game. I don't know that Herix is main decking the Foul Miner Knight, but he's certainly found a lot of reasons to side it in.
I will say, it looks like we're not gonna be killing Herix as fast as I might have thought a couple turns ago. But the
Herix just put
Deepwood
down
Denizen,
so many bodies.
maybe the Deepwood Denizen can allow us to grind. I will say though,
I mean, Elvish Mystic with haste, very good.
that
Free
Chainer's
creature in
Edict
play.
is in danger of being flashback, so I think you have to get the Mystic down this turn.
But the Mystic is free because Mystic has haste. So the Mystic down
Yeah.
making mana in the same turn, like, is just a good free body. And the question isn't necessarily, is the Mystic worth playing? It's, is the Mystic better off specializing your Jahira?
Oh no, that's a good point. I think because this effectively counters the Edict option,
Mhm.
that makes us interesting. Are we seeing an attack? I like getting the Scry. Yeah,
This is not a bad attack.
it's fine. You have to get the Foulmire Knight out of the way eventually, and at least
Like, it's
you'll
just
still
something
take
that
6
needs to be
damage.
answered. Right.
Yeah.
Like, it's, do you let it take 6 or do you, like, you got to trade something. And I mean, Herix is at 5 life. That's
Yeah.
scary. 5, that's very low against this deck.
And Absolute Dog is about to deploy 2 3-mana creatures that draw
Generate
cards
a lot
and
of
make
value.
2/2s.
Right. And the thing about flashbacking the Edict here is, like, do you want to tap down both of your blockers, especially in a deck that once creature's dead, to kill a 1/1?
Yeah.
Because Herix knows that 1/1 is relevant. Like, okay.
Just do that.
Oh,
instead.
God. Yeah, every part of that card is huge right now. It's a 7/7. It blocks everything. It attacks through everything. It replaces itself. Most of Dog's removal is fight.
That's
This is a
gonna be my
bad
next
matchup
point,
for
yeah.
Dog.
The
I don't
Pelican
know.
Worm has trample, and it's
Sorry,
also got
Dog.
the other keyword, which is big. Keyword big means you
We'll
cannot
see,
fight it to
Plastic.
death.
Dog, your deck beats blue because you have triggers on cast. Or a plastic explosive. You beat blue
Oh.
decks because you trigger on cast enough. The blue decks are weird in this, but they're pretty cool. All of us deck. So, just a quick dip over.
Yeah, check
Okay.
this out really quick.
Like, this is a rough matchup. Because, like, all Dog's deck loses to are 7/7s. Dog has so many 6/6s and 5/4s.
Yeah, that's really tough.
All right, I'm going to take a quick check over at the match arena, see who's finished their matches. Looks like Ida is still going. Korath took down J1. Korath has a solid Raft deck.
There is
Omni
a
and
Raft deck?
Swords. I want to check out Swords' matchup after this. There is a Raft deck. It's what Korax is piloting.
I would love to catch a match of that. I really like the new Wrath.
Mhm.
For anyone who doesn't know, the new Wrath is a 2-mana uncommon. It's blue-white for a 1/3 out of Dominaria. Not the top deck you want to see. But Wrath says whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you have the option of tapping 2 creatures you control. And if you do, you get to draw a card. Wild.
So just so everybody knows, because I realized I forgot to say it, there are 100 tickets, which are 10 packs. So 10 physical booster packs worth of prize, plus 3,000, or I think it's 3,000 gems. It might only be 1,500 gems per prize pool. So the prize pool is not insignificant here. And I'm just putting in an extra, I'm pretending there's 20 people so that the pods have equal pricing, even though one is missing a person. So
Is
I'm
there
going to announce
another-
that before this round.
Was there hypothetically another tier of prizing above 20 people?
So I was just going to add, so it's actually going to be 24 packs because I was going to add 5. I just need to figure out how I'm divvying it. And what I was thinking of doing is doing door prizes after this round for those
fun.
last 5 packs. Because I like door prizes. Everyone likes door prizes.
Yeah, getting something for just hanging out. We love that.
Yeah. So I'm going to make that announcement in the Discord momentarily. If you want, I think now is a good time. Actually, who's playing? All
you
right,
wanna catch
I want to
Swords?
I want to catch Swords' match because it looks like they're the last match going. So I'm going to put that up and then I'm going to duck out for a moment and get the prize support
Yeah, you
figured
figure that out.
out.
If the match is running, I can speak into the
Mhm.
void about it.
Yeah, you're not speaking to the void. We've got what 25 people watching right now.
It's pretty good. People show up for a little arena cube action.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm pretty pleased because like we've got a good amount of very cool people watching, but we're also competing with the second largest Magic event of the year, which is the DreamHack Regionals event.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, we're competing with some Super Smash Brothers Melee and Ultimate today as well.
yes, and I'm expecting an influx of people when the Eternal Open ends as well.
Mm. Yeah, because your viewership is kind of split between Magic and Eternal, right?
Yeah, I've got a lot. I mostly have people who like limited and are just cool in general.
Yeah, because I've found a lot of Magic players are not satisfied at just playing one digital card game. I can say that because I'm one of them. And I think that's because a lot of Magic players just like to learn, new formats, new environments. So it's pretty natural to have, I think, cross enjoyment between Eternal and Magic.
I mean, I like games that teach you things about the games.
Yeah.
So like Pokemon, I still think if you are like a high tide player or you prefer combo, then Pokemon is where the format is really good for practicing your high tide.
I truly think that if I started playing Pokemon, I might never come back. It would be scary.
Why is this? No, Pokemon, like you'll be back. You'll always be back.
Oh, cool. Scuffle. You've also got a message from Quebec.
Oh, hey, Quebec.
We can showcase and do a quick deck tech as well.
Oh, I'd love that. Are you streaming right now, Quebec?
I think I got PM to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe we check in on this game with Swords.
All right. So I'll be right back while I do some stuff.
Will you switch over to Swords game? We'll deck tech this after.
Yeah.
Ah. Ooh.
Oh, it looks like he's just playing a bit of ranked, I think, because I think his match just finished.
That makes sense.
So I think everybody's done. So we're going to take a 2-minute break. All right, that was the last one. So if you want to talk about Quebec, if you're here, we can talk about your deck a bit. I will be right back while I pair the next round and get some water.
Yeah, you take care of that. I can talk more cube stuff too as well. Because I don't think I can actually put a deck on screen. Oh yeah, perfect. Go to. Yeah, the cube's fine. People can look at the cube list. Yeah, that's perfect.
I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. We'll start the round.
Yeah.
I want to just announce here. Actually, I can do it from my phone. All right, be right back. I'm gonna leave this up for a moment.
Okay. All right. So I guess we are on to lesson number 2 of Rusty's Fill the Silence cube lessons. So last time on this segment, we were talking about using multicolored cards as your signposts, right? We talked about Imperial Eagle, the 1 and blue white for I think a 2/2 flyer that makes all of your flying creatures get +1/+1. And yes, Argon, we are going to move on to lesson 2, which is cross pollination. Now there is birds and the bees cross pollination, but this is cardboard instead. Oh, hey, welcome to the stream, Comanarto. Thank you for following. Scuffle will be right back. You're stuck with me in the meantime. We're talking some Magic the Gathering cube theory, and we're getting onto cross-pollination. And I've said that a lot without explaining what it is. So I'll step back and I'll actually say what that means to me. To me, cross-pollination means having cards that can enable multiple archetypes. So for example, the Death Bonnet Sprout, that 1-mana mushroom that we saw last game. So it's single green for a 1/1, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you can mill a card, and then if there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, you flip it into a 3/3. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, you can exile a card from your graveyard, and if it was a creature card, you put a 1/1 counter on the Death Bonnet Hulk. Now, so there's 2 things going on there, right? There's self-mill from the upkeep trigger, and there's +1/+1 counters. And the reason that I'm calling that cross pollination, even though it is a mushroom and I think they germinate, not pollinate, that feeds into kind of the green black archetype, which is like the self mill recursion spider spawning thing. because the front half, it's milling you, right? It's an enabler for that. But it also works just fine in like a green-white +1/+1 counters strategy, right? Because that's what green-white generally wants to do. There's a lot of payoffs, like we saw Trelisara Moon Dancer, which is green-white for a 2/2. Whenever you gain life, you put a 1/1 counter on it and you scry one, right? So green-white's thing is +1/+1 counters. So the Death Bonnet Spinneret is a green card. You can put it in any green deck, but it's supporting two different archetypes: green-white +1/+1 counters and green-black self-mill. So that's why I've chosen Death Bonnet Spinneret over some other green cards. Kind of very similarly, Trelisara Moon Dancer works really well because, again, that's the green-white 2/2. Whenever you gain a life, you get to scry one and put a +1/+1 counter on her. So green-white, we've already established, cares about +1/+1 counters. But white and white-black care about gaining life, right? There are 3 creatures in white. A Johnny's Pridemate, a 2-mana 1/1 Ajani's Pridemate, which is called Hollowed Priest, and there's a 3-mana Unicorn as well. They all say whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on them, which again, cross-pollination, right? +1/+1 counters and gaining life. But Trelisara exists in that space as well because, again, gaining life +1/+1 counters. So it all kind of fits together. That means that in the same vein of cross-pollination, anytime a green card says gain some life, like for example, Webweaver Changeling, the 5-mana 3/5 Changeling Spider, when it enters the battlefield, if there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, you gain 5 life. So if you're playing a green and white deck, then hypothetically, your big green creature can trigger your life gain effects. But it's also a changeling, which means it's a spider, which is good for your spider synergies. And it's also a ninja, which probably won't come up often. But hey, if you're playing Sultai Ninjas, then Webweaver Changeling gets to care about that text.
Scuffle.
I think I heard someone in Discord.
A couple of the rounds aren't locked down final score in Matcherino, and I think that's preventing round 3 from kicking off.
Yeah.
Goffle, did you hear that?
Me and Kamkaze hit the submit at the same time, and then so it hit dispute on one of ours.
Yeah, one of the admins. If Scuff's the only admin, he'll have to take care of it, but he can submit.
I messaged him like 10 minutes ago about it, and I don't think he saw it.
Scuffle might be grabbing a drink or something or going to the bathroom. I don't recall if he was just tabbed away or actually stepped away from the computer at this time. I'm kind of suspecting that he actually did step away for some biological needs.
Sorry, I'm back.
Hey,
I was just getting some messages up. Did someone have some questions?
There is an accidental dispute.
Sure. What's the dispute?
Oh, just go to Matcherino and figure. It's solid.
Not a problem. What do I need to change?
No. You just need to make sure that our stuff is right, and it is right, but we hit it at the same time, so I hit dispute, and when Kamkaze hit submit.
There we go. All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Notifications. Match 17. All right. 2-0?
Yeah. Cool. Thanks.
Cool. So
J1 as well.
Korath and J1 had a dispute.
Well, it's just sitting there, not closed out. I don't know if one of them hasn't.
I see. Looks like Korath took it. So I think that was the last one. All right, so just so everybody knows, there were a few things like Herrick's. Make sure you swap in the alchemy version of Incriminate. You should just have it. And Ears, make sure you swap in the alchemy version of Dueling Coach if you can hear me. I think I messaged both of you. Great.
Mine's been in.
Great. I think those are the only. There's only a few alchemy cards, but yeah, those are where the issues popped up when you were importing as well. So we're gonna go ahead and fire this round. I posted some pricing information. It's going to be 24 packs plus the gems, and I am going to be working on that during the last round, just because I will add that I'm adding to the prize pool for new subscribers. So if you're interested and you want to see people get more, then let me know. Round 4 is the last round. So this is going to be 4 rounds, and then if the finalists want to play one more match, then we'll play one more match. But I gave people a time frame, and I want to stick to it. All right, finalized round. We're starting the next one. All right, starting round 3 now. Your pairings are up. Find your opponent and get started. Dog, you got the bye.
All right, round 3. Here we go. And
Here
are we
we
checking
go.
out this blue-white Wrath deck that I've heard so much about?
Let's see who. So Coolwrath, I don't think is streaming.
Okay, no big deal.
I actually got it. He requested a text message when this round starts.
Let me get chat back up.
All right. Texted Coolwrath. So Coolwrath's opponent this round is. Oh, Herrickson Loon is going to be a good match too. We'll stop in there.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Alva is playing against Coolwrath, so we already have that match open.
Okay.
So yeah, let's watch that one this round.
Yeah.
Oh, Swords and Statues is playing a kick-ass deck.
Swords and Statues.
Up the song.
Swords.
We didn't get to talk about. Did we talk about this deck?
No, we didn't, but we'll circle back to that when we're off round, I think.
It's a green-black graveyard value deck. Love it. All right, looks like everybody's getting their rounds together.
Ooh, this deck does look cool. Hey.
How did your cross-pollination lesson go?
Good, I think. I definitely talked about cross-pollination. Do you want to switch us over to Swords stream?
Yeah. Ooh, Swords has a sweet deck.
Looks good. I see that Xander's Wake we talked about.
Xander's Wake. This is a tough mulligan. Like Hobble Fiend, Playcrafter, Perilous Merit. He put back the Xander's Wake. That means that he's going for the speed. Let's see if he can do it.
Now, I feel bad to say this right after he mulliganed, but what do you think? If he wins this match, I'll go ahead and give him 5 subs, right? I will do that. How about 5
I bet he'd really like that.
If you win this match, my friend. Win it for me. I love Black Red Sacrifice.
You're such a Santa today.
Hey, he's gonna do his best for us.
It's like sweet.
All
I mean,
right,
he's got to draw well. He needs that swamp.
Yeah.
No, it has pro.
Oh, hexproof. Yeah.
But,
no,
yeah.
don't do it. Don't do it.
That was close. He caught it in time. Swords and Statues is a very good player. He runs Curiosity stream. So he runs Curiosity with the IDA. So that's a weekly Saturday event, and it's constructed limited.
So what
you can
does
only
Curiosity stream mean?
So it's a format that they made, and you can only have 3 of each common, 2 of each uncommon, 6 uncommons total, and 2 total of rares. So the idea is that it's a constructed format that captures the feeling of limited.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's like you're playing a good limited deck that really got there with like all of your uncommons.
Right, and the way they run it is it's a weekly league. So they run it every Saturday, and then the rares in each winning deck each week are banned the following week.
Oh, interesting.
And it's an auto-updating format.
Huh,
They also do Wednesday draft clubs, which I play sometimes, but I am not often able to do.
That format sounds
It's
very cool.
ridiculous how good this Jaheira is right now.
Oh, wow.
Jaheira is so strong.
Yeah, because we definitely wanted the Perilous Mer back to block the 3/3 and deal with
Like
there's
it's
a lot
not
of pressure.
It's not strict card advantage from Specialized, because you do have to discard a card. So what they do is they convert your cards into fresh cards. So
Yeah.
Jahiro converts a card in your hand into a disenchant with plus.
Makes sense.
But it's just a good enough body on her own. It's like Rex Stage. She's very good.
It really looks like we need to find some black mana here.
Yeah. A swamp and he's in great shape. Unholy Heat is relevant, but like he really needs that swamp.
It kind of feels like we have to trade Hobble Fiend plus Unholy.
Demon Dad, thanks for the raid.
Oh, look at that.
Seems like Cypress arrived. How you doing today? So Demon Dad has been playing today, and he plays a lot of shooters that I just can't. But he's also my dad. He's my Demon Dad.
Now, yeah, it looks like we're going to be casting that Unholy Heat just to take some of the pressure off.
Well,
oh, wow. When did that?
A swamp or a 7-card hand, Swords and Statues would have had this.
Oh, wow. What a nasty turn.
All right. Hurath, it looks like may not have made it. He had something come up. So I'm gonna repair this round, and you'll both get the win. I want you to have an opponent. Hey, Dog, are you here? Absolute Dog, can you hear me? All right, I'm gonna do some messaging. This is a rough match. Let's jump over to Alva's game.
Really rough draws. Oh man, yeah. Spell Shaper mechanic. Or no, I don't know if I remember that Spell Shaper mechanic. I am not sure I follow. Oh, wow. Yes, I know that the viewers can't see right now because we're spectating Alva, but Swords and Statutes deck does look pretty strong. It's red-black. I'm seeing some aggressive creatures like Changeling Outcast and Foundry Street Denizen, Phoenix Chick, etc. Curving into a charging Monstrosaur on the top end, so a 5-mana 5/5. We've got pretty good removal. We have the new black-red uncommon Junkyard Genius from Brothers War, which can give all of your creatures +1/+0 menace and haste.
I love that guy. He's so strong.
Yeah, this deck looks powerful.
Like cutting Viconia and Legion's Vanguard is probably correct, but very unexpected. Immolator too is out. I guess there's just not enough non-creature spells.
I'm also surprised
got all the
the
good
monsters
stuff.
didn't make the cut. But maybe there's not that much sack fodder in the deck if you really look at it. Yeah, and Hobble Fiend's an outlet.
This is a cool deck. This is a tough build. Looks like Black-Red was very open at the Swords and Statues seat.
Yeah. Also, I see top right the new Unearth Looting Mutt from Brothers War.
Thanks, Demon Dad. I'll take good care of him.
Oh, Ergnon, I remember.
Specialize is a cool idea. You just can't have too many.
Yeah. Yeah, Spell Shaper was cool. Alrighty.
I like the Spell Shaper. Specialize is very similar, but it's like one-time use, and then they change to become that creature. Yeah,
it's very cool. So hopefully his deck cooperates a little bit more, and it does not cooperate a little bit more, it looks like.
I was really excited to watch this Alva Coolrath match.
Do you think you would keep this hand, Scuffle?
I would.
It's really good if you hit a single swamp.
Like, just the curve is so strong, and Swords and Statues' curve is low. Like, he's got 1/5 and 1/4, and that his 4 is there. So, like, all he's looking for is lands this game.
Yeah, and if we're not drawing a land, it's probably a castable spell, right? Well, maybe not on 2, but yeah. Okay, right on time. Now, what does this card actually do? We have to get this down early, right? Kumano. So first it deals 1 damage, and then it gives a creature a +1/+1 counter, and then it's a 2/2. That seems good. Scuffle, can you still hear me all right? I can't hear
I
you.
can. Can you
Oh,
hear
okay.
me?
Yeah, I
Sorry,
can now.
we had a few people who had to drop, so I'm reorganizing things a little bit.
Ah, understood. Yeah, focus on that.
Yeah.
I'll keep going.
I mean, this is we are. It's wild how good this Jaheira is in this matchup. Like the green version gains 4 life against the aggro deck.
Yeah, so gain 4 life, blow up your 2/2.
Yep.
Now, what happens if the opponent puts Specialize on the stack and then you use a removal spell like a Demon
Then it
Bolt?
dies and they still have to discard a card. Specialize is a high risk mechanic.
Okay. So you do put in the card to activate the ability. So that's good.
Right.
But oh look.
I mean, Cast Down doesn't do it. Swords doesn't have black and Jaheira is legendary.
At least we can set aside the Demon Bolt for. Oh yeah, we can light up the stage. Nice. Glad he's
The
playing.
stage
not
is
me.
great here. I mean, he wants land.
Wow.
Oh, sorry. It's legendary.
Oh. Still, we're gonna figure it out. We're getting there.
He's in this. Like, he has the lands he needs. Light up stage is just a 2-for-1.
Yeah, and next turn it's either
Yes, they're still specialized. So if the specialize is an ability that needs to resolve Ergnon. So if they specialize and you kill it in response, it goes to the graveyard like that. But if you kill it after it's specialized, and then so we actually had a game in round 1 where the Ida's Vaconia died, and he really wanted to be able to specialize it again, but it was already specialized. He couldn't activate it to specialize a second time. So this will still be a 3/4.
Yeah, so I mean, at least here we can Junkyard Genius plus Demon Bolt if we want to.
I like that play.
That seems strong, right? And then you can follow it up with Angrath the next turn.
The Power Stone is relevant as well.
Is the Power Stone? It lets you. Because remember, you can't spend Power Stone mana on spells that aren't artifacts, so you can use it.
That's
to
true.
activate itself, but it's not going to help him cast his hand. He's not double.
No,
next to it.
But there's lots of incidental uses for it in this deck. Like there's lots of artifact creatures that it can cast. You can use it to foretell a Demon Bolt.
That Shoop's a little unfortunate. Ooh,
Xander's Wake is huge. That's a huge draw. That puts him right back in this game.
I agree. Do you think it's Xander's plus Spiteful or just go for
I do.
Xander? I do too.
I think it's like a Timeless Witness. So the thing is, Swords and Statues might be a little bit scared here of that Timeless Witness eternalizing as a 4/4 and recovering Jaheira. But Jaheira doesn't get to kill another thing.
Yeah, and Timeless Witness is 7 mana to flash back, so it's going to be a lot.
That's true. Yeah.
We don't think about that for a while. That's a different game. Yeah, I gotta say it's partially because it's our perspective and partially because I love red black, but I'm really pulling for Swords here. I think you can pull out of this game.
I'd love to see this comeback. Like Quebec's deck is so cool. I want to see the aggro deck come back. Yeah. Also, I want this to go to game 3.
I feel like I've seen enough of green black decks stabilizing. I want to see some blood. You know what I mean? Let's see some life totals go down fast. Ugh. So then the question is, do you stay back to block for the Angrath?
That's a really good question.
So I think because of the cast down, I think you want to attack with Prankster. They probably don't trade, and then you bait them into attacking your Angrath, and then you trade a 2/2 off and cast down, and you get another Xander's trigger. Does Xander's trigger on your opponent's turn?
It does, but only on your own creatures.
Okay.
So like it makes attacking difficult.
Yeah. So, but now if Quebec attacks in, hoping to push down the Angrath, the cast down will let us keep.
Oh boy!
Wow, against the red.
Yeah, Quebec's deck is terrifying.
Yeah, because Morbid Opportunist isn't just your creatures. He's going to draw a card whenever a creature dies on either side.
I mean, I think that just becomes the cast down target, period.
Yeah, I think you block and you cast down the Morbid, but you do still get to draw off the Morbid.
So, like, what Quebec is doing here is terrifying, because Quebec can use Timeless Witness and Gravesifter to just go back and forth and generate a card every time on the Morbid Opportunist. But the Xander's Wake gives swords and statues an outlet. It gives him the ability to grind back into this game. He just needs creature to die.
Yeah, and the Spiteful Prankster is going to be ticking up damage.
Mm-hmm. This is going to be a good game. I'm excited. I've got the popcorn out. It's actually trail mix, but it feels like popcorn.
Hey, man, anything's popcorn if you can throw a handful in your mouth.
Anything's popcorn.
Morbid Opportunist.
Ooh. What would you take here? This is a tough week.
I would take Opportunist.
Yeah, I think I would too.
Because that... Yeah, it's a good... I would take Opportunist. Oh.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he knows his deck better, so he might have some life gain outlets to make that Aerialist worth it. And he might just want to be pushing damage here.
Yeah, and again, I'm blinded by value most of my life.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that War Chief is also a pretty good just body. Having the biggest creature in play is very relevant right now.
Yeah.
I had to pause to see that one.
Gosh. Yeah, so
Strike is huge.
I almost just send the strike to cantrip it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Chupacabra is not the best target in the world, but I'm kind of...
But you draw 2 cards, because you get to Xander's Wake and Opportunist on that strike.
You
There's a
don't get the
world...
Wake, right?
Oh, you're right. It's only your own creatures.
I mean, you could shoot your own Prankster. I think that's crazy, but you could.
So, it's possible that striking the opponent is also correct.
Yeah, I like sitting on it. What are we getting back here? Is this the Grave Sifter I've heard so much about?
Nope. He's decided that... I mean, so Grave Sifter is a solid loop, but dealing with Opportunists is really important.
Oh, is that a removal spell? I can't quite see what
it is. It's Go for the Throat. You got back Go for the Throat.
Yeah, you will still get to cantrip the Morbid Opportunist, and you will get a Xander's trigger. And what loyalty is Angrath at right now?
3.
Okay.
Or no, it took 2, so it's only at 1 loyalty.
Okay. And I think the text is really relevant. So here, if he fires off the strike, that kind of guarantees him his Morbid Opportunist trigger, and then Go for the Throat can hit the Opportunist. Yeah, that's smart.
But he's trying to time his Lightning Strike to respond to that Go for the Throat, so he still gets to draw a card.
Yeah.
And Lucky Windows was great. It's a great draw.
It looks very strong right now. It's too bad we don't have an outlet on board, but it looks really...
Picking up
really
3 cards for an Opportunist.
And I feel like you kind of have to... Wow, Opportunist goes as well to incentivize the double block. Yeah. Gosh, but Timeless Witness comes back as a 4/4.
Timeless Witness is so good. Like, it is no... Eternal Witness is the best one because it costs 3, but Timeless Witness has a place. So, this was like really good block from Quebec. This is a fantastic block.
And I think you have to strike here.
Right?
It's awkward, but you still are generating a lot of value.
I mean, so if he just lets the damage happen, he gets to draw the card off the Witness.
That's fair.
So it is a question. Like, is it worth it?
Holding the Lightning Strike just to go face, you're right.
Yes. Like, that was a great block, and that was doing nothing is often the correct play and often the hardest one to make. Yeah, Xander's Wake is good.
I don't know. These cards might need to be removed. He might take the Aerialist.
Look how much fun we're having. Look how much fun he's having. This is a terribly difficult decision. Like, this is a really hard decision to make. I love the interaction that these cards create.
I meant to put that in his chat. I mean,
it's not too late.
Great, no matter where I send it.
Like, look at the thing. Like, Xander's Wake is letting him grind through some ridiculous things right now.
Oh, and now, well, if you hit the Choop, you do get to get a Spiteful Prankster trigger here.
But if he lets the Opportunist, so this Opportunist can still resolve.
Yeah.
Like, it's a question of, is that 1 damage more important than the card you get off of the Opportunist if you wait? And it's a big if. I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, it's hard to say. And I will say, we have these pretty innocuous 1-power creatures. But
with Menace. Yeah. Very nice.
As someone who loves the Declare Blockers step,
Mm-hmm.
Menace is ooh.
I like the art on the. I didn't realize that the Eternalized of Timeless Witness had different art.
Yeah. We
And
can.
I think I crack for 2.
You think so?
I do, because whatever you leave back is going to get hit by the well, maybe just the Opportunist, but something is going to die to this Chupacabra.
Yeah, I would push with the Opportunist so that he has to remove the Witness, so we get to like draw 5 cards, kind of.
Swords agrees with you, and I think that is the right play. Nice. I like being opposite a real person. It's fun.
Yeah, and then we're. Oh, still goes for the Opportunist.
I mean, 2 for 1. Like Xander's Wake is keeping him alive here.
Oh my
it's kind
gosh,
of great.
Blood Priest.
Blood Priest is he's checking their card type. Nope, human citizen. Citizen is the least descriptive
I
creature
still
type.
think you take the Blood Priest. It's got more power.
I mean, it's a 2/1 that drains 1. That's pretty relevant.
Right, it's doing 20% of his life total and then threatening 50% of his life total, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's just math.
Now, do you block? So post Blood Priest, do you block for Angrath?
Oh no.
Oh, big.
Yeah, I'm blocking.
So, like, if you block, you get to draw the card off the Witness. But if you don't block, you get an extra card off the Xander's Wake.
Right, you're getting 1 less card, but we need it now, I think.
Well, that's a... Oh my god, that's the best
Changeling
Changeling
Outcast.
opportunity. Changeling Outcast is so good here.
So we'll burn for 2 damage?
Mm-hmm. Wait, is the Opportunist? I think it's a rogue.
Is it truly?
Let's find out.
Oh
It
my
is.
gosh.
Opportunist is a rogue.
Wow, that was incredible. And then look, we have 3 Menace attackers.
Mm-hmm.
Changeling Outcast can't be blocked.
Oh, this song is from the One Piece movie. One Piece movie was fantastic, by the way. It's the best one. So good.
Man, if Abigail's still in chat, she's going to be upset. She is not a One Piece fan.
That's because the One Piece anime is bad.
Oh, but the movie's good?
The movie's good. The movie surprised the... I was stunned. It was so good.
Wow.
Generally speak... I mean,
Look at all the
this is...
value we're about to receive.
Yeah, 3 Morbid Opportunists in a Xander's Wake. Pretty good.
Yeah, man. Xander's Wake might be too good.
I don't know. Gold was okay. Gold had, like, pacing issues.
We just found a lethal threat with haste.
Mm-hmm. Everything has menace. I was very wrong about this Power Stone being relevant.
You know, in some worlds it could have been. If there was a deadly dispute, perhaps.
Yeah, Herrick's the One Piece film Gold was okay. Generally speaking, I consider One Piece manga to be a masterpiece and the anime to be a travesty. But I also started reading the One Piece manga December 26th, 2000.
I also want to say here, I
time.
think Bloodthirsty Aerialist is the only choice here.
Taking the 5-mana 3/2. That's
Oh, yeah,
interesting.
I guess you could double spell with that. I guess you just needed a double spell here.
We settled on 3 different choices for Xander's Wake, and that's cool gameplay. That's my argument for keeping Xander's Wake in.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do you
I guess
bother going for lethal?
I didn't realize we could double spell with this as well. All right, this was the right choice, by the way. We're both wrong. I'm glad he's playing, and
you should tell Swords that. I think he'd like to hear. Here, I can tell Swords that.
Yeah. We win. He says we win.
So the thing is, we lose to a removal spell the same way, no matter what. But this way, they have to have 2 because they need to kill the Outcast and something that they're blocking, because they get to make 1 blocker here with the Rot Widow pack, block 2 creatures, and then we make 2 treasures, and we get to activate the big spender before
think-
before damage.
Did we forget about the Rot Widow activation?
We did not.
And by we, I mean swords.
No, I don't think you did. I think this is still correct because you get to kill all your creatures. Like, oh, it's only one treasure, but so like you get to kill creatures that matter. You get to draw a card off the opportunist, and you get to activate Xander's Wake for a potentially lethal threat right now.
Yeah.
Like, the clock is the same, but we get to keep more creatures dead this way.
And keep in mind, Xander's Wake could just find us. It's all mana. Key to the City would win eventually.
I mean, everything wins eventually. We've got the Changeling.
Big Spender is an aggressive card, but its spellbook is very not aggressive.
I love that card, like because it's for switching gears. It's not for like they're 2-mana 2/1 aggro. Yeah, but it lets you downshift your gear speed.
If our Xander's Wake gets us another of those 2
You did it, Plastic. Plastic, your deck was great. I'm sorry it took so long. This has been a great game.
Go to 1.
That player, you could drain them with a Silent Visitor. Oh, I think it's the Necromancer, but the Visitor
No,
plus
because
the
Asylum. I guess it's hard for us to get.
I mean, Asylum triggers on their turn. If they have no cards in hand, they lose.
And we
one
can
life.
exile their graveyard to slow them down on their spider.
Mm-hmm.
What a grindy game.
Oh my god. Well, you can't cast anything with CMC 3 or less this game.
I respect that. What?
That was a good one.
That was good. Yeah, that was really good.
I'm enjoying these games. Let's check it. So Alva does not have an opponent this round, unfortunately.
Keep in mind, we need to watch this third game because I've got a bet riding on this, and I know you.
Oh,
like
we're definitely watching this third game. I just want to check in on people. All right. Looks like Dog's just starting game 3 against Herrick's. The Ida has finished, it seems.
Oh, wow.
Ears is... Oh my god, look at Ears' board. Doesn't use Xander's Wake, does as much for Quebec.
The thing is, it might. If you told me he was going to win the game off of the back of the Wake, I would believe you.
Wait. Ears is up against Mr. Coppertop. Swords is up against Quebec. So that was a replay. My bad. Oh wait, this is from 2 hours ago. That's from 4 hours ago. I see what's happening. Gingerbread and Witness. Gingerbread is so funny.
Gingerbread's a big deal.
Nostalgia and Duo.
There's a blue-white and soul. Oh, almost lost my mic. There's a blue-white and soul artifact list in $30 budget vintage that plays Gingerbread, and it's very good.
All right, we've got 4 matches still going.
This curve by Swords is very strong, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the first time we've seen him get his threats and his lands on time.
Wow, Jewel Thief, not bad though.
Yeah, but he still attacks through this.
Yeah, you send with the Perilous Mar, right?
Mm-hmm. Your other option would be Unlucky Witness, but I think it's better to just send.
I agree. Because this way we get to make a 3/2, and really the hope would be that you draw like a 2 or a 3 drop next turn, right?
We were Herrick's. Oh, sideboard tech! Oh no, look at Swords! Swords is so stunned. Oh my god, that's so good against him. Cry of the Carnarium. That's a powerful card.
But we get to make a 5/5 next turn.
That's true. I mean, a 5/5 with Haze is good.
Yeah, and Quebec's down to 2 cards.
I don't think that was... I mean, you end up with 2/2 either way.
Oh, that thing has trample.
Add break. This is why I gotta subscribe to people.
I gotcha. Scuffle Deluxe.
One of these has to be ad-free at the moment.
I got you on swords.
Aw, that's so sweet. I think I still have to wait for this ad break, unfortunately. Oh, thanks, buddy.
Head to
Looks like
free.
Ears is done. Looks like Dog is playing some Enchantress, which I do love this deck. Rough against mono red, though.
Yeah, you should be good to hop back over to swords.
I still gotta wait. Looks like I gotta wait for the subscription to
Can you
kick in.
Oh,
You're right. It did not occur to me to refresh.
I gotcha.
All right, got back just in time for a Monstrous Sword.
No, I think it's a Demon Bolt draw card.
You attack first, just the question.
Oh, no, we're monster, sorry. Yeah, because there's no trades over there.
Hmm.
Well, I guess if you're gonna
Unfortunate.
mana. Oh, but yeah, you get a card. I don't know.
Yep. Sorry, Quebec.
Yeah, tough block. Oh.
The Locker Worm's pretty good here. I mean, the opportunist gets there. The opportunist gives them enough card advantage. So I would attack, then Demon Bolt after blocks.
Yeah, absolutely. Because then you're still pushing damage through. You do get to cantrip your so you're like not super getting 2 for 1. He actually needed to Demon Bolt first, probably, right?
Before damage. I mean, there's a few extra points that he would have gotten.
Yeah, we missed 2 points there, which is okay.
I'm fixing your face, making it a little more HD.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I think I've been wiggling around a little bit, so.
No, you're good. It's Discord. Discord is weird like that sometimes.
Oh, wow. Rebuy Palaka Worm?
I mean, not till next turn.
Jeez.
This is going to be a tough one. Not insurmountable, though.
Bogart Dragonheart's really good here.
It is. Eating the Witness for the haste and drawing 2 cards.
Does it gets haste?
It does. It becomes a 4/4 flying in haste. I don't know that Swords knows that. It's Morbid time.
Yeah, because you definitely, even without haste, I think you crack the Witness right here to draw some cards. Oh, but it has haste. Please, you need to do it. Yeah. Oh, good. The activation is going on the stack.
Hmm. Xander's Wake is huge.
Wow, and a strike.
This is the first time we've seen Swords and Statues stack with the sack outlet.
Sack outlet plus Xander's Wake is worrisome.
Yeah,
Like,
this is
for
gonna
me,
be
on an emotional level.
But it's gonna be a great game.
You want to wait to fire that off, right? Because we already got our Morbid Opportunist trigger.
See, I don't know because it's very possible that Swords and Statues just wants to sack the army token on his opponent's turn and get max value out of the Opportunist and the Wake both.
That's interesting.
So he's picking up 2 creatures a turn now. Opportunist plus the Wake is a lot.
How many cards are left in this deck?
I'm not sure.
Like how much gas do you think we have to finish this out?
I don't know. It's going to be tough because this is only the second Palaka Worm of 4. There's 4 Palaka Worms because there's also Graveshifter and the flashback on Eternal Witness. So like,
yeah,
the value here is staggering on both sides. Both players are about to draw so many cards.
Does Swords have the MDFC flip land? That
Song of Treachery?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
It's a pretty good rip.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to kill the Palaka Worm every time.
Do you, or do you have to leave it in play and race it?
4 matches, Herrick. So this one and then 1 more round.
And then potentially a final 2 playoff.
Mm-hmm. Although we're a little bit behind schedule, so I'm not going to force people to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
I
Yeah, he's
really
done some
want this.
thinking.
This is a really tough turn for both players because both players have a Xander's Wake now.
Yeah. Yeah, so these cards that let you draft infinite value seem like maybe they're good.
They are good. So is Morbid Opportunist.
Yeah, it really is. And Palaka Worm is good, and Spider Spawning is good.
Yep, we've got 2 value machines. We have a constructed deck showdown right now. Like I like Swords and Statutes deck a lot because it's clearly an aggressive deck. Like he designed this to be attacking and killing things, but it effortlessly becomes a mid-range deck just using that light of the stage in the Xander's Wake.
Yeah, you just kind of transition your focus to like maximizing your Morbid Opportunist triggers, and suddenly you're building a long.
See, I would have eaten the army token there, attacked with a Hellkite, and then waited until their turn to kill the Palaka Worm. Because you just have to outgrind them here, but sacking the army token gives you a Xander's Wake trigger.
What's this about to do? See, I would almost not play that card.
I mean, they're just going to get...
It's just, you're just feeding Swords' game plan, right?
They're both feeding, but like, he feeds his own game plan too. Like,
yeah,
you just have to have, because the cast down is known information. You have to put down more threats than the other person here.
Is the cast down exiled to an unlucky witness?
Light at the stage.
Oh, so we have to fire it off, yeah.
Yes.
Now does he
light at the stage
through his
until your next
Awakener? Oh.
Oh.
Now we eat something?
Do you eat the token or do you let Poison the Cup resolve?
You want to deny them the scry, right?
I don't think that matters. So usually you'd be correct.
Why would you not just eat your own Morbid Opportunist? That's just better, right?
Well, you don't get to draw a card if you eat the Morbid Opportunist. So the question,
yeah,
like,
it counts itself.
It says one or more other creatures.
Oh, does it?
It does.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, it doesn't count itself.
Ooh. All right, so Tidebreaker Giant does generate more card advantages here, but that Fangblade gets to trade the Palaka Worm the 3rd time. And I think you need to preemptively plan to kill Palaka Worm all 4 times this game.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think
like we know Palaka Worm is going to have 4 activations this turn. 4 activations this game. And that's 28 life, 4 extra cards, 28 power.
And the thing is, Swords is grinding through it.
Swords is grinding through it. Like, this is going to be a very grindy game. Now the Xander's Wake... So, I don't know that they know this, but both players need to be activating Xander's Wake every turn because you have to get... Oh, that's huge.
I was going to say, because at this point, it's just about who has more literal resources, right? Before you deck.
Which means it's more important to hit a Morbid Opportunist off Xander's Wake than anything else. That's the most important card.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think it's about cards in hand. I think it's about the sheer amount of resources they have in their decks before they mill. Does that make sense?
A very good point.
So I think losing the Morbid Opportunist, although it seems bad, might actually be good so that you don't end up running to a end of game situation. Mm-hmm. I think what's happening is you have to get a Xander's Wake trigger every turn forever, and you have to get more than your opponent gets somehow.
But this is a great play here from
Bone Necromancer. That's 2 triggers.
That's huge. Exiling the Palaka Worm.
Yes, eat the worm. Eat the worm.
You didn't see it. It's okay.
Is he eating the?
He's not. He got the Slaughter Specialist, which is not like there's merit to this play.
Now, what does Slaughter Specialist say? Does it grow every time an opponent's creature dies?
Correct.
All right, that's kind of good.
Mm-hmm.
But man, if that Palaka Worm gets recurred one more time, he's going to be kicking himself.
I mean, all that needs to happen for the Palaka Worm to get recurred is the death of the Timeless Witness.
Okay, but here's the thing, right? We're just going to get another of those Necromancers because we have Xander's Wake.
I mean,
it's going to take care of us.
We have that potential. It's not guaranteed.
Man, this guy's got to stop gaining life. Whoever invented cross-pollination needs to be shot in the head. Oh, wow. We're setting back.
I would have gone for the Xander's Wake trigger there.
I would have too, because the chances of upgrading your 2/2 are pretty large.
Yeah, I get it, though, because he doesn't want to grow the Cold Blade.
Sure, that's a fair point. You can't trade off. Yeah.
I would block the Hellkite to the Witness too.
No, because he doesn't want the Witness to hit the graveyard.
No, you're right.
He's
He
willing
has the
to-
option of, oof, bad hit.
You just take your own Coldblade, right?
Yeah. The Xander's Wake Mirror is a problem. That's the problem with crossbot play. Next time I'll book 24 people.
Yeah. Okay, so that Cliffhaven Kitesail could be a big deal for the Slaughter Specialist.
Mm-hmm. It represents a real win con.
I think I might eat the 1/1 for another trigger here, by the way.
I think he... so Sword and Statues has been playing this a little bit more carefully. So
Yeah.
I would have too, but I think that he wants to block and eat. So the existence of these two cards together let him... I mean, some of those are rich though.
Oh wow, big attack.
I would definitely
Big
get in with
attack,
the
I mean little
Revenant
attack.
too. Big attacks and attack.
So now the question is, right, and the game that Swords has to answer is, how long do you let the Timeless Witness peck you for 2 before you accept that they're going to get value off of it?
I think 3. I think 3 turns is correct here. I think you can go to 11 from this Timeless Witness. Ooh, that Asylum Visitor is really good right
Okay,
now.
real
But he doesn't have...
question. How many cards are in library? Do you start trying to mill out your opponent?
I mean, that is a real problem. Like, knowing that you can hit a mill spell is very relevant.
I mean, yeah, I get there's the downside of the Grave Sifter, but I mean, if he only has 12 cards in his library, maybe you just try to stack rogues and mill them.
Herrix, we were in your game against Dog. We were spectating you for that.
Yeah. Yeah, your deck looked
It was
really good.
a great game.
Plaguecrafter looking very medium here.
We are watching from Dog's perspective.
Man, I really wish that I could see cards in library right now.
Yeah, it hard counted you. Are you 2-1, Herrix? Cause I'm a sucker for you. Boom shang-a-lang-a-lang, boom shang-a-lang-a-lang. You are allowed to watch the stream years, just not until your game is over. This match has been fascinating. This has been a really good game.
I want to ask Swords to hover the libraries for us, but I don't want to clue him in to the fact that I think this game might go to decking. So I'm just going to let it ride.
Yeah, so one of the options, everybody, if you're just joining us, for Xander's Wake is a rogue that mills whenever a rogue comes into play. But that Boneclad Necromancer is really important. Is he going to take it? Yeah, if we had been able... This game could have gone to Swords if he had exiled that Palaka Worm. But, alright, well, we are on Palaka Worm number 3 of 4, potentially. There it is.
Oh,
there's the mill.
He's on the tech.
Yep.
Now check those. Is that 9 cards in library?
9 cards in library. Wow. I can't believe the black-red aggro versus the black-green self-mill is going to come down to the black-red aggro player milling out.
I don't know. It looks like Quebec's getting a pretty scary board presence.
Quebec has gained 21 life this game.
Man, there was that turn where the Palaka Worm could have been exiled.
I feel your ears. How you stream? Hi.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, ears. We should have been more clear that you guys can tune in. Like, there's minor issues with oh no, you get information, but I think it's just more important for everyone to have a good time. You know, we don't want to be too party about it.
I think it works out well because for a cube draft, because like everybody knows all the cards in the pool, everybody can check the cards they pass.
Right.
I pulled up the stream earlier after my first match, and I was like, oh wait, no, I can't do this. That's cheating.
No, this is what would be like a level 2 REL. So it's fine. It's like watching somebody's deck at a pre-release.
Yeah, it's
good. This game was really difficult to navigate and consistently interesting. But like if Swords and Statues had Boneclad Necromancer take out the Palaka Worm, like he didn't. There's a chance that Quebec just doesn't draw what he needs, and it's fine.
Yeah. And
But I
look,
do think this comes down to mill just because so much of what Xander's Wake gets is a rogue.
I was gonna say, and we just got a rogue from that.
Yeah. Xander's Wake I think Xander's Wake is the best black card. I think Celestial Vault is the best white card. I actually think Palaka Worm's the best green card now. Maybe Timeless Witness.
Yeah, Palaka Worm's very strong. Yeah, it very well could be the best card.
What's the best blue card? White, I think, is Swords to Plowshares.
Um,
Can I make an argument for Rexage for green?
If you're doing that,
that
then Jaheira is
yeah,
the
it's
best
just power
green card.
creep.
I guess. Perhaps.
Jaheira is just Rex Sage with options.
Yeah, that's fair.
What is
is
the
a good
best
game.
blue card?
Rexage slapped my shit like a cooked ham. One of my games. It got recycled on me like 3 times, and I'm playing an enchantment heavy deck.
Yeah, the recursion is very good in this format.
So crazy.
Yeah, Herax, I agree in chat that you're saying that Xander's Wake is insane.
Yeah, I think it's the best black card.
I think if we run this event again, we maybe see. Look, another Thieves Guild Enforcer. This is what we talked about.
Mhm.
You're out of here, Swords. Phoenix.
Yeah, sorry, Swords. This is a great game.
But
Fame.
Wow.
No, there's no way to deal 20.
Look again. Yeah,
Wow,
I think that we wow.
Yeah, the specialized cards are good. The Ogmi cards are good. That was a great game. I think that might be the last match. Let me do a quick check.
There are
Demon Dad is
one more
dropping.
admin calls.
I gotta drop somebody, and I had to figure out how to do that.
Oh, Demon Dad's dropping.
Yeah, Demon Dad had to go at 4. Don't know how to drop people. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Just match him with Luna.
Did Luna have to go too?
Luna dropped as well. I believe she said she did.
Here we go. All right, I figured out how to drop people.
Wow, that was a heck of a game. Yeah.
All right.
Plastic says alchemy be gone. Perhaps that card be gone.
Dude. Yeah, it's weird how you can build such a cohesive deck and then it just kind of feels like it does nothing against some of the other decks. That's kind of how me and Luna feel. She apparently has a pretty good Boros deck, and I feel like I have a pretty good deck of my own, but it feels like they don't do a whole lot against some of the other decks that you can cobble together.
Like it kind of feels like you don't have the tools for it to be like a possible matchup.
Yeah, and it feels like every other, for me specifically, it feels like every other color has the answers to all my shit.
That's
I'm
fair.
not sure what Luna's problem is. I feel like my issue is that I don't have a lot of bombs. I've got kind of weaker stuff that can just kind of poke you a little bit.
You're playing a white deck with the vault, right?
Orzhov control.
Okay, yeah. That's fair. I think there's some points that maybe like the mid-rangey stabilization cards like Palaka Worm are maybe a little bit overtuned.
I gotta drop a few creature. All right, I'm not dropping Cool Wrath. I'm dropping J1. I'm dropping Luna and Demon Dad.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so I'm just saying that out loud so that I have.
There is a dispute to be resolved in match 28 as well.
Okay, let me take a look. Do I just have to resolve it, or are you good? Did you win 2-0?
2-1.
2-1. All right. Limit score.
There you go.
All right. So did I drop everybody? Demon Dad. You need to drop Demon Dad, Luna Nyx, and J1. Anyone else? Is anybody else dropping before the next round?
This is what, going into round 4, is that right?
Yes, so this is the last round today, and then if the top 2 want to play a top 2, they are not obligated to, but we will play a top 2, and I will be putting in additional prize. I'm paying out on record regardless. So if the top 2 will get the same prize plus a bonus. So it's just gravy.
Yeah. Swords is talking about how he recognized he had to not kill the Timeless Witness because he didn't want the worm to keep recurring.
That was a fantastic match. He played that one so well.
Yeah,
All
I
right, so
agree.
we're just waiting on Duo and Nostalgia.
Okay. Is there a chance they forgot to submit?
Yes, and we just hit time this second.
Okay.
So I will go talk to them momentarily. I just want to make sure I took care of everybody. So participants, Demon Dad, J1.
Why don't I get background music? Is it because it's through the stream and I'm getting your audio?
I cannot play audio through Discord. I can only play audio. So
yeah, I have the stream actually muted.
Right, and I had to go through a lot to get the music to play without violating copyright.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
I'm piping
if you use Voice Meter Banana, but that's hours and hours to set up.
I would love to get some input, some help from you setting that up sometime, Plastic. Appreciate that. Not today, obviously, but in general.
Yeah, and while we're talking about input, if any of you guys who have played or watched have commentary about potential changes for the cube going forward, this is a first draft, and if this is something that Scuffle decides to do again, we would definitely want it to be an even better experience. So things like get rid of alchemy cards, or at least that 2-mana black enchantment. That's really good feedback, or tune down the life gain, things like that. So
like, ooh, alchemy.
That card was clearly that card was clearly powerful, but I loved watching it play.
Too powerful actually because of many sack outlets that are in this cube actually. And
that's a fair point.
It feels too powerful. Like there has to be something to bring it down.
I agree. It feels like the commitment is like it doesn't ask very much from you, and it
asks nothing. It asks for 1 black pit. Right. That is it.
Yeah, I was telling Scuffle earlier, I feel like that card could literally be 4 mana, and I would still play it sometimes.
Exactly.
I feel like that's a card that you probably draft in every deck, and you can splash a black in for it.
That's a good point. Now,
I Duo's typing.
Yeah, sure. In every black deck, I would play it for sure.
And if you just don't happen to see it, then there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty pro cutting the wake for sure.
All right. I guess I'm the only one who likes it. I'm not playing with it or against it.
I like it. It just feels on such a different level than every other card.
Yeah, and I think it's really good if you don't care about your opponent's experience. Like if you were playing alchemy against a faceless person, mess them up with the wake. But we're all friends here. We all want to have good interactive matches.
It's a feels bad card for your friends.
Yeah, because you just look at it and you're like, my opponent is getting so much for so little, right? 2 mana and you kind of win the game.
The issue with me when I'm drafting alchemy cards, specifically alchemy cards, is that there's a lot of them that says, "Hey, when you do this, go grab a card from this card spellbook." I have no fucking idea what's in that spellbook.
Yeah, but you can right-click to look at the spellbook.
Around 15 cards.
Yeah, you've got to look through 15 cards while you're drafting.
Right, and it's hard to evaluate that. And
we'll swap Xander's Wake for Cursebound Witch because I think 1 time is pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe drawing a line on the repeatable Discover might be good. But I will say Cursebound Witch can get Cruel Reality, which also feels bad.
I mean, yeah, but that's a 7-drop. Your 7 drops can win you the game. Palaka Worm wins you the game.
No, 1 Palaka Worm doesn't. 4 Palaka Worms.
4 Palaka Worms definitely wins you the game.
Have we seen?
Well done, Quebec.
Have we seen any Tellerian terrors rampaging around?
No,
I don't think we have Tellerian Terror in the queue.
No, Tellerian Terror is.
It is in the queue.
We haven't seen it.
Looks
like they just finished
both my games against J1.
Oh, Tellerian Terror is very good.
Yeah.
All right, let me drop.
It was the card I was looking for.
Does anybody else want to drop? This is your last chance to drop. I'd rather not have a buy, so tell me if you're gonna drop now. We have 1, 2, 3 3-0 players, so we will likely need a finals match to determine an actual winner, but I will be paying out based on record, so you are not obligated to stay.
Nice. That's a good way to do it.
Hmm.
Good played for sure.
That was a great match.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. I really enjoyed that. Both players played really well.
And I like this deck because it's really skill based. You need to make small decisions many times.
This is an interesting format. Like, you're definitely playing difficult decks against difficult decks.
It feels like you operate on like generating value on small margins a lot. It's like very incremental. Is how I see a lot of these decks play.
Yeah.
All right. No more drops. We're going to fire the next round.
Hey,
there will be
Scuffle,
one
before we
buy
do
this
that,
round.
Before we fire the next round, can I ask, can we take a couple minutes to shill budget vintage again?
Yeah, you give your whole speech. I'm going to go ahead. And
yeah,
you go ahead.
Yeah, so guys, I'm dropping the YouTube link and the Instagram as well into chat. They're both available on his Twitch page. But again, just kind of going back for anyone who hasn't caught it yet. Budget Vintage is what it sounds like. It's playing 60 card Vintage with the Vintage banned and restricted list with a $30 budget. That's TCG player low. And the format to me feels like a wide open Brewer's Paradise. It's something that my friends and I have been doing for a while, and it's something that I think maybe other people would enjoy in kind of like, small pods, maybe an LGS or a group of friends picks it up. So I'm kind of trying to get the word out. So that YouTube link, I've started filming some videos and throwing them up there. And on the Instagram, I'm doing kind of like a brief little deck text. So if that sounds like something you guys are into, definitely check it out. I'd really appreciate it if you just saw what was going on. And, if you have any deck lists, send them my way because I love to talk about it.
If I had the ability to stream Untapped or websites like that, I would be making one of these tournaments $30 vintage. It's just a little tough.
I think it's doable because I think there's ways it could be done if it's something your viewers were into, but we can always circle back to that. Oh, thank you, Herix. I appreciate it.
I think that a lot of people in my server, like if you want to make a $30 Discord channel, if you want to channel in this Discord for $30 vintage, I'd be very happy to have that.
Yeah, if you wanted to do that, or there's actually a Discord link in the links that I posted. I'll throw it in chat right now. That's a Discord that I started just with some friends a while ago for our deck lists and things. So I'll probably spend a little bit of time making it a little bit more more like built for a community. But if anyone wants to jump in there and discuss some stuff, that would be awesome for sure.
All right, so it looks like, I'm starting the last round, and the finals are going to be the winner of Natural Transformation and Omniscience versus the winner of Quebec and the IDA, if that's something that the four of you want to do. And I will be paying out the rest of the rounds. I'm going to figure that out, the specific payouts during this round.
And Scuffle, have we seen Natural Transformation or Omniscience decks yet?
No. Are either of you streaming at the moment? Because the IDA is streaming, so we can watch that from his end.
I would, if we could see either of those two that we haven't, that'd be nice.
I can try and stream through Discord.
Sure, but we will lose Rusty's face if we watch through Discord.
Yeah, that's fine. My face can go away for a match.
Just for a bit.
Oh. It's all right. It'll still be here.
Round 4. So the payings for round 4 are up. Unless you are in the match of Natural Transformation and Omniscience, unless you are one of those 4 players, then this will be your last round, and I will contact you after the event for your payouts. I will be doing door prizes this round as well for anybody still here.
What? Good luck, all.
What? Yes, good luck, everybody. All right, let's pull up. Okay. All right, who's playing? We want to see Omnis. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Coppertop, thank you so much for the subscription. Sorry I didn't get on you for that a little earlier. Why is this green though?
Oh no.
There we go. It's fixed.
I'll be honest, I am really hoping that we see a little bit more of the color blue.
I think Omni's a blue deck.
Oh, good. It looks like I see Grixis.
Also sent you my deck list, Waffle.
You did. Oh yeah. Let's go take a quick look while you get your match set up.
Hey, Mr. Coppertop, thanks for playing today. I hope you had a good time. Oh, that's all right. You'll get there with the blue deck next time.
Yeah. Here's that blue deck you wanted to see.
Ooh.
I love that Bind the Monsters is good enough here.
Oh, look at this. I like this.
This is what the matchup we're going to be watching for a bit, and we'll also check out the Ida while we're doing this.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah, the blue decks, there's a lot of variety too, but it's also harder to draft the blue deck when you're blind.
That's a good point.
Thanks
yeah.
for being here, Coppertop. So I think next time I might just do the Peasant Cube again. And we can revise it, change some archetypes around.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some tuning. I've been fairly pleased with it for a first pass, though, all things considered.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I gotta say,
trying to
Scuffle, I really
watch.
appreciate you having me on board today. And
Oh, it was a lot of fun. Oh, this is a nice hand.
Oh.
Last summer was like a dream. Feels like last summer was like a dream. And I'm trying to figure out. I gotta edit. I'll edit down this video a bit and get it up to YouTube.
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
My face is off.
Hypnotic Grifter. Nice. I like that.
I like the Grifter. It plays so well. And Fires of Victory is always tough. Like, how long can you wait to play the Fires of Victory? Do you have to wait until turn 5 to get that max value? Or are you just trying to shoot something?
Yeah, and Goldhound is a really interesting.
That's a good excuse, Coppertop. We'll get you in for the next one.
Yeah, honestly, first time you draft a cube never counts because there's just so much to learn. You know, it's like playing a new board game.
Right.
Like, it looks like it's Magic the Gathering, but it's really not. It's Cube. It's doing its own thing.
I talk about Cube a lot with everyone here, so it's kind of nice to be able to show them what it's like.
Yeah. And honestly, if anyone is enjoying it,
this is a blue-red mirror today.
That's beautiful. Rimrock Knight, nice.
Scour is a really interesting card. Like, it's a lot to get 2 cards out of that card, but it works. So how badly does Omni need a 2/3 right now? Because he doesn't really want to pitch any of these cards, but that Scour might be worth it. Like, it's a difference of conniving away the Scour versus just casting the Scour.
I kind of think we might see a Fires of Victory get fired off on the Rimrock, but maybe I'm way off.
It really depends on... So the style of deck matters a lot here. Like, how aggressive is this deck actually? Because it seems very aggressive. We saw, but it's a little bit more tempo oriented. This is interesting though.
Yeah, it feels like a decision point. I think the fact that we have a lot of value in our hand, if we think we're the more controlling deck, which we have a mana outlet that kind of provides card advantage, and we have Scour, it seems like we are well set up to play the long game. So I like that trade there.
Oh, wow, though. That Moonblade Shinobi is huge.
Oh, I missed that.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, you're a little bit ahead of
Ninjas.
me, I think.
Oh, shoot.
Let's see.
Are you watch the match? Are you watching on Twitch or on Discord?
I'm on Twitch. Your Discord's not showing for me.
So I'm not streaming this screen through Discord. You have to watch Omni through Discord.
Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah, no worries. This is a tough decision, boy. Yeah, there's a lot of windows being moved around here to make this work.
But yeah, discard the Scour. I like that. But
I mean, giving him another illusion here is tough, but like this is the last free attack.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can. I think that Grifter maybe should have tried to trade.
I get it though, because like in the Grifter, you give your opponent a 1/1 here, but the Grifter doesn't need to trade here. The Grifter gets to untap and block and hold it all these counter spells too.
Yeah, that is true.
But playing the infantry is not. This is just a rough spot.
Yeah,
Omni's just a little on the back foot.
I think if you're Omni is who we're watching, right? If you're Omni,
yes,
I think you have to hope that there's some efficient red removal somewhere to help you catch back up. I know there's 1 or 2 red board wipes that maybe are on the side.
I mean, a play with fire, like just cheap burn is what Omni's looking for.
Right. So
Omni needs to be able to block and deal with, like, Omni has the blockers. But, like, that turn, for instance, a 5th land would have let Omni play down the infantry and hold up Sonic coming and still activate the Grifter. But, like, now they have to pitch a real card for a dangerous block.
See, I think I would just take the trade and hold up a counter spell. If you go to Connive and you get blown out here, the game's just over.
That's true, but like if you don't connive and trade and you just don't have a follow-up, you lose here. So like no matter what happens, this is a razor's edge.
That's a really good point, yeah. All right, so we're going for the connive.
But this is exactly your. Yep. Like I mean, because I would have done that, and that's a dangerous play.
Oh, and look, don't discard the shock.
Ooh, that's really difficult. A red source off the top right now. You can do it, Omni. Damn. Oh, that's functionally a red source.
Is it? Oh yeah,
it is.
So wait, do you play electrostatic infantry for blue-red, then play founding for blue-blue?
See, that's what I would do.
I think he's getting there. Yeah, he's getting there.
I am bad at holding up mana for counter spells. That's why I don't play them most of the time. So like frequently, I will find out later that I should have held up a counter spell. That's why I always talk to Lucas about my blue decks.
That makes sense. I think there's so much pressure on that you just have to get things moving now.
Right. You need something down on the board.
Because even if this is the current case, so Goldhound has Menace, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't really you don't want to block the Unlucky Witness, so you're already on a 3-turn clock. Oh no.
Ooh, no. Yeah, but like hitting that with a Kindred Denial would have been so strong.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna.
Jeez. Goldhound has Menace, so we missed. That's okay.
All right, we have 16 players. No, I'm gonna eliminate the top 4, so I need a D12 here. All right, I rolled a 9.
Yeah, really just a rough game.
1 for Nostalgia. All right, Nostalgia just won a pack as a door prize.
Hey, congratulations, Nostalgia. That's great.
Yeah.
Now, I wonder if Omni has access to any board wipes. Because we are playing Breath Weapon, which deals 2 damage to each non-dragon creature, and Vampire Vengeance, which does a similar thing, but for non-vampires, and you make a blood token.
Let me take a look at... Hang on, I've got his list here. Does he have Vampire's Vengeance in the main?
Probably not the main. I think this game is gone, but I'm hoping that for the sideboard, he may have something. Yeah, good game. I can't actually hear the audio, but I can hear the sound of getting hit by 8 creatures.
Alright. How is Omniscience going to sideboard this one?
Yeah, let's see.
We will jump back here. Let's hop over to the Ida for now.
Yeah. I think that having the Sicilian play will be a big deal. Now, are you jumping over on Discord?
I just turned off the screen. I just wanted to check in momentarily.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah.
Looks like they just started their game too, and this is an interesting mono black matchup. But that cycling that Godzilla with the Warleech down is so powerful.
Oh wow, yeah, because that makes sense.
Turn your 2/2 into an 8/8 at instant speed.
An 8/8 with Death Touch if you're into that.
Mm-hmm.
See, I might just commit the Warleech here and pressure.
Looks like so, but he knows more about how this matchup is going.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's
Just
got a better idea.
yeah. Like, and I can just turn on the Discord again and take another look at this. Yeah, the tempo is just not there. But like Disdainful Strike and Kindred Denial do technically have targets, but it's so hard to hold mana up against this deck.
Yeah, and it's
I might take out the Rimrock Knight for like a Haywire Might, just because it trades with so many of the other creatures and gains 2 life. But like
decent.
this is a rough matchup. Like the tempo deck does not like dealing with the with this style of deck. This is just going to be difficult.
Yeah, I do think, you know, a single 3-mana sweeper would really change the equation. But
yeah,
I will say with a young Pyromancer and a Saheeli Planeswalker, I think Omni's got game. And Omni regs 41 cards, Scuffle. You've affected them all.
It's not my fault. It is my fault. It wasn't on purpose. The It is having spooky streams.
Shoot. Okay, this handle play. Pack the crab away, I think.
Shoot, someone want to pack? This is a good hand. I like this. They both have the Moonblade Shinobi. Moonblade is really good.
I think that if Omni finds a third land for this Saheeli on the play, I think we're going to be in good condition.
Yeah, Saheeli's huge in this matchup. Like, we saw an army, a huge army of 1/1s, but like even the Flyers had to come down off of the Goldhound punching through to get that the ninja that's in the hand right now. That Moonblade Shinobi is what gave the Flyers on. But being on the play is huge, and making all those extra bodies is huge. This is gonna be a really like this land is so important.
This shock is good too. And I think people forget that Saheeli has an activated ability. So Saheeli could potentially convert a servo into a second copy of Shinobi once we're kind of a little bit further down the line. Which could lead to a pretty big attack.
Kamikaze. They won. Alright, so Kamikaze and Nostalgia both won PAX's door prizes, and they can convert those into other fun things, which I will talk about a little later.
That's awesome.
I'm keeping an eye on the Ida's match. This Quebec versus Ida. So Quebec was playing the Gravesifter Timeless Witness deck last round. I think that the Ida in the other matchup is really going to come down to whether the Ida hits his Grey Merchant. Hey, Domino.
Oh, yeah.
Neo is absolutely better than Bro by a lot.
I agree. Neon Dynasty was one of the best sets in a while for...
Yeah, I've been grinding it just for fun.
Where is the 2-1 going? Is Moon Circuit Hacker going face? Okay. Yeah. And that's nice, because even if there's a counter spell here, we still get the servo to block the Witness.
Right.
And,
But it's still a question. If they counter that, would you still block the Witness, or would you just block the...
I think you might just let the Witness hit, actually, to deny them the cards right now. And who cares if Saheeli goes down to 4, right?
Yeah, Bro. Yeah, dog. Bro makes drafting... Like, the artifact power level of Bro makes it not an all-timer.
That makes sense, right? Because you can just lose to Wormcoil sometimes.
We're still in the tournament, Domino. I thought about I'm a little short on time today, but I really do want to draft some Neo because I think I can hit number 1 in that format.
Oh wow!
Ooh boy, that was nice.
That just happens. I don't know what to say about that. You know.
Yeah, but this Shinobi's really strong here.
Yeah, and if we find
Plastic, your deck didn't look O2. You guys did very well, though. I was impressed that so many of you got such interesting decks together, even though this is your first time cubing, because this is not an easy format.
Yeah, all the decks that I've seen have looked really cohesive and really well put together.
Ooh, Omni is really, really flooding. unfortunate land draws.
Yeah, and that Demon Bolt was just such a massive punish. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you're never playing around a 4 damage spell to your Planeswalker.
Yeah, Domino, I lost, and I mean, I just lost somebody who played 3 Phyrexian portals. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's worth it. It might be.
No, you have to sit, I think.
The problem is so many of these. Ooh, all right, now it's worth it for sure.
Again, just massively punished for making our choices, you know? Goggles of Night seems really powerful.
It's good. I mean, that's not even like they're using the wrong version. That card is supposed to be 1 less mana.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to really stress that if we do this again.
I mean, we don't have to take blame for that because we did it correctly. I checked every card individually and they wouldn't export to Arena. Like, Arena's trying so hard to push this format and you can't export deck lists in this format.
Yeah.
Swords, hey, thank you so much. How you doing?
Hey, there's Swords.
I hope you had fun today. I liked your deck a lot. Oof, that Warlord Rogue.
But yeah, 1 3-mana Sweeper would really change the equation on this matchup.
Yeah. Omni's deck has more raw power, but just the fact that every one of Bird Cultist's attacks, like every card is so many bodies.
Yeah, it's just
like
it's so spread out, and then the equipment makes them all matter.
Right.
This deck kind of feels like a blue-red opposition deck that doesn't draw its opposition.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, they did bring in the Haywire Might.
I think it's a good swap, but it doesn't quite get them here because they don't have to swing on the ground.
Oh. Also, Swords, I think that you heard, but we both thought you played really well. That matchup was a lot of fun.
That was a great match. I had so much fun watching it. There was one Xander's Wake selection, Swords, where you where I thought I chose the card that I would have taken. Rusty chose another one. Here's thanks for the raid. Rusty chose another one, and then you chose the third one, and we think you were correct.
Yeah, we discussed it.
All right, let's hop over to the Ida. I think that's the last match going.
Yeah.
Wow, this round went very fast.
Fast decks.
All right, let me get your face back up, Rusty.
Oh yeah, let me,
I'm sorry, Omni. That matchup was brutal.
Camera should be back on. Yep. And Swords, we're curious if you want to weigh in on the potential removal of Xander's Wake. As someone who's played it and played against it. What am I? All right, Scuff.
All right, there we go.
Am I watching actually on Twitch right now?
Let me stream so that you can also see what is happening.
Oh, hey, Viconia.
Viconia has done so much work for the Ida today.
So we have Xander's Wake versus Mono Black.
Love that the Ida got such a strong mono black deck together.
Oh my gosh, there's a Blood Artist.
Blood Artist is the best card for Alchemy.
Oh no. Oh no. There's an Okiba.
There is, but he gets a Xander's Wake card out of it. Like, Xander's Wake is strong enough to pull Quebec back into this game.
Yeah, for sure. And Ears, I will say that's a heartbreaker. Playing Duress and then just having them not have it in hand is brutal.
I've got a scary man behind my back right now.
Yeah, we are quite the collection on screen right now.
We're all back. It's great. He's our big, scary person behind us.
Yeah, so we activate Viconia. What's about to happen? Sir Conrad? Oh no. Yeah, so we just play the Sir Conrad. Oh wait, what's...
Yeah, I think I'm kind of glad that Mono Black went the distance
So are we
Very
about to
good.
Blood Chief's Thirst our own creature to win?
I mean, we were.
Yeah. So wow, mono black was that game 1 or 2? It was 2?
That was game 3.
Wow. So mono black just went undefeated.
Very good. Mono black? Well, so no, because he lost earlier. That was the pair up.
Oh.
So we have 2 3-1s, which we can do for the finals if the Ida and well, so we have 3 3-1s right now.
Interesting.
All right, so let's have everybody. So we still have some rounds going, but I do want to talk to the Ida and shoot, who is the other XO? Natural.
Yeah.
So natural transformation, I think, is in here.
Oh, natural's 4-0.
Yes, we have 1 4-0 and 2 3-1s, which is why, like, so I can cap it here and pay out based on record. Oh, this is my stream. That's not the stream I want to watch.
Oh, we're getting deep into the round.
There we go. This is what I wanted to open up. This is Alva's match. I like Alva's deck a lot, actually.
Hey, Natural, if you don't mind, would you send a screenshot of your deck to Scuffle? I don't think I've gotten to see it yet.
I think he sent it to me.
Okay. Oh, wow. So the timing here, we get to play Phyrexian Missionary and then Tail Swipe to stop that Fearless Fledgling from growing out of range.
And gain 3 life. Do you like gaining 3 life? Tail Swipe is a very good fight spell.
Yeah, between Tail Swipe and Bushwhack, Mono Green has been getting some nice upgrades. Yeah, look at that little life gain.
Tail Swipe, Bushwhack, and Savage Swipe are all excellent 1-mana removal spells. And Alva has all 3.
Yeah.
Alva's got all of the green removal here.
Oh, there's that Heat Bonder. I'm excited for that card.
Card's really interesting because it, like, hands is cool. The Heat Bonder is nice because, I mean, it gains life every turn. It blocks his Missionary, stalls his game out.
Yeah.
How long does Alva want to wait? Is Alva going to try and get that 10-10 Rust Goliath? Because Hamza gets him to a 10-10 Rust Goliath.
Oh, yeah. Well, Hamza's not doing any discounting right now. But
if Alva grows his team, Hamza, I actually was pretty impressed with how the prototype creatures played out today. Hey, Natural, heck yeah! So you and Ida would be playing, unless I don't think you two have played already. But if you are interested, it is Quebec. That match, that was just a rough matchup. But the finals, so I'm going to be paying out based on record. So Natural Transformation is currently the winner. Because he is the only 4-0. But so nice work, Natural. You won my very first subscriber tournament.
That's awesome. Ooh, see, I think you send with the Phyrexian Missionary there as well to get a lifelink trigger.
Oh, hot block. Well, saying with the Missionary just dies. He'll have to trade with a Cloud Conceer if he sends with the Missionary there.
Well, yeah, but you get to draw a card off your Markov Purifier, and then they can't block like we're seeing here, right?
Yeah, we saw that not having the third land against the Okiba Gang Shinobi Quebec, that's what cost you that game. Thanks, Natural.
Thanks. Yeah.
Hey, Ida, do you want to play? So I am paying out. So I'm paying out based on record. So Natural Transformation, you have first. But if you two are interested, I have a special bonus prize for a final match. If the two of you want to play, and that's going to be a wooden puzzle.
Oh,
because I make wooden puzzles. Yes, I guess I never mentioned that, and I apologize. Why? But yeah, so I have a wooden puzzle, which is the super special finals bonus prize, but I am paying out based on record now. So Natural Transformation, you are the winner of the gems and the
if the edit.
Well, so this would be so I'm only putting up the puzzle if we're doing a finals showcase match, but I'm also okay calling it there because I have some stuff. Oh, he already beat you earlier. All right, so we're just gonna pay out on record, and while this match goes, I'm gonna hide my face and calculate that.
Hey, Scuffle, one more thought. We have another 3-1, right? Who Natural didn't.
We do have another 3-1.
If that 3-1 would want to play Natural, we could still have a showcase match because I would like to see more decks.
Yeah, Quebec, do you want to do a showcase match against Natural?
No pressure if you guys don't want to, but it would be really cool. Awesome. You guys
Yeah,
are awesome.
I'm having a lot of fun covering these matches.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this.
I love how strong this Scoured Barons is. This is the best Scoured Barons I've ever seen.
Do you remember? So I sent you a message on Discord. I said,
yeah,
it's guild gates for everything except black white gets the life gain land because black white is the life gain deck.
yeah.
Ta-da!
All right, so we'll do one last showcase. We'll do one last showcase match. See, this Rust Goliath is really interesting. Like it's 2 turns off, but like he needs this blocker. You got to block this Mystic and this Hippogriff here because the Hippogriff pushes a lot of damage through. Yeah, it grants creates another flyer every turn.
Yeah, if there wasn't a 3/5 reach, there's so much damage on the other side of the table.
Ooh, does Alva block this?
And did you? No, you let it go.
But it keeps growing. It's got double strike.
Oh gosh.
And it grows again this turn because of the Heal Bonder.
Man, Heal Bonder was like an 11th hour ad, and it's been a slam dunk.
Yeah, that's the green-white hybrid card. Oh, he needs that badly.
Oh, wow.
I'd probably attack and try and get the Heal Bonder dead here just to stop that growth. Because you got to push through damage anyway. It's just a matter of how you're pushing the damage through. Okay, that's good too.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense because now we're growing that.
That's not the play I
we're
saw.
gonna be getting we're gonna get a trigger on the end step, right? We're gonna get to cantrip it.
Right.
You've got some good viewers, Scuffle.
Oh, Alva's a very good player.
Yeah.
We have a lot of good players here today. Like everybody who played, you should know how strong your competition was. And this was most of your first time playing Cube ever.
Yeah,
we'll keep doing this. I had so much fun casting this. I do kind of want. We're also going to do at some point a fun draft of this cube because I want to draft.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Omniscience.
Oh man.
See, that was right. I think against every opponent you had today except your very last one.
Oh,
it was really you. Yeah, Omniscience. You only got punished on the last one. I'm really glad you could make it. I really wanted Omniscience to make it today, but I didn't know that Omniscience had a different name on Twitter. So I was messaging them on Twitter being like, why haven't you signed up yet?
But it's already, yeah.
But they're already in here.
Hey,
they're way ahead of me.
Sometimes.
Vintage Cube is different because Vintage Cube has such a wild disparity in power levels, whereas this one, your deck can have a different power level and your deck can have bad matchups, but in general, your power level is going to be pretty consistent.
Yeah. Hey, see you later. Thanks for playing today, by the way.
Thanks, Plastic. That was a lot of fun. I'm glad you made it. I hope you can make it next time too.
Yep. But yeah, you're right. I think this is something that we talk about with Lucas a lot. Vintage Cube, I think, has more non-games.
Oh yeah, because sometimes your opponent goes turn 1 Black Lotus Storm.
Is this Bushwhack crazy? It's decent at least.
Ooh. I mean, you gotta turn off that 8/8. Like, if Alva can't punch this damage down.
Yeah, you can't.
This is a good Bushwhack.
No, because we're trying to cantrip to a real removal spell here. I think it makes sense.
Right. Like, this 8/8 is a problem, but Alva can outsize it if Alva just gains a little bit of life.
It has double strike, man. I don't know.
Not if he can deal some damage.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Like if Alva can deal 4 damage there, then it loses double strike.
I did forget about that line of text.
The Purify is so cool. The way it plays is really interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
Herix, you did really well.
Yeah.
Herix, I was so, like, your round 1 matchup against the Ida, that was just rough. He just countered you in so many ways. But in general, your deck is very strong. No, your deck was really good. We were like playing Spider Spawning for 0 was depressing. That was the only time because it should have been a Spider Spawning for 8. That's big. Haywire Might is huge here. Because it hit Banishing Light.
Oh, what's under the Banishing Light?
A Panicked Bystander, but really he just wants the body. He gets to block, and then before damage, take out the Banishing Light, and then Urborg Repossession gets to pick up Phyrexian Missionary.
Oh, wow. And it's grinded.
This is huge. This is yeah, like Alva can grind this game out because he can pick up Hemza, Rust Goliath, or Acolyte Missionary.
Picking
like,
up
there's so many.
Means that you can put it back down as
yeah. I like the way the prototypes play. I think that they ended up being really interesting. Nobody ephemerated a prototype though.
I was gonna say The 3-mana 1/1 double strike draw card, I was really
Right?
pulling for someone to ephemerate that or
Yeah. Like you can play that card on turn 3 and then blink it on turn 4 to draw a second card, dodge a removal spell, and put 6 power down.
I've actually been I've been thinking about trying to brew around that in $30 vintage. Our buddy Chris just ordered a tempered steel deck that I'm super
Ooh.
excited for.
It's wild. Like Alva has just been weathering this 18 damage a turn double striker.
You get in with the 9/8, right?
I don't know.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you wanted to attack with a 9/8 instead of the 3/4?
I don't know. See, this is fine. Like, I think Alva's okay giving up this creature here because he has the missionary in hand to pick it up.
Yeah, just buy it back. And that does grow the thing. And I think we chump block. Oh, we don't have the mana to pop the might right now.
We do not. So I think Alva's just planning to give up the Acolyte here. But once he gives up the Acolyte, he gets to chump with the might, which also creates a chump blocker.
Yeah, and we gain life off the Acolyte. We gain life off the might. So
yeah. And this is the first attack that's not free from Jameshio. Like, this is the first one that Jameshio might not make because Alva gets to crack back with a 10/10.
Right, and you have to trade with the Heat Bonder or chump with the Heat Bonder, because if not, your Twin Blade Paladin is shrunk.
Right. Yeah, losing double strike on the Paladin is huge because Alva is better at gaining life here than Jameshio. Jameshio's got a much better threat on board, but Alva can make his Unicorn bigger than the Paladin.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Jameshio has 4 cards in hand. He hasn't had to play cards in a while, so we'll see how this goes.
But still, I mean, the Phyrexian Missionary represents a lot of gas, so.
Yeah, this is still anyone's game.
Oh, and this is game 3.
Yeah.
Wow.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't notice.
So they know each other's decks.
So do you think, are you sending with a Unicorn here?
I'm sending with a Unicorn.
Yeah.
But what matters is what happens first. Like, do you play cards before the Unicorn here? Because Haywire Might does gain life up when it triggers also.
Yeah, so the important thing is you need to, are we getting the Rust Goliath? Oh, baby.
Ooh, nothing wrong with the 10/10. Except actually that your opponent's 10/10. That's the only thing wrong with the 10/10.
We're working on that. I think I think getting in here is really good because
I got to figure out.
If we get in here, it locks their creature at a 10/10. But it looks like we. Yeah.
Oh my god. I get so distracted by the music sometimes. I love this song.
Yeah, I'm really happy that I don't have to listen to that, so I can dedicate my full brain to trying to understand these lines. Are we going in?
People did so well.
Oh, we are not going in.
Wait.
Yeah, this could go to anyone.
I love this. This is a great game.
There have been a lot of really good games.
Yeah, I think that means we did a good job.
Oh gosh, please block first.
It's okay. It's okay. Alva usually gets there. He usually figures it out. But yeah, he does make me panic sometimes.
Yeah, the nervous sweat began.
I'm sure he's feeling it too.
Wait, is that Celestial Vault?
It is a Celestial Vault. That's huge.
Can we activate it on Instep?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I
thought it was a Panic Bystander.
I thought it was like a 1/1 or something dorky.
Oh my god, I thought that was the 2/2 that gains life when a creature dies. That's so different.
That was probably like, what are these guys doing? There's 3. Oh gosh, what is
Angel of Destiny? Angel of Destiny.
See, this card is really fun. It's busted, but this card is fun.
Yeah, I love the choices that these cards produce.
I will say, so one thing we talked about for the viewers, we had
this thing, dog. We'll do it for fun too.
Oh, dog, I'm glad you had fun. But so we had talked about playing the learn cards from Strixhaven, with the caveat that
Mhm.
if you were to draft like a first day of class or a field trip or a pop quiz, you would have access to one of each of the lessons in your sideboard. So the idea there being that you're kind of upping the power level of the learn cards by making them as good as they could possibly ever be. And the thing about
And that
that,
is only common and uncommon lessons, by the
yes,
way,
just those.
not the rare
Good,
ones.
good call. But the main thing there is you get a lot more disenchants that are main deckable because like divide by
Oh, thanks,
0
dog.
can get you whatever, you
Hmm.
know. So I don't know. Maybe we try that next time. But it also
We can
does.
scramble with it a bit, and we can also let people vote on what specific packages they want to see.
Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah, because that really does add a lot of complexity for not a ton of gain, truthfully.
Mhm. I like the idea, but I think it makes them too strong. Like so many of like even first day of class, like the cards that do nothing but learn exactly what you need are too strong.
But I mean, compare that
I mean, we can
to
build around that.
compare that to the 2-drop that we want to ban. I keep forgetting the name.
Xander's Wake.
Xander's Wake. Like obviously that card's an outlier, but pop quiz.
Can't believe it's gonna be an Angel of Destiny game.
I'm really not excited to read the text on this. 1 second.
Nobody deals damage anymore. You gain life instead.
Oh wow.
And if Alva can hit 35, then Angel of Destiny wins the game.
It's insane. Llanowar Visionary is a good draw, by the way.
So what we did, we wouldn't replace Young Pyromancer. We would run them both Omniscience. But it's a the thing about the Iconoclast is it is blue and red, and we had the most trouble picking the blue and red multicolored cards. So like being a Iconoclast is something that we are very interested in. It is strong enough for the cube,
Yeah.
but we would have to redefine some archetypes.
And the thing
because
is,
I think
I don't think you want to have 2 multicolored cards that are. Oh wow, look at that hover bike.
that's a fantastic hover bike.
That derailed me, but Iconoclast and Saheeli Planeswalker are very similar in that they're both blue-red hybrid or blue-red combined young pyromancers. I think Saheeli is a little bit more interesting. There's a chance Iconoclast is better, but maybe that's a good thing. And I think that would be the swap because I don't think you would want to have Saheeli and have Iconoclast, both taking up slots basically.
Yeah, I get that. I think like there's a world where we redistribute the archetypes. So like making blue-red tokens, we could do, and it would be a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm sorry. This Tibalt is a little late.
That is the best Tibalt I've ever seen.
That's crazy. Sorry, I've been every card they play makes me go wowie.
Why is that in here? Oh. So Omniscience, we would have to build around it, but I am not opposed to that idea. Like, it's just hard to balance having so many of those effects, because if you go turn 2 Pyromancer, turn 3 Iconoclast protection spell up, turn 4 Saheeli protection spell up, you're winning that game. But ooh, hard hit. If only Alva could give this unicorn lifelink.
Yeah, really.
It's weird how bad this 10 mana 10/10 is.
Yeah, it's a little bit outclassed. I still have not succeeded in reading this card. I'll get there eventually. Wait.
It does say target player loses the game on it.
Huh.
He needs 11 mana because his visionary needs to block. That's a good Essence Scatter.
Wow. Okay. So Llanowar Visionary is going to be down. But yeah, circling back, omniscience. That's a really good question, by the way. And things like that are really awesome to think about with Cube, because then you kind of get into the nitty gritty of kind of corner cases on how two similar cards can behave a little bit differently. And I think that's so fun to talk about and so fun to strategize about. And oh my gosh, a reanimation spell.
Wow. Yeah, Cube is an interesting thing because like this is a 450 card pile with one card slot affecting a lot of decisions.
Yeah.
I don't know the correct answer here.
Wait, do we win the game?
It has to attack and live.
It does.
I mean, Dementia's got 2 cards in hand.
Okay, sure.
But yeah.
Because
this does win the game. Gate top deck gain. He's gaining 4 more here.
So this
he's 15 over. I think that does it. Oh my god. And we have an Angel of Destiny kill.
That's insane.
That's really nice.
And so then, okay,
was that the last match? That was a great match.
That was
you two
good.
played really well.
See, and now you have the question of, not to not be excited about the next match, but this is worth talking about. Now, with the way that played out, we kind of have to think about why we are a peasant cube. Like, what is our motivation, right? Because there's the argument that if we're a peasant cube because we think commons and uncommons are cool, then the fact that a game was decided by a mythic rare that was drafted out of an effect, maybe that's negative. But if the reason we're a peasant cube is for the affordability on Arena, but we still want cool gameplay moments, then that was a cool gameplay moment, and the Celestial Vault could maybe have an argument for staying, right?
So I did choose this format, well, because I played it and I had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But I didn't want people to have to commit so many wild cards to playing a fun format. And I really, so I like that, but I understand that not everybody does. So this was our very first time doing this. So next month we're going to do this again. I'm going to let all of you vote on what you want to see different.
Oh, that's fun.
But I didn't want to let you vote this time because I wanted you to have some context.
Everyone's going to vote and say, no more cube lessons with Rusty. We do not want to hear about cross-pollination.
That's not true at all, Rusty. All right, so we are going to have one more finals match as a showcase. And during that, I'm going to take that time to get all of the prize payouts. So if you are in the event, stick around so I can get your payouts. I had to wait until the last match was finished because I need to make sure that everybody who has the same record gets the same prize payout. And we only have 1 4-0 and a few 3-1s. So I'm going to fix that, but we're going to go ahead and just play this last match. And I think this might be one we have to stream over Discord, Rusty.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so who do we have?
We have
wait, it was
natural transformation,
natural and Omni, or natural and Quebec.
Quebec.
So one of you, if one of you could stream, I'd appreciate it. Oops, I'm watching Alva's stream and he's watching my stream.
We got the wires.
All right. I think I can finalize this round and we will get our final standings. Do not worry about your breakers here because I'm going by record for these payouts, and I will have your payouts figured out momentarily. There's currently 22 in the prize pool, and I need to figure out, it's a little bit more than that. I need to figure out exactly. All right, finalizing the bracket.
All right.
So you will receive your gems in an email at a later date, and I will sort out the shipping of prizes to you after this. I will message you during this match. Nice work, Natural. Our very first Cube tournament winner.
That's awesome.
And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 3-1s. So Quebec and Omni, you two were gonna play for that puzzle, right? If you are up for that, I'd really appreciate it.
I thought Natural was playing in the.
Dude, Natural and Quebec were playing. I can't remember.
I think that's the Yep.
Dude, they'll tell me shortly, right? Right. I gotta open up my chat.
So Scuffle, it looks like we have our choice. Do you want to watch from the perspective of Quebec or Natural Transformation? Have we seen Quebec's deck before?
We've seen Quebec's deck a few times. It's very cool. Let's watch Natural because we haven't seen anything from his point of view yet.
I agree.
I gotta turn your face off. Sorry, Russ.
Oh, you're good. Not that important. Let me
It is important,
Boom.
but I do want to watch this match.
I agree. Believe it or not, I
Is
think
natural Joshua?
So what?
Is natural Joshua?
Based on context, perhaps.
No. Can't remember.
Yeah, they've confirmed.
Okay. Nice work, natural. So we're gonna watch this from your point of view, as you are the only undefeated player.
Yep, and Quebec is the only person who can't watch the match.
Natural is Bird Colt. Wait, I'm confused.
I think ignore that. Oh. No, Alva was right. Yeah, Bird Cultist.
Bird Colt is in Arena and Joshua in Discord, right?
Yeah.
And he missed the plane. We didn't invite. Dancing all the way.
All right, I'm excited. This tournament has been a ton of fun.
No, don't be sorry. Yeah. So this is gonna be our last match for the day. It's gonna be best of 3. We're gonna watch the whole thing, and we may occasionally jump between 2 people. Let me get this a little bit bigger because they're already in game.
This hand looks really strong. I actually think Mephit's enthusiasm is very powerful.
Why can't I? There we go.
Oh my gosh, Brittle Blast against Xander's Wake. Hello? There's counterplay? Our cube has counterplay?
Oh, right.
Watch out, everyone.
I love how much... I feel like Player Revenant has done so much work for them today.
Yeah, look at it entering
like both people who got it.
Yeah, I like getting the Mistwalker down.
It's just such a good blocker, and it's really easy for it to switch lanes, just start attacking.
I gotta say,
this
I
Xander's
might
Wake
fire
is
off
huge.
the Brittle Blast like now.
Are we watching 2 different people? I'm okay with that.
Spoilers.
Yeah, that's okay. No, this is great. I just realized I'm watching Quebec.
That's funny.
So this will work out just fine.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so now we have more information. Do you want me to switch over so I have your perspective?
No, I'm going to switch to Natural's perspective.
That's fine.
All right. Actually, I'm going to switch to Natural's perspective. And then I'm going to turn off my face for just a moment while I figure out the pricing here.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just talk. So
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm still going to be listening and putting in input, but I got to figure out everybody's prizes really quick.
Yeah. So now that you guys can see what I'm talking about, I'm very excited about the Brittle Blast because it's got text that basically turns off death triggers and graveyard recursion, which looks pretty relevant against Quebec's board state. And I like that there's something that seems to interact positively against Xander's Wake.
I mean, that card is very strong, but it's answerable.
Yeah, but like even here, this Mistwalker attack is just like, well, maybe Xander's Wake should be non-token. Oh, yeah.
Okay, subscriber tournament.
All right, what does Brittle Blast actually say?
For sure, 3-1 or better gets prizes. And I will do, I might be able to get 2 prizes, but I'm not positive because the drops did make that a little bit difficult.
Huh, there's some good options here. Kind of an odd situation having Mephit's Enthusiasm in hand and no removal.
Yeah, but you can get those later.
Yeah.
Ooh, see, that was a big decision. Like, do you Shinobi there?
Okay, but hear me out. We didn't play land, right? Can we land in Bolus's clutches, take their Xander's Wake?
We can.
I'm in for it. I'm in for it. Oh, wait, no, there's a Naturalize on board.
There's a
I think
natural
you
on
have
board.
to. I think you have to. Oh no! Oh no!
But it's got hexproof, so you can't take it. It's got hexproof from the wake.
What does a naturalized creature have hexproof from?
Artifacts and enchantments.
So I guess my point is I think you have to spend that turn Mephit's Enthusiasm or Brittle Blasting it, because now they're going to naturalize the Embolus's. Oh no! Hey, Alva and Kamkazi, I'm glad you guys had fun today. It was really fun watching you guys. Both your decks were really good, and I thought you guys both played really well. And oh my gosh,
We'll do more just cubes in general because it seems like people really have fun with it. So we'll just do cubes in the channel sometimes, in addition to subscriber tournament. But if I can't come up with reasonable alternatives like that fit my style of streaming, then we will continue to do this cube because I really like it.
yeah,
we'll just keep
felt
changing
really good. And finding that site that let you draft and then import to Arena feels like such a big deal because
so that's what the IDA showed me.
That's awesome. Shout out to the IDA. That's a big find.
Yeah, that's what he uses to run draft club.
Oh, okay. Man, both those cards are from Xander's Wake. Yeah.
All right, so 4-0 gets 6 packs, and all the 3-1s get 3 packs.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's how we're doing this. And then I've got with lots of extra spillover. So 4-0 will get 7 packs. Okay. So as long as we are using Wizard, so Herix, I really wanted to do something like Vintage Cube, but Vintage Cube requires playing online through like Untapped, and I'm not allowed to do that anymore.
Yeah.
I should have done that sooner in my streaming career. But if we can come up with a way to do it, I really want to do it.
Yeah.
Like maybe on Moto.
Wow, this attack is aggressive and I like it. Look at that bounce.
Lovely. I mean, he gets a 1/1 out of here, and he gets to tie down a creature.
Ugh.
This is a fantastic play.
Really good recovery by
This is a good game. And that's a known big spender.
Oh,
so like
no.
Oh no.
We can get there.
We can.
You just go in the air.
That goggles is big though.
Yeah, if
now,
that
is it
finds
worth
anything and oh no, it's not buffed.
That's okay here. It doesn't matter here. It only matters early game.
No, it matters if we find a 3-drop removal spell.
So what I would have done here, which might be crazy, is left back an illusion, put down the big spender pre-combat, and gotten in with the Shinobi 2 just to get the treasure. So that way I can dig for a card from the Spender's playbook.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So, but like that's a much riskier play.
Oh, I forgot about Big Spender getting buffed by the
Oh yeah.
What is that?
Mephit's Enthusiasm is so cool. Mephit's Enthusiasm is a fantastic card. Because like 2-mana deal 4 is good, but if you happen to kill like a Malakir Coldblade, then getting to he's just going for the kill with Sir Conrad.
Yeah, just off of Sir Conrad.
I mean, but that was a whiff. They did not hit a creature with Sir Conrad. I love how strong Sir Conrad is.
Sir Conrad is terrifying. He is a hopped up blood artist for sure. Oh no. They have reach.
There's another spider spawning.
What happens now? Huh.
All right, let me make sure I message everybody. So, natural transfers, you got 70 tickets, which is the equivalent of 7 packs, and I'll go through what that means with you after this. Oh, he can't see.
Yeah, Herix, you're right. There was a lot of black-green in this. Heraldic Banner, actually kind of relevant. It lets our guys push through, but ugh. Yeah, that's tough. I would be interested to record everyone's color pairs and basically count up the number the number of times each
So-
color was played and get some data.
The site we used has a full draft log. We can download the draft log and look at everybody's picks.
Oh wow.
So like we can go through that a little later, which I think would be a lot of fun. Tonight I gotta run. I have an appointment at 5:30. So I gotta run, but I would love to debrief on this sometime this week.
Yeah, let's have a call later and talk about it.
If there's enough interest in this, I will do this every I'm willing to do this once a week if I can get enough from doing it to not work once a week. But generally, twice a month, I think, is not out of the question because people came out for this and seemed to really enjoy it. Like, we had 30 viewers the whole time.
Yeah.
Not counting the 20 people who played.
Yeah, that's a lot. I've had a total blast. If
I've really enjoyed myself.
if you ever want to have me back on for commentary, this has been great. I really
Dude, minimum I want you to do minimum I want you here at least once a month. I would do more if we can get this running. But like for instance, 22nd through 29th I don't get to stream because I got to work every day.
Oh, yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, but I'll do some sneaky streams at night. But yeah, no, I love this kind of thing. I like doing limited content, and I like people coming out to do new kinds of limited content.
Yeah, I think this is such a cool way to get people active, and it's like it's exciting, but it's also I think it's approachable, you know? Because
Klausgar,
Hey.
Intergalactic dude. Oh, thank you so
oh,
much.
look at that.
Hi, Lean. That's really sweet of you. Thank you.
And Scuffle, I'll tell you a hint. You know this person. You met them at the barbecue.
Claus or Hylian?
Hylian, yeah.
Oh.
I don't want to dox them, but I think that they're pretty close to me.
Oh, I'm really glad that she came out and was able to enjoy this event. It was a lot of fun today.
Yeah, this has been awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe she can play in the next one. I'd love to have her play in the next one if she is up for that.
Yeah, we can work on it. I think she'd have a really good time. Yeah, Copper Top Herrix, I'm glad you guys had fun. I'm liking the ooh. Too bad Paradise Druid is untouchable by Fiery Temper right now. I actually really like that Foretell of Demon Bolt. Nice efficient way to still spend the mana.
I think we can build, like, one thing that I want to look into is building the functionality of Power Stones in, because, like, you can use Power Stones to cast to foretell cards, activate Ecstatic Awakeners. Like, we can just, because there's a lot of cool activated abilities that are just a little too expensive.
Yeah. Yeah.
The problem is, like, we're just limited on the things that make Power Stones efficiently.
Yeah, I think looking into, like, artifact and enchantment synergies would be interesting as kind of a way to vary it. And, you know, we can slot archetypes in and out, you know what I mean? Like, if you change 2 to 3 signpost uncommons for a set and then change like the requisites kind of like the cards that allow the enablers, you can shift an archetype pretty wide. Absolute Dog, really good comment. I think the only thing I'm not happy with in this is how prevalent Xander's Wake was.
Yeah,
that did feel
weirdly. Xander's Wake felt like more of a problem than the Celestial Vault.
Yeah. Yeah, Celestial Vault, it asked a little bit more from you, right? It said, like, did you stabilize the game? If you did, then okay, maybe you get to win. Xander's Wake is just like, did you have 2 mana and your creatures died? Okay, you win. So.
Very true. Like, it was, I think, a little too synergistic because, like, the Angels were all expensive or 1 mana, 1/1 flyer, whereas Xander's Wake was relevant cards all the time.
Yeah.
And I underestimated that.
I am curious of you guys, like, who don't like alchemy. Is it all the alchemy cards or just the ones that let you draft from a spell book? Like right now, Brittle Blast looks super fine to me.
Yeah, and like Big Spender feels fine.
Big Spender felt fine. The white Savannah lines that enlists felt good. Interesting. Okay, you don't like them.
That's so weird. See, that's a more compelling reason to cut the alchemy cards, Herrick. But like, we lose some important cards on balance to do that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm down for cutting all of them, but I'm definitely down to think about it.
I think Curse Mountain Witch is reasonable. I think the single-use alchemy cards are reasonable.
Yeah. Now, if you Brittle Blast the Morbid Opportunist here, they don't draw a card, right?
So they don't draw a card when the Morbid Opportunist itself dies.
Oh,
anyway.
yeah, you're right. You can just fire.
But if you Brittle Blast something else, correct.
Yeah, Brittle Blast looks pretty strong here. But yeah, you could just Fiery Temper the.
This is an important turn. Oh, I'm sorry, Herix. I'm sorry. Are you a golden retriever? I'm really sorry to hear that.
No, I think we just attack.
I feel your pain.
This point. This looks like a pretty good A space.
It's like he doesn't want to trade off the Whirler Rogue, but it's still the same amount of damage to leave the Whirler Rogue back.
That's fair. Yeah, I can see not wanting to trade with Witness, but yeah, I like this. It's probably more consistent damage in the long run.
Yeah. Like, specifically, Whirler Rogue is such a good way to close this game out, and it demands that go for the throat that we know,
that's a really good point.
about.
And here we are getting value off of our.
Hey, Luna.
Witness.
Luna, you won a booster pack as a door prize. I was just about to message you.
Oh, nice. That sounds crazy, Herix. That was a really good unlucky Witness. Good job, bud. Quebec can definitely stabilize this.
This is a good game. This is close. I mean, at least your computer lived. I love how, like, so we've seen Bolus's clutches twice, and it's been very important.
That was an 11th hour ad, and I gotta say, I might be the bad guy, but I'm taking the land. I'm taking Forest here, I think. Yeah, be the bad
guy. I mean, Annex is a good card. I was gonna say put in Late Claim, but I think that one mana makes a huge difference. It's really hard to hit the 7th land.
Yeah.
These 2 Thopters might get there.
Yeah.
It didn't even occur to me to take the land, but I'm glad he took the land.
I love it. I love that.
Thunder be like that, Harry.
The bad guys get this one. I think we just said, yeah. They're at a virtual 3, so I don't know if you need to do that enthusiasm. It's probably fine.
Like, I think he just wants to keep him off balance all the way.
Oh, wow.
That was a fantastic top deck. And we know it was a top deck because he would have played it pre Fellstone, Fell or whatever.
Oh my gosh, this Mistwalker. How big can it get?
Mimics Enthusiasm. Mimics Enthusiasm is so good. I love that card.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Oh, now we know why. Now we know why Quebec wasn't playing his card.
Oh wow, EI.
What a top deck! Top decks consistently from both sides. That's so good.
Dude, what if you play the crab and then get in with the crab to get sneaky Shinobi ninjas? Oh, yes.
I mean, it's pretty good. Is it worth it though?
You kind of beat sorcery speed removal, sort of.
You do, and so So I would have played the Shinobi here if I weren't able to crack this clue. But this way,
yeah,
you can crack the clue and Unholy Heat and crab.
Yeah, so now we ninjutsu the Shinobian and Fiery Temper, and that's the game. Wow.
I love how interesting these gates have been really good.
Have you seen anyone activate one?
2 times, and both times it was the last card they had him play. But the fact that if it were just draw a card, it would be okay. But the fact that it always, because you have 5 lands in play already to use that card. So the fact that it always draws something relevant has been very important.
Yeah, that was a good game.
All right, that was a great game. How would you sideboard this? So we've seen lots of Cry of the Carnarium. I might try and make the Grifter fit again for some of these cheaper cards that died because the Cry of the Carnarium has been such a back-breaking play every time.
Yeah,
I think Electrostatic Infantry gets a lot better on the play.
I'm also interested in Battlecry Goblin as just like a hasty threat, sort of.
Yeah, because we're coming down on hasty threats, and we've gone to the late game in this matchup.
And there's just a lot of removal over there, so Phoenix Chick is good. If you told me Grim Initiate was a little bit small, I could see going a little bit bigger by cutting Initiate for Battlecry Goblin. Yeah?
Hard Evidence is a really good addition. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grim Initiate is a good cut. Like, it just... That 1/1 has not been relevant in this matchup. Because all day we've been seeing just Bird Cultist's army of 1/1s flying and evasive and the card advantage coming. And now, and we were talking about how good every game, it's how good Vampire's Vengeance would be in this matchup, or how good Cry of the Carnarium would be. And here we are seeing it. Cry of the Carnarium has been backbreaking every time.
Yeah. And
rough mulligan here,
wow,
but,
yeah, mono blue.
This is a lot of recovery. There's a lot of 2-for-1s.
Crab into Moon Circuit into Chartercourse is good.
It is, especially because...
Oh, I guess you crab into Ninja, truthfully.
Moon Circuit Hacker, Ninja the Deep Hours is solid. But he needs a second land to crab into Ninja. Yeah, because
Gate never comes in untapped. Oh, look at that. He's a genius.
Magic's easy.
Now, do you think there's a removal spell here? We'll go for the throat, maybe?
No. Oof. It could be a go for the throat, but like it's not a poison the cup.
Yeah. Was that a pause?
So I don't know Quebec that well, but he could be the kind to put pauses on for the sake of confusing the opponent.
Yeah.
But this is a really good opportunist here. Like, it just stops the attack.
You still get the Chartercourse, though, which is nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Free Chartercourse. It's a safe Chartercourse. And even just playing the tap land is fine. Like, this looks like to be a strong experimental overload game.
Yeah, I agree. And I think
like that experimental overload is going to be worth 3 cards.
I think the Trickster's also going to be pretty strong. It looks like it may get an attack to connect. Oh, no.
Shoot, I got to finish sending out these notifications. I need to get Omniscience one. So this, I did pump up the prize pool a little bit. In the future, what I want to do is make it a flat, like 5 tickets per person, and then bonus prize pool, like half a pack per person, plus half a pack for each new subscriber. This time I just put in 10 and then 10 per person.
Oh, yeah.
10 packs plus 1 pack per person is what I did this time. Because I had lots of cool people come out.
Yeah, this has felt very successful. I'm glad everyone seems to have had a pretty good time. Like, it clearly wasn't perfect. There were some things that could have been a little bit better.
I don't agree with that. I think this went perfectly.
I do agree this has been crazy fun, and that Arborback Stomper looks difficult.
Yeah, that was... I don't know that Quebec had that in the main deck. This is a good change.
The thing about a Stomper coming down is it means we're kind of settling in for a bit of a grinder now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So let's see. I would try and get in with this Unlucky Witness because there's a very good chance your opponent doesn't block here.
Just out of fear,
and if you get in with the bolt? Well, yeah, but you can try and sneak in this Moon Circuit Hacker.
Oh, that's fair. I think I'm an EI man. I'd probably just...
This is a really good clutches. This is going to be very important.
Yeah. Then maybe Merfolk Trickster something.
So I think you're going to end up Merfolk Trickstering that Opportunist just to prevent them from drawing a card. Because they're not attacking with the Opportunist here. But if you put down the Trickster to kill... Ooh, I would have waited for the attack to turn off the Opportunist and then double block the Stomper. But that is a much riskier play.
I think that...
I just tend to make risky plays.
I think we're going to bolus as clutch as the Stomper.
You're right.
I think that's what's going to happen with it.
I just sent you a message this second, Herix. It is. So, Herix, I actually revamped the system because you participate in a lot of stuff and I want you to be able to win more stuff. So, I have a post. You know what? I'll post it now to the arc. I can't. Sorry, I can't post until this is over because we're watching people through my systems. But as soon as this event is over, I will post a ticket list to under announcements. So everybody, or I'll probably make a separate channel for it. And then people can know what they want to save up for. But you will always have the option of spending your tickets on packs.
That's so fun.
I like prize walls. I always have, because like I want people to be able to like, so right now you can spend, so Herrick's has 30 tickets. He can buy 3 packs, but I don't want to ship packs internationally. But I would ship a Polluted Delta internationally. I would ship an Antiquities Strip Mine internationally.
I see. Yeah, so give him a chance to.
Exactly. But Herrick's can also, I have digital packs for Herrick's too, if he wants those. I keep, because you win a digital pack every time you win FNM, and I had an undefeated Dominaria season. I won every FNM for the whole time Dominaria was legal. I won all 22 events I played in Dominaria from pre-release through game days. Dominaria was a good set for me. So that's why I have so many packs now, and including the digital ones.
Man, we have a
This has
lot
been
of
a
gas,
really
but we
good
really are looking for an answer to the opportunist.
Yeah, the opportunities are just so much. I am the best at my local, but I try to vary things, because if you only play at one place and win every time, people stop coming. I used to play locally with Rusty, and he was the one who always beat me.
We played a lot of Kaladesh League together.
Oh my god, so much. And we used to play, this was back when stores would do like circuits. So you would have these circuits where people, I was actually just telling Daijabu about this, because people would have these, you'd have these circuits in a given store, and like if you played 3 times a week at 3 different stores, then it would always be Rusty and I at the last top 8 table of the month. Also 8 Pierce, who is not here, was often there.
Do I know that? Is that a person that I know? Because I don't know that name.
Peter. 8 Pierce is Peter.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Peter's
really
good.
Peter's quite good. Yeah, but Peter plays in starts and jumps. So it looks like Bird Cultist has chosen to just power through the bodies here.
I think that's
in order to. Yeah, I think that's correct, because like he actually has a deck that can recoup that card advantage with Goggles of Night and that Circuit Hacker.
Well, also additionally, oh no, that just changed.
Here it is again.
I was gonna say that if your opponent doesn't have a chance to cast their cards because they're dead, then you can go negative on card.
That's the best kind of card advantage.
But that cry was brutal. So, do you think that after watching these past couple matches, the pick order for the sweepers has gone up?
I don't know. Like it, I think that comes down to like how often are you going to, like, because it's a sideboard card. Like you don't main deck the sweepers.
Yeah, true.
So one thing we can do is we can set 1 rare per pack. So if we ever want to make rares like sideboard cards, if we ever want, I don't like collections or people's inability to craft something to come into it.
I agree. I think
this Gingerbread is really relevant.
So I think there's 2 directions we could go. We could take out the Pelica Worm for being a rare, or it could just be fine.
Pelica, I think it's fine, because like, I mean, being the rare hurts a little, but the fact that it's a game plan. Like Pelica Worm was really good, but it wasn't the reason people were winning. People were winning because they were having a strong ramp deck or a good way to hold things down until the Pelica Worm.
That's a good point.
And if we didn't have something at the top end to take advantage of that time, then people would just stall out at the top end. It's like how Aetherling was never the problem in Return to Ravnica.
Oh, sure.
It was Supreme Verdict plus Detention Sphere plus Sphinx's Revelation.
It's like those red prison decks in Legacy. Like once you do your thing, you can win with a ham sandwich. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Also, this Brittle Blast. I think we're about to blast the. Yeah.
I love how Brittle Blast has been playing. This is a really solid.
Yeah, I'm glad we have it around.
Like, it's pretty cool because it's not like this is a permanent status change here. So now anything that dies goes to exile.
I will say it does kind of hurt to not.
This is interesting, but correct.
But I do agree that keeping our 5-1 was around, but.
Oh. Yeah, no, that was a risk. I think that was a calculated risk, and it did not pay off. But
Yeah,
still.
but at the
I
same
think that's
time,
still
like the
correct.
body's so relevant because we have
Mhm.
these equipments that we need to just start making contact with, and it feels like this
Wow.
game's slipping. By the way, oh, we're back to
Oh,
it.
what a top deck!
The
Fantastic.
game's not slipping. We're in charge. We've always been in charge. Let's suit that bad boy up and let's get in for 4.
Magic's easy.
Holy.
So the thing is,
Have
you can
2
have those
equipment?
2 equipment, and it that doesn't change the functionality of equipment.
Yeah. They're not mono artifacts. They're just artifacts. That was an insane swing. These games are awesome.
If only you could ninjutsu in and keep it.
Oh my god.
So much card advantage. That was a great draw too. Unholy Heat has performed really
I gotta say,
well.
yeah, I'm just firing this heat off. I'm sick of that opportunist.
The opportunist has drawn 6 cards this game.
The card is
So
absurd.
that's what we gotta. Yeah, but we got a Bird Cultist, let's see, has 1 from the Hacker, 1 from the Ninja of the Deep Hours, 1 from the Expressive Iteration, and 2 from the Goggles. So like this is just a game where they've both drawn a huge number of cards.
Yeah. And this cube definitely operates.
Don't be
like that.
sad. Oh, thanks for the follow, Deuce. How you doing today?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Welcome. We're having a good time. This is our final feature match from today's subscriber tournament, the Peasant
Oh
Cube.
no, there's a natural.
And we'll be running a really good naturalize.
Wow, this is back
but
and
like
forth.
that's a mana investment. We are having some fun. I'm not playing right now. Today, this is our final match. We are playing for a special wood puzzle between our first and second place entries. This is just one last showcase match to call it a night.
Yeah, and this game's been awesome. This match has really held up.
John Likes Games is streaming right now.
Oh wait, we naturalized the Hacker? Wow, I thought we would have naturalized the Goggles, but that might be just better.
That's a good play. I did not see that coming.
No, I forgot it was an enchantment. That's smart. This trade is so good. I will say this Shinobi might be a big deal.
Wow. So this whole time we were trying to figure out how Quebec could outcard Omni
And
here.
now he's just pressuring.
And yeah, and he's like, you guys are wrong. I'm just gonna kill him.
Can the Whirler Rogue make itself?
It can.
And then you can Shinobi
Whirler Rogue
it,
can
right?
make. Right.
We're doing it. He's seeing the line. Oh my gosh. This is really good. Whirler Rogue's so strong.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm impressed. So this is Peasant Cube, Deuce. So this is it's a cube that we drafted. It's all and then since it's all commons and uncommons, we didn't have to pay a lot of wild cards to make it go. I'm just casting today. I'm the host, and Rusty is hosting as well. But unfortunately, we have to watch this one on Discord, so Rusty's face is not present. But yeah, this was a fantastic play. So this is Peasant Cube, and we're going to be doing this again because this was a lot of fun.
Yeah, this has been great.
This is a great cube. This match is so back and forth.
Yeah, we have had a lot that have been. Oh man, there's an
people
Eternal
keep
Witness.
switching gears. So we designed the cube for Arena. We drafted it using a special browser tool, and then we imported the decks to Arena, crafted the decks, and I ran the tournament through Match Arena. So today's prizes include gems and physical booster packs that I'm going to be shipping. There were 4 rare cards.
But they're uncommons in paper, which is kind of.
They are.
We respect it.
We're having a fun time. I'm actually just picking someone to raid right now.
Yeah, because you got to split pretty quick after this, right? You have an appointment or something?
I do. Yep.
Yeah, let's touch base later this week and kind of do a.
I would love to. Tomorrow is actually pretty good for me, but I know you got to work tomorrow.
No, I'm
but
taking
we'll
this
find
week
some
off.
time.
I got them installing.
Oh, heck yeah.
So I'm free all week. Just whenever works for you. We'll talk.
I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good.
Lots of people playing. We're gonna go ahead and raid John Likes Games because I'd like John Likes Games. And I don't have anybody else playing Magic.
Oh wow, look at that. It's a spell that does anything. That seems good for us.
Any spell that does anything. But like that Cry of the Carnarium is terrifying. The card is so scary.
It's back in hand. I missed that. My word.
It's back. He eternalized the Witness to pick up that Cry of the Carnarium. So like this is a very important hand, and there's no there is no foretelling this Demon Bolt because Quebec has played enough of these games to know that Demon Bolt is the only card with foretell that Bird Cultist is
Yeah,
running.
can we seek a counterspell? No.
We can, but it's random.
Yeah.
That's pretty good though.
Maybe-
We just want to deal with that Jaheira.
Maybe we just get in while the getting's good and then kill the Jaheira. Yeah.
Well, do we have lethal here? Because Demon Bolt plus Mephit's Enthusiasm to kill both creatures. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. So we did have lethal exactly, but not plus seek. We didn't have quite enough mana.
Doesn't 3... Yeah, Henrik, moving to...
See, I would Enthusiasm the 3/4 and foretell the Demon Bolt, and just we got to take 6 here.
I think I'm gonna wait for him to cast Carnarium, and then I'm gonna Demon Bolt the 3/4. Maybe the...
Just in response.
Well, I guess there's a 4/4. I will say it's...
You do not. You're right, though. We don't have to foretell that Demon Bolt, and we know that, like in all these games, we have not seen any discard spells from Quebec.
Oh,
so no, we don't have to worry about a Ravenous Rats or a Viospeedle. Like,
you're probably right, and I will say it's a big deal that Haunted Dead's not going to the graveyard. It'll actually be exiled.
Right.
I think if
and we have it's important that we have a 1/1 to block this Haunted Dead because they're going to attack first, try and get that Haunted Dead into the graveyard.
Yeah.
Swords of Plowshares is an uncommon paper. Eric's never seen Swords of Plowshares in paper before.
Oh, wow. Oh, no. Spider spawning?
It's manageable, but we do need a non-land card.
It was a very small spider spawning, though.
It was, but this next one's going to be for 3. And that's 5 bodies. This puts it into 6. That's fair, Herrick. Like, the thing to remember is if you started playing Magic in 2019, then you have not seen much paper at all. Wow, this is wild. He's down to 8 cards.
Wow.
Oh, I have one more person left to message. I forgot.
Jeez. Technically not
Natural.
lethal. Oh. Okay. Real nice. Yep, they'll do it. Real nice stabilization and turnaround by Quebec.
That was a fantastic game. That was so close.
That was very good.
Ooh.
Yeah, great games. Really well played. That was great. Yeah, good games, Mr. Coppertop.
That was very fun. That was really an excellent match. Quebec, you won a wooden puzzle. I'm going to message you about that. I'll sort that out a little bit later tonight.
Yeah, congrats. Cool. That was awesome. Thank you so much for having me on.
That was so much fun, Rusty.
Really
so really quick, I got to go pretty quick, but I do want to pull up this Peasant Cube list, see if there's anything you want to talk about. Get your face back on.
Yeah. I should be sharing, so
there you are. So this is Rusty. He's the original designer of the cube, and he did most of the work here. And he's been running $30 vintage tournaments. So I have all of his links in the Twitch description. Make sure you check out his stuff.
Yeah, let me copy those. I'd appreciate that. And honestly, we should play sometime. I'd be happy to pick up a couple decks on Moto, and maybe we can do a night where we just jam some games to kind of show it off.
Don't worry, Natural. That was a really fun game.
Yeah, really
and
good game.
So, and Natural, really quick, I wanted to double check your Discord name. Just to make sure I was saying this to the right person. You're Joshua R on Discord, right?
Nice.
Hang on. Great. That was so much fun.
Yeah, that was
gotcha.
Great. Where am I? Discord. Yeah, I don't know how much time you have. Don't let me keep you, but
yeah. All All right, sorry everybody. So I've messaged everybody who won a prize, and we will talk more about what that means. But I've got a prize wall now that the payout is in tickets. So like Natural, you won 70 tickets, and you can use that on packs if you want. And Luna, you won 10 tickets. You can use that just a touch. Yeah, I'll message everybody the list when I have it together a little bit later tonight. I gotta run, but we're gonna go ahead and raid my buddy John. John likes games, and I just really like his aesthetic. So I do tend to raid him maybe a little more often than other people because I like his aesthetic so much. So let's go ahead and say hi to him. And everybody, thank you so much for coming out. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'll be doing a lot more subscriber tournaments, and I will be sure to post about it. I'll let everyone know. This is going to be at least a monthly thing, possibly more often based on the popularity. And I really hope I see all of you more around often. We're going to shoot. I'm trying to get to my video producer so I can do this raid because I am forgetful. All right, so we're going to go ahead and raid my buddy John. He likes games. This was a lot of fun. We'll do this again.
Yeah, this was great. Thanks for having me. I'd love to come back, and I'll talk to you later. All right, we'll call tomorrow.
Sounds good.
All right, see you later.
All right, we're going to go ahead and raid John. If you participate in the raid, you can get some channel points. You can use those channel points to buy coaching, buy drafts. Eventually, you'll be able to buy tickets. And right now, you can only buy packs, but you can challenge me. It's going to be a lot of fun. Good night, everyone. We're going to go ahead and raid John.
See you guys later. Take it easy, everyone.